All right, welcome. It is ejection day, finally. Let's play.
So you'll just, it's a place you watch.
Let's make sure you guys can hear it. And
we have no idea. This could be one Democratic precinct. This could be early votes. We got a long way to go, but it's one of the things we will watch.
Let's go live right here. They just called
South
Indiana.
Carolina, 9 electoral votes.
Let's back up from here, everybody. Welcome. This is the live stream. This may be the last live stream we do. It won't be. This is election night, and this is huge. This is for all the marbles, and no one plays marbles. That's the trouble. I'm your Kevinly father, Kevin Williams, and you can get into the chat room over there. The best place to do it is at youtube.com/KevinlyFather. Find me there, subscribe, whatever, and then you can chat in there. You can chat however you're seeing this, whatever platform you're on. There's a way that you can get into the chat room. So good to see you. No, we are live. We should be live. Let me make sure that we are live, and let me pull that up. And in, yeah, we are live. We're live on Periscope. Twitch looks like it's up. Facebook seems to be up, and we are going to share the event on Facebook. This is Indiana. He's expected to win this anyway. Last time in 2016, he took 56% of the vote in Indiana. Indiana's not a state that tells us all of their votes right off the bat. It'll be interesting to see how he does. If he's less than 56%, that could be a good sign for Biden. Let's play.
President Donald Trump will win Indiana. Trump beats Biden in Indiana, wins its 11 electoral votes, the first projection.
Right now, the Trump campaign is like, we won! We're going to be president!
Of the night. It's too early to call in these states right now. Too early to call in Georgia, a key battleground state with 16 electoral votes. Too early to call there. In
Yeah, the polls closed like 1 minute ago. So
Virginia, too early to call there. 13 electoral votes at stake in Virginia. Also, too early to call right now in South Carolina. 9 electoral votes in South Carolina. Too early to call in Kentucky. 8 electoral votes there. Too early to call in Vermont.
Drinking word tonight is you got a choice. You can be turnout or ballots.
3 electoral votes right there. All right, let's take a look at where the Electoral College map stands right now. Donald Trump has 11 right now. Biden.
Woohoo, look at this. There's a blue state right there. I don't know what that is, but that's good for Biden. So 1-1. Here we go.
Has 0. Remember, you need 270 to win this race.
David isn't really there. That was an old image that just hung around from the last time.
For the White House, let's get a key race alert. Right now, we'll start off with Kentucky. Right now, 12% of the estimated vote is in.
Way too early.
Trump has a lead of about 9,400 votes over Biden. Look at this, 50.9%, 47.5% for Biden in Kentucky. 8 electoral votes once again at stake in Kentucky. Let's go to John King over at the Magic Wall right now. We're looking at the suburbs in Kentucky. John, it's pretty significant what's going on, potentially. Let's not get too far ahead, though.
Right. We know that this is disproportionately early vote, but we also know that we learn lessons from states. And again, you've just projected Indiana. That's the first state, 11 electoral votes for Donald Trump. You got to get to 270. He has the first 11 we've projected tonight. Now we're looking at the Commonwealth of Kentucky, expected to be red. The Senate Majority Leader is up for re-election there as well. But again, we're looking for clues, right?
Kentucky should be way ahead right now for President Trump. It just depends on what results are coming in. He took Kentucky by 63% last time.
Right, when we come here, so Fayette County, this is Lexington and the suburbs around it. Joe Biden, disproportionately early votes so far. So let's come back in an hour and see if this holds up, to see if it stays this way. 73% right now. If you go back to Hillary Clinton, only 51%. So if Joe Biden could do this stuff right here, we'll see what's happened. So we're going to
John, hold on for a moment. I want to go to Florida because we're beginning to get some numbers in Florida right now. So let's take a look in Florida.
Here we go. Our first votes in Florida. Again, in this part of the country, down here just north of Naples, very critical to the president. It's 5%. Florida's a huge state. We're going to be at this for a long time, but it's nice to get the first votes out of Florida. Where are they coming from? You come over here, Pasco County along the coast. That's a pretty quick report. Again, Florida, we expect to be good, and we also expect it to give us
43% for Biden in that county is high.
It's a lot of clues about the electorate tonight and about the win, about who might win tonight. 130,000 to 101. This state is absolutely essential to the president. Joe Biden would like it because he knows it would block. Let's just go back and take a look.
Trump won most of the Florida counties by about 20% last time. For him to only be up by 10% in Florida, in that county, in Pasco, that's a very good sign.
59%.
Oh, hi, Dr. Howard. You're in Pasco? You're in a red county.
59% 4 years ago. 56% right now if you round up. That's
Oh, good. John's doing that. John's going to tell us what happened last time. This is awesome. Great coverage.
close, but we're going to watch this. Is it significant? We don't know until we get more vote here.
79% of the vote, yeah.
That's 79%. We don't know. So one county's not going to do it, but if you're starting to see the president couple points below, that will be significant. Mainly, look at the vote count, 130,000 to win it. Again, in a state like Florida, it was 142,000 then. We're not done yet. Let's watch this at the end of the night. But these are the markers to lay down. Is the president performing, overperforming, underperforming, about breaking even with 4 years ago? And how is Joe Biden doing compared to Hillary Clinton? So that's one place we'll watch. Let's come back to 2020 and see what else we have on the map here. Let's come down here. Lee County, this is 81% they're up to there, 57 to 42. If you do the rounding there, and again, we go back in time and we look. 59. So
go.
Again,
Next county.
down.
Next county.
Is that significant? We don't know yet. It's very
Next
early.
county.
But it's one of the things
These are
we watch.
Republican counties.
Yeah.
These are Republican counties, and Biden's doing great.
Along
Let's
the
see what we
coast
got.
right here. This
Right.
You start the I-4 corridor and you go all the way across.
Boom, down 10. Last time
County,
it was 20.
54.3. Let's just go back and take a look. 57.8. So again,
These are
another
very,
county where
very
right
good.
now the president is a little underperforming. It's early. We don't know if that holds. But that's what you're going to watch throughout the night, especially in a state
Yep.
that is always as close as Florida. If
This
the
is
president
very,
is
very good
underperforming
news.
where his vote, the question then
Pinela's
becomes,
Biden?
can the Democrats overperform? Can Joe Biden overperform Hillary Clinton? Where's the trade-off in the math? That's what we'll see as we get
There's
more
nothing
votes
there.
in Florida. Let's just pop out and see what we have. Again,
Yeah.
go back in time. I'm just going to highlight this for us.
Yeah.
Then we'll go back in time to 2016.
That's
and
a
we
red
see,
wave right there.
You see the blue here. We don't have those votes yet. So if you come in here, this is red, as it was 4 years ago.
Pull it up. Pull it
Bring
up.
it out to see.
Pull it
Lake
up.
County. Let me get this out of the way so it's not distracting. 55 to 44. That's where it is now.
That's fantastic.
59.
That's 11 points. Last time it was 22.
60. So again, there's 3 counties we've looked at where the president's numbers right now are down a bit. The percentages are down a bit. So you look at the percentage down, then you want to match up the math. 102,000 votes there to take that county 4 years ago, 87 and change, almost 88,000 votes now. We don't know if that's significant yet, but that's what you do when you're doing a little election CSI in a state like Florida. What we need is more votes, Wolf. We need more votes. When we start to see some Democratic votes down here, the Trump campaign has been optimistic. It will cut in.
I need my
Miami-Dade, you know it well. Look at the totals here. You go back 4 years ago. Hillary Clinton, you look at that in the largest county in the state, right? That's what the Democrats need, and it wasn't enough, right? Hillary Clinton still narrowly lost the state. The Trump campaign has been confident, especially inroads in the Latino community. It would do something here. We don't know yet, but we'll see.
Biden really has to do well in those 3 southern Florida counties in order to win.
Oh, good. Let's head over to MSNBC then. We're going to jump to MSN. Oh, there's Kernack. Let's go get ourselves a little Kernacky.
Often, the Midwest, Wisconsin, Michigan. This was a harbinger in 2016 for what was to come later in the night when we got to those Midwest states. So that's why I'm paying such particular.
I'll tell you what didn't come later in the night. Don't. Just everyone was so sad in 2016. I don't know. Maybe that was the great. It was over at it was over at a friend's house. There was an election party, and people just started leaving, and it was terribly, terribly sad.
Close attention there. But again, I'm just looking here to see if anything
Hey, Lynn.
else has come in. Continue to monitor this. Again, I expect in the next half hour, 45 minutes, this thing is going to be lighting up, Rachel.
Well, Steve, I'm going to ask you to do something I think that's a little bit unfair for me to ask, but it's second-order math. As we have been talking about, we have been studying, we have been preparing our audience for, and as you just described, the advance voters, the absentee ballots, the mail-in ballots, the ballots that we're getting first, were expected to skew Democratic. The day of votes, the people voting today, that's expected to skew Republican and toward Trump. Given that expectation, can you tell already from these votes that are coming in that are, again, absentee and mail-in ballots, if they are matching expectations in terms of how well Biden expected to do with those voters?
Well, again, I'm interested in this one here because this is where St. Petersburg is. And, you know, we have a little tool here I want to check. Again, this indicates we're looking here at the vote that we have yet to come here. We're looking at about 150,000 yet to come. This one is interesting because if Joe Biden, this is a pretty substantial, about 6.5-point improvement over Hillary Clinton here. And again, if Biden lands
They've had like 5 weeks to count all these. This is all we're doing right now is we're just watching how Florida's going to fuck this up this time. That's what's happening.
At 50 in Pinellas County, that's good news for him. So there is, I think, a little bit of a pad here potentially for Biden as this starts to come in. Again, Pasco County, if you're the Trump campaign, where you're trying to get this up to here, is 59%. He's not far off that. If you take a look up at Citrus County, you're looking at needing to get up 1 point there. So, you know, for the Trump campaign in like a Citrus County, that's not a bad place to be. For the Biden campaign, they might like to see what they're looking at in Pinellas County, and we're just going to continue to look here.
Here's the thing that we're seeing right now. This is the key. In Florida, what we're seeing is no votes for third-party candidates, which means Biden wins. Last time in several different states, Hillary lost based on the fact that the third parties stole some votes from her and or Trump. But if there's just two candidates in the race right now, that bodes better for Biden. Go ahead and say that 5 times fast.
As this vote comes in.
This is going to be fascinating to watch these votes race in over the next half an hour, even as we're getting more poll closings, both in the middle of this hour and at the top of the next. Brian.
Steve, just yell, wave your arms, usual drill if you got stuff that we need to come to you for. Michael Steele, former chairman of the Republican Party, former lieutenant governor of the state of Maryland, these days affiliated with the Lincoln Project, standing by. And Michael, I know you've been watching.
Go back to John King.
Since we've been waiting here, we get Hillsborough County here, and this is Tampa. So this is
a big county.
The double whammy here of Hillsborough and Pinellas. That's the signal about the suburbs right here, right? And so you look at this, it's the 4th largest county in the state of Florida. Democrats can run it up here. It gives you a cushion, right?
That's a 12-point cushion. Last time it was 6.8.
Before we go to Hillsborough.
I can see that on the screen, guys, by the way. If you're not watching on a big screen, you're missing out on some of the details. There's numbers up here from last time. Democrats plus 6.8. That's what that means. And this is with 82% of the vote in, which is very, very high. That's very little changes. Now, this year, we could see some difference because of all the early voting compared to what comes in today. That may be a late tally, depending on the county. Every county uses a different system. Some counties, as soon as it's done, they just go beep, okay, polls are closed, and here's the results, because it's all computerized. It'll be interesting to see. Hey, Lizzie.
Tampa. Take a look at the state right now, because the gap between Trump and Biden seems to be narrowing pretty significantly right now. Trump is at 50.9%. Biden's at 48.2%.
Miami-Dade not in. Biden should win big in Broward County. Then you've got the Panhandle up here, and that's a sea of red.
Trump is ahead by almost 65,000 votes.
64,157. And again, welcome to the roller coaster that is Florida. That's why it's so fun. I just want to come in here and take a look. 55 to 44 if you round the president's total up there.
That's why it's so fun, he says. Florida is fun.
There. And then you go back in time here again, 51. So if this holds, and it's a big if, Hillary Clinton at 51, Joe Biden at 55. If that's exactly what Joe Biden needs to do. Run a little stronger than Hillary Clinton. Take
a look at the state right now. Biden has just taken the lead with 22% of the estimated vote now in. They do it quickly.
It's over, folks. We're calling it for Biden. Good night, everybody. Thanks for watching. Oh, hold on. It'll flip back in about 8 seconds.
In Florida, very impressive. Broward County, that's Fort Lauderdale. It has now come in. Look at this in Broward County. Let's take a look at Broward County right now.
Sorry, I was trying to get you the full totals there. Welcome to Roller Coaster Florida again. 12,000 there, 75%. It's only 16% of the vote in. Again, this is the 2nd largest county.
That's a 50-point margin. A 50-point margin in Broward. It's only 16%. Come on, don't even show that to us. Got me all excited.
So we're going to get a lot of votes out of here, and Democrats need them. Miami-Dade, Broward, Palm Beach, 1, 2, 3, as we go through them here.
We got a lot going on in Florida. We're standing by for another round of crucial closings. The battleground states of North Carolina and Ohio are up for grabs just minutes from now. Our special coverage.
They're doing Broward right now.
turnout. And that was a big problem for Hillary Clinton. It was also a problem in 2018 for Andrew Gillum, that when Broward underperforms, Democrats underperform. When it overperforms, and what I was hearing today is that Broward is potentially going to hit 80% turnout. That's their projection. Miami-Dade was hoping for the same thing. And
That's
that Broward
mammoth, isn't it?
It's really high.
Yeah.
And Broward tends to sometimes, I mean, they can do, when Obama
Nobody hits 80% turnout.
ran, the 08 and 12, Broward was one of the best performing counties, but it tends to be better performing for Barack Obama personally than it has been for other Democrats. Miami-Dade was also hoping for a big turnout. It was actually quite light, and that was one of the big concerns for the campaign today, that Miami-Dade was super light, but Broward was...
Kentucky's going to be a seesaw, but if Biden can be anywhere near 50%, he's doing very well. But Kentucky's going to take a while. They do take some time to get their votes in. Not as long as California say, but we may not know Kentucky for a while.
Strong mail-in and early, so I'm not surprised it's...
And the reason that I'm singling it out is because you're looking, so like here, Miami-Dade, that's 84% in, right? A lot of these other counties that we're getting large numbers of votes in, they're in that proportion, but that's...
Okay, Trump just won Kentucky.
They feel is very important for both parties if they are going to maintain control of the Senate. Who will decide that? The other question we've been wanting to see out of North Carolina is how will this early voting program go? The state has said they are very confident in their process, but we have seen a small number of precincts decide to have to be able to stay open just a little bit later. They're supposed
McConnell's up on McGrath right now, 51-45.
to close at 7:30. Now they're going to be given an extra 20 to 40 minutes, depending on where they are. A small number of issues, things like receipts not being printed correctly or not opening the polls exactly on time this morning, like they were supposed to. The state says, though, things are going very smoothly, but they wanted to make sure these specific precincts, a small number of them, would have the option to make sure every vote gets counted. We'll let you know as the results continue to come in. Brett?
All right, Mark Meredith in North Carolina. Mark, thanks.
So we are just a few minutes away.
Only 15% of the votes are in, so there's a long way to go in Kentucky. And looking at Kentucky, Anderson County, Franklin County, Fayette County still open. Nothing in from Louisville. That's Jefferson County. Nothing in from Jefferson County so far. So Kentucky has a long way to go in terms of the Senate race. They were overwhelmingly red last time, 65% or 63%, I think, for Trump. Let's get back to CNN.
From our first look at battleground North Carolina and also Ohio.
Trump has 11 electoral votes. Indiana, Biden so far has 0. You need 270 to be elected president of the United States. We have a key race alert right now. Take a look at this, see what's going on. In Florida right now, 35, more than a third of the vote is now, the estimated vote is now in. Biden has a lead of nearly 100,000 right now, 50.7% to Trump's 48.4%. 35.
This is going to drag out, folks. This is not enough of a lead yet, with Broward County already reporting. We need to see Palm, and we need to see something in the panhandle. The panhandle is going to be red, but we need to know what percentage.
Percent of the estimated vote, once again, is in 29 electoral votes. Look at Georgia right now, very early. Only 2% of the estimated vote is in, but Biden is ahead by almost 32,000 votes, 61.8% to 37% in Georgia, 16 electoral votes at stake. In New Hampshire, less than 1%, very, very early right now, but Biden is ahead by about 2,300 votes, 72.2% to 27.8% for electoral votes in New Hampshire. In Vermont, also very, very early. Biden is ahead only by about 610 votes. Less than 1% of the estimated vote is in, 62.7% to 37.3%. 3 more states right now. Let's take a look at Virginia. 13 electoral votes, very, very early. Trump is ahead of Biden by about 3,000 votes, 69% to 30% for Biden. Very early in Virginia. Also very early in South Carolina. Trump is ahead there by almost 700 votes, 63.3% to 36.7%. And Trump is also ahead in Kentucky.
Georgia, we've only seen 2% of the votes. Way too early.
But 15% of the estimated vote in Kentucky is now in. Trump is ahead by about 35,000 votes, 54.1% to 44.3% from Biden.
I wouldn't say that I'm stress eating, but I'm having bran, which is going to reduce my stress later.
Let's go over to John King over at the Magic Wall. Let's take a look at the big picture first, and then I want to focus in on Florida, Florida, Florida.
The big picture is the question of the night. Can Joe Biden flip states that were Donald Trump states in 2016? Can Joe Biden flip them? Well, that would be a flip. Again, it's early. That would be a flip. Again, it's early. The president right now leading in Virginia, but it's a very early count. If the president could pull off that, that would be a dramatic story. We expect Joe Biden to win Virginia. It's very early and light in the votes. But these would be two big ones right there. New Hampshire and Vermont, we expect to stay. Kentucky and Indiana. South Carolina is closer than we thought. But at the moment, very early, everybody needs to be careful about this. But at the moment, this is what Joe Biden wants to do. He flips these states here. We know he might have
If he flips those states, it's over.
to wait. Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. If they're close, we might have to wait, especially on Pennsylvania. That could be a day or three. However, if Joe Biden wins that, he'll rest
Or Texas.
comfortably waiting for that. So let's take a look at Florida as we go through it. Again, this one is always a roller coaster. So what you see now
38%.
doesn't mean the lead won't change. When you were here last time, Wolf, it changed as we were speaking. But right now, Joe Biden at 50%, Donald Trump at 49 when you round up. 62,394 difference in a giant state where both candidates got more than 4.5 million
Nothing from the panhandle. That means nothing.
votes last time. So we're going to be at this a while. But if you're the Biden campaign, you're looking at this map. Number one, you're winning Hillsborough County, which is Tampa. You like that. You're winning Pinellas County, which is St. Pete. You like that. That's where you want to be. This is how you finish. You finish your race in Florida
Just watch
across
those
the
numbers
I-4 corridor.
flipping.
You get started, if you're a Democrat, by winning down here. And if you're Joe Biden, and we'll say this, as we're early in the count, this is somewhat concerning. But it could be the quirks of 2020. Donald Trump thinks he can do better down here with Cubans, with other Latino votes, especially Latino men. We'll see if that's the case. The Democrats were worried about African Americans in Miami-Dade County. We'll see if that's the case. 84% in right now, 54 to 45. If you go back in time, this was a much bigger win for Hillary Clinton.
This
right?
is
64% if you round up to 34%. So this will something
the numbers in Miami are really bad. Miami could lose this thing for Biden.
to watch. The Democrats, this is their basket where they need to run it up. So
Yeah, Florida's not even closed. Florida doesn't close until 5 o'clock Pacific, so 8 o'clock their time. These are just some counties.
we'll see. And if you don't run it up here, you need to offset it somewhere else. That's one of the trade-offs in this campaign. We know Trump may perform better among African Americans, especially among Latino men. Joe Biden's performing better with white, blue-collar workers and with senior citizens. So we're going to go through the trade-offs throughout the night. But this right now, if you come back to 2020, Joe Biden would like that to be a little higher. We're at 84% right now. We believe most of this is election day voting. Today,
He's gotta
voting
win that
here.
by 50
so we're waiting
points.
for early vote as well. That might help Joe Biden. If Democrats disproportionately banked early in Miami-Dade, we'll see as we go through. You move up to Broward. This is more what Joe Biden wants it to look like. But again, you see that at 16% right there, 75%. You go back for the comparison, 66%. So he's overperforming at the moment Hillary Clinton by
Trump just
percentage here
took
as
the
we go
lead
through
in
it.
Florida if
Right,
you go
so you pull back.
statewide.
So you pull back out. And again, this is going to be a roller coaster by 28,000 votes, right? And so this is what we're going to do. And what's happening? This is again, trademark for this president. Look at the smaller counties, right? You see all that filling in red? Not a lot of people live here. If you look at it, it's 184 to 83 there. You come over here, 584 to 207, you think at home, well, that's only a few votes. When you have 10, 15, 20 counties, and you're doing that, 200 here, 20 there, 1,000 there, that's how Donald Trump gets his math in a lot of states with these smaller counties like this. Interesting,
Look at this,
though.
John. 41% of the estimated vote in Florida is now in. Look at how close it is.
Florida's close. That is not breaking news. That part is not breaking news. But it's incredible because just as you were here last time it flipped, you were here this time it flipped. We expect Florida to flip. So you're looking at key things. Number one, for the president, that Collier County is coming in for Trump. That's a good thing for the president. That's what he needs. The southwest part of the state tends to be more conservative, 77%. But look how low we are here. So we got a long way to go here. We're just a couple hundred votes, 300 votes, and some change there. So see if
Biden should be leading right now. The panhandle's going to come in completely red.
if that holds up for the president right here. But you pull up right here. But I just want to come up here. This would be a huge deal. This would be a huge deal. Duval County is Jacksonville, up here in the top part of the state. President tends to win once you get out of the urban areas. But this is, again, one of the fast-changing areas all across America. But in the Sun Belt states like Florida, you have the city and the suburbs around it, 75%. You see Joe Biden at 54%, the president at 45% if you round up. This was a Trump win, just barely. But Donald Trump narrowly carried the suburbs.
Oh, Chris Wallace, here we go.
For Trump, on the general question of the country, and this is always a very telling one, especially for an incumbent running for re-election, would you say the country is going in the right direction or the wrong direction? 61 to 39, wrong direction over right direction. And then finally, which is the most important issue facing the country? If you think the economy,
Miami-Dade. Again, if you're in the Biden campaign, you want it to be better than that, right?
Oh, there's lawyers all over the states right now. There's lawyers literally in every single precinct.
Doesn't mean it's game over, but it means if you're not getting it here, you better make it up somewhere else. And we'll watch the rest of this vote come in. Again,
the lawyers sit there and they watch people vote.
If there's a lot of early votes to come in, these numbers could change dramatically.
Because 4 years ago, Hillary Clinton did a lot better in Miami-Dade County.
She did 64%.
Skip ahead a little
Sometimes that helps you. Sometimes that helps you more. 624. See, in Miami-Dade 4 years ago, the president got 334,000 if you round that up by that one. So you come back here, remember 624 and 333, and you see the president right now already has a significant 120,000 more votes out of Miami-Dade than he did 4 years ago. Now, is that just because turnout is up everywhere, or is he making inroads with the Democratic constituency in Miami-Dade? That is what we'll learn as we go deeper into the night. But if there's Joe Biden right now, if you're worried about anything in Florida, you're worried about that you're winning Miami-Dade, but not by the margins that you wanted. Still, though, 74,000 votes with a long way to go. And again, this is blue at the moment. I mean, red at the moment. We don't expect it to stay that way, but we'll see as we count them. And again, the key part for me, here we go. Orange County has filled in 700 votes and change there. So it doesn't matter. This has to be blue at the end of the night. If that stays red, Joe Biden's not going to win Florida. But it's very early on as we go through. And again, as you get real votes, 83% here. This could be critical here. Osceola County here, if you come through, 61%. Again, you're looking for math, especially if you're Joe Biden and you're not getting what you wanted out of Miami-Dade. You need to make up for it somewhere else. So you're looking here, 50,000, 85,000 4 years ago. You come back in now. Joe Biden right now about the same, a little below where Hillary Clinton was. We're still waiting for some votes there. This is what we're going to have to do. Florida gets so competitive. You go county by county. You match up the math to 4 years ago. You see how much turnout is up this year compared to then, and you average it all out.
50% of the vote in Florida is now in. Trump is ahead by about 74,000 votes, 50.2% to 48.9%. Now he's up by 91,500 votes, 51%. Florida is very fast. The numbers are coming in quickly. Let's look at Georgia right now.
So you move up and you see Georgia. It's not often you see Georgia blue. And again, you see a lot of red, and yet Georgia is blue.
It's only 4%.
Right now, Joe Biden is winning. And this one here, this is Fulton County, where Atlanta is. We don't have any votes yet. But then you move here to Cobb County to the north. And again, this could be the story of the night. I emphasize could be because we're early. But you look at right here, it's only 27% of the vote in, 63 to 35 in Cobb County. This is the suburbs to the northwest of Atlanta. Right? Used to be Republican country. Hillary Clinton won it last time, but just barely, right? 49 to 47. So this is what we're going to watch throughout the night. Especially, suburbs are growing. Suburbs are where the people are. Suburbs is where you get your math. Especially if you're a Democrat, you know Donald Trump's going to run it up in all these smaller rural counties.
You guys want to watch SpongeBob or something
As you
instead?
see, this is 2016. You come up to
Let's
2020.
see what's on HBO.
You're starting to see the same repeat of that, right? You see the president. That's not a huge margin there. We'll see how it goes. But in these smaller rural counties, the president tends to run it up. You move up here, let's just see 83%. In a county like that. And again, it's 3,000 plus, 4,000 plus votes when you're done, said and done. That's what Trump does to offset the urban areas and the close-in suburbs.
There should be a rule that just show me counties with more than 85%. I don't want to see anything else right now.
Of the test tonight, let's drop down a little bit more to Henry County. 59% there, come back in time. 50%, 51%.
They're both doing Georgia right now. Let's go find out what's going on at MSNBC. Or not. Okay, we're going to leave MSNBC. Nope, Kornacki's there. Come on, Kornacki. There he is.
It is a hair under that with a few votes left. Let's see if that adjusts a
Did I just lose my internet?
little bit, but that's a biggie I know a lot of folks were keeping an eye on. So again, the big picture though that's coming into focus here as we get this early vote is a very close race in Florida. Look at that. Joe Biden right now in a statewide margin about 10,000.
Doesn't matter until the Panhandle come in.
Wow. For the Democrats, there's a lot of
vote
still to come. A lot of that early vote still to come, and vote in general in Broward County, and I believe as well, in Orange County. These are two huge Democratic areas that are going to pad Biden's total, because basically when you got all the early vote counted from this part of the state, Biden needs to be ahead. Biden needs this statewide number to be ahead because A, the same day vote here is going to favor Trump, and B, the Panhandle is going to favor Trump as well. So it's not all filled in yet, and even some of these counties that are filled in, I think we just got Palm Beach. we'll continue to monitor.
Wow. So, Palm Beach, can you show us what was 20, go back.
Yep.
What was 2016 in Palm Beach County?
You got it. This was Hillary Clinton got 57, Joe Biden sitting at 60. And again, I just will double check this.
Oh, that's only 76%
this
in.
is basically
That's
the
not
early
done.
vote, the mail-in vote. And again, I think we're getting perhaps a scattering of same day.
Thank you, Steve.
And that sound means we are approaching another set of states. The 7:30 poll closings, North Carolina, Ohio, and West Virginia. And the time has arrived, 7:30 exactly here in the East. And here's what we have from our NBC News projections. The presidential...
You can't claim that as a dependent.
What happened, MSNBC? I didn't do that.
Ask me what
I did not do that.
In the road to 270, one each awarded. You see how the electoral votes have been awarded as well. Big one we're watching tonight is Georgia. It's a battleground. We have it as too early to call. You see the breakout there in early
4%.
vote. The map of the road to 270 looks like this at this hour, right about now. It's going to be a complex one by the time this is over with tonight. 11 to 3. Senate races we're following. North Carolina, too early to call. The Tillis Cunningham race. West Virginia, too early, though the incumbent Capito is leading. Here is the Senate makeup at this hour. We can't show this often enough because of the percentages needed, the seats needed if the Democrats want to end this night back in the majority, back in the U.S. Senate. When we last left our friend Steve Kornacki, he was looking at some new vote in from Florida. Hey, Steve.
Hey, Brian, yeah, we continue. Again, there you could just see the time zone as you get to the top of the hour. You can see the time zone cutoff. So not a huge population area, but the panhandle of Florida. We're about to start. Everything that just happened here for the last hour is about to happen here. Again, what we're looking at here, though, this is a good moment to kind of freeze and take in the whole picture again before you start getting the panhandle, because it's not complete. But we're getting close to a complete look at roughly what that early vote, mail vote looks like in the eastern time zone portion of Florida. All the stories you've seen for the last month about record-shattering turnout. Is it favoring Democrats? Is it favoring Republicans? You're primarily seeing those ballots opened and counted and processed right now and reported out. And again, when all of these are complete with the early, if you're Joe Biden...
Here's why you don't need to be stressing out right now. Trump has to win everything he has to win. Let me show you guys. Pull up 270 to win here. Give me a second. There we go. So here's your map. Okay, this is with Biden winning 271. This is with Trump getting Florida, getting Georgia, getting North Carolina, getting Pennsylvania, getting Ohio. I've given Biden here Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota. He's way ahead in those states. He should be able to pull those off. Arizona right now looks like it's 5 or 6 points up for Biden. Nevada will probably go Biden. That's gone leaning heavier and heavier towards Biden. But Trump, right now he doesn't have it. Let's give him Arizona. So if he loses anything but Iowa, let me go back to this. Let's take Iowa away. Trump wins. But if he loses anything else, if he loses Ohio, he's done. If he's losing Pennsylvania, he's done. He has to run the board here. And I know. He did that last time. Lightning does not strike twice. Well, it does, but it's very rare. That's what I'm saying. So, relax for now. It's way too early to know anything.
You need to be ahead, and I believe if we froze things and just tallied up all the early and mail-in vote, he would be, because there's a ton of vote to come in early from Broward, where he's going to get a huge number. There's a ton from Orange. Obviously, I think we have like one precinct reporting. This is where Orlando is. Also the same in Tallahassee. So you've got some big, gigantic Democratic areas that have not spit out these. And there it is. Biden just took the lead. He just got a big batch of votes in Broward County. There it is. So that's what just happened. We now have, I would say, very likely just about all, very close to all of the early vote reported out in Broward County. Biden now getting 66%, the same day to come. What that did statewide, as you see, that's a huge...
Take a look at this down here. Get out of there. Okay, I can't show it to you. Look at Kentucky. There it is, Kentucky. Trump is underperforming in Kentucky.
Effect there, put him ahead statewide. He could get some smaller bounces still when we get what just happened there. That will happen in Orange County probably any minute. That will happen in Leon County probably any minute. But again, Biden wants to get ahead in the early vote here to withstand what's coming on the same day and to withstand what's coming in the panhandle. These are not entirely analogous situations, but I think it's worth reminding folks, we think that in 2016, Hillary Clinton very roughly won the early vote portion of the balloting in Florida by 6, and Donald Trump won the same day very roughly here by 12 points, and that translated into a Trump victory of 1 point statewide. Now, the sort of balance of ballots here is going to be different this time around, but it's just a reminder that you can have those splits between the same day and the early, and they can make a big difference. So, again, waiting on a couple big Democratic areas. There are some core, smaller Republican counties still to come in with their early vote. But when all the early and same day is in there, Biden wants to have a pad because he's going to need it.
Steve, I want to bring into the conversation somebody who has seen Florida politics up close and intensely because he's been in the middle of it. Former Congressman Carlos Curbelo is with us tonight, and we're lucky to have him. Sir, let me just ask for your take on this. You're watching these Florida numbers come in. We're all doing complex math in our heads in terms of how we extrapolate from previous races.
Here we go. Let's go back to results. We're gonna try and avoid pundits as much as possible if there are results.
If you look at this, actually, we expect the president to underperform in the suburbs. At the moment, we're not seeing it in dramatic ways. We'll watch this as more votes come in. And so where is Biden underperforming? Where is Biden underperforming Clinton? And you see it right there. That's what we were just talking about. If you come back in here, this will slide over in a minute. Underperforming. This is.
I like this. Let's go back a second here. This is where.
Underperforming.
So this is where Biden is underperforming by 5+ percentage points.
Underperforming so far in these two counties. Now, they're blue. That means the Democrats are winning in those counties. But the president's vote in these counties is below where it was. You see the Trump vote here by more than 5 points from where he was 4 years ago. And again, it's one county. It's not a lot of people. But in a state that is so close, that could come down to several thousand votes. 2000, it was 537 votes. It's one of the things you look at. So you pull that out here. And so right now, this is, if you look at this, actually, we expect the president to underperform in the suburbs.
Did I see Biden? This is where Trump is underperforming by 5% or more. And that's what we're looking for right now, because it's too early to know anything at this point. But the fact that he's only ahead in Kentucky by a few points instead of by 25 points is big.
The moment we're not seeing it in dramatic ways. We'll watch this as more votes come in. And so where is Biden underperforming? Where is Biden underperforming Clinton? And you see it right there. That's what we were just talking about. If you come back in here, this will slide over in a minute. Underperforming. This doesn't count yet because the vote is very preliminary. Let me just check on this one. Also very preliminary there. So this we're waiting on. Don't focus on that.
Where's Biden overperforming?
But look at this here. You see this. This is right now a warning sign in the Biden campaign headquarters for that. And so then you want to look at where are they overperforming. So let's do Biden first. Let's turn this one off and bring this one up. And he's overperforming. Again, these are Republican counties. The red counties are voting Republican at the moment. But you see Joe Biden at 41% here. You go back to Hillary Clinton. He's only at 36%. There are some places, and again, this can matter if you get down to a race settled by a couple thousand, 5,000, 10,000 votes. It's a performance like this that matters when you go through and match it up. There's not a lot of it, given how big Florida is. He's outperforming Clinton here. Leon County is Tallahassee, but again, this is very preliminary. So let's not go to the bank on this. There's not many votes in there just yet. But it's one of the things you look at as we study it throughout.
Where's Trump overperforming?
Let's take a peek at that as well. We're in the neighborhood. Let's do it. Where's the president outperforming himself? Again, right now in Miami-Dade matters. These other places, the votes are very preliminary. Let's see if we have many votes in here. 37% here. That helps. It helps in these smaller places. Not a ton of votes, but it helps. Same thing, about 40% of the vote here. But again, this is where it matters, right here. If you're looking at Florida right now, it's a roller coaster. We're going to go through this several times. Lead switches are not at all uncommon. But this is the #1 county, #1 basket of votes in the county, in the state, 13% of the statewide vote. Right now, it's blue for Joe Biden, but those numbers, if you're in the Trump campaign headquarters, that puts you in play, but you got a lot more business to do. It's a complicated
state. Do we know Miami-Dade if those numbers?
We could still have a landslide. A landslide is very possible. Remember, all of these little you just get the 29 votes, the Electoral College votes. So all these counties, you know, it doesn't matter if you win by 1 vote in a state, you get everything. So a landslide is still very possible.
Are today voting or early voting?
I was told a few moments ago that most of this so far is in-person early voting. So we're still waiting for them to count mail-in votes. We're still waiting for more of today's election day turnout. This is in-person early voting. So far, we'll keep counting.
Here's a look at the key races as we count down to polls closing at 8 p.m. Eastern.
A great future awaits us.
All right.
This place is dangerous.
Let's find a non-commercial.
This idea of the perfect life.
Let's go to Fox.
Point, Martha, is sort of the area that we're focused on. Donald Trump flipped 6 counties in North Carolina from 2012 to 2016. This is one of them. This is Robeson County. He was nearby there in Fayetteville just a short time ago, 52.5% of the vote from 2016. For comparison's sake, to let you know how well he did here in 2016, look where you were in 2012. Barack Obama had 59% of the vote in that county alone. So this year, in 2020, I'll go to 2016, does he match that? Even at 20,000 votes, if these races in these states are this tight, that makes a big difference in the outcome for the 15 electoral votes in states like North Carolina. Another one here. This is white. It is rural. It is a part of the country that Donald Trump has been holding these campaign rallies at for some time. It's Rutherford County. It's right next to Asheville, North Carolina, the western part of the state. 74% of the vote. Again, it's only 21,000, but that can make a big difference in a race that's very tight. 74%. Does he meet the margin of that percentage this year? Does he exceed it or does he get below it? So we'll see shortly here when this map starts to fill in North Carolina. Coming up shortly.
Bill, one more. Let's go to Ohio. First of all, you're right. The Trump campaign feels confident not only about Florida, but Ohio. And looking at our voter analysis survey, they have reason to be about some of the numbers that we're getting out of there. You're from Ohio. Yes. You know it well. But you look at those counties along the border to tell a story.
I tell you, 4 years ago, guys, when we were here, that was the indication to me that this was going to be a very close race between Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton. I'll tell you what I'm talking about. Up here in northeastern Ohio, these were deep blue 8 years ago. You know, you think about Ashtabula and Trumbull and Mahoning. That runs right along the Pennsylvania border. Who are these voters? They're blue collar. They're steel workers. They've been voting Democratic for generation. And in 2016, look what they did. They flipped. These are significant places here when you get a 60-40 split, and Ashtabula down to Trumbull, 53%. Mahoning County, where you find Youngstown, the president did not win that county, but he came as close as you have seen for any Republican in decades. And Brett, I knew at that moment that Donald Trump was in this campaign when a lot of people thought he was out from 4 years ago. So how do we look at that now across the border here in Pennsylvania? All these counties here, he was just here in Butler County over the weekend. He had some 50,000 people turn out, 61,000 raw votes there from 2016. But you pop around here and you look at his margins, 76.8, 68.5, 80% in some of these counties. He needs these numbers to offset the following. This is Philadelphia down here. This is Pittsburgh and Allegheny County. Philadelphia clocked in 560,000 votes for Hillary Clinton in 2016. So you got to offset it in the countryside if you're going to overcome that in the city of Philadelphia.
All right, you do that better than anybody.
Okay, so
we're going to come back a lot.
I don't know why we're learning about
that. And we'll be checking in throughout the night.
Let's go back to Kernack. Come on, Kernack.
59%, a little bit more vote to come in. I mean, Trump in these Gulf Coast counties looks like he's on pace to come right in the neighborhood of that 2016 number. So if he's just hitting those numbers, that's good news for his campaign. The question is, can the Democrats offset that with gains anywhere? We've already talked about Miami-Dade. That's a real bad sign there for Democrats. Here's the one we've been monitoring, Pinellas County, St. Petersburg. And we said that Biden number, which started out with the early vote at about 53 and change, now down under 50. Now it's 49.7. The Clinton number here in 2016 was 47%. Let's see how many votes remain here. There are still about 60,000 votes to come in. Clearly, the trend here, the trajectory of the same-day vote is favoring Trump, so look for that 49.7 to come down further. This may not be the kind of gain Democrats were hoping it might be. Let's look next door in Hillsborough County, where Tampa is. Again, Biden, the Clinton number was 52.
That's good.
Biden sitting at 53.5. There's 75,000 or so votes left to be counted here. Clearly, again, the same-day trend in Hillsborough County is favoring Trump. It's that election day vote. So look for this vote to come down a little bit. It might end up a little bit north of 52 if you work out the decimal points. But again, we are just looking here at stuff that looks very, very similar to 2016, with the biggest change that we're seeing on this map right now in Florida is in Miami-Dade County. And I'm just looking to see if we've got anything more. There's still 200,000 votes to come, likely a lot of same day, already underperformance from Joe Biden. That's a worrying sign for Democrats. They've got to make up for it somewhere. We'll keep looking at these and see if something appears on this map. But at the
It's just what I noticed here. So Chris Wilson made a new logo here. I'll show it to you. So this is nice. Good job, Chris Wilson. Please, God, let this be the final live stream. And then I guess that's me in a purple shirt behind Trump. And one of us is saying, winning. That sounds like Trump more than me, or me doing Trump. And here's the funny thing. It says, please, God, let this be. This is what I created today over on the left there. Come back. Here it comes. Please, God, put the fact checkers out of work. We're both begging God for this election. Both of us probably agnostic.
take a look at the statewide vote here.
Okay, let's skip ahead.
This is the last big jump Biden's going to get in the early vote here. So when Leon comes in, this number you see right there, he's 83,000 votes ahead of Trump statewide. That number will jump when we get Leon. Now it's down to 73,000. But we're now in the phase here, I think, where in a lot of these counties, the same-day vote is starting to come in. And even in counties where Trump isn't doing that, he's doing much better in the same-day vote. And, of course, also has the panhandle to come.
Steve Kornacki, thank you. Looks like we can start to see the arc of how that is going to go in Florida, but we will not know until we actually see it. Brian, back over to you.
And I want to bring in Claire McCaskill, former Democratic senator from the great state.
Look at the breaking news. South Carolina, Georgia, Kentucky, Virginia, North Carolina. All too early to call. That's not breaking. 1% in the North Carolina Senate. Who cares?
Of Missouri, and find out what's on your mind as you watch thus far tonight.
Well, I think that I see the Trump campaign walking down a field with mine.
David, you'll always have Coca-Cola and Disney folklore, so you're fine.
And any of these states could blow up, and then they're in real trouble. Now, they may get past the first one, which is Florida. It looks like it's going to be very close. It certainly doesn't look like it's going to be a decisive victory for either side. But then they've got the next landmine, which is Georgia, and then North Carolina. And then, of course, the mother of landmines up in Pennsylvania. So, and Trump has to win these states. Biden doesn't have to win all these states.
Correct.
So I still see that Biden's path is pretty clear, and he's got a lot of them. And I am, of course, waiting to see more votes on all these Senate races, where I am paying very close attention to what's going on in Iowa, Maine, North Carolina, particularly to see if we're going to call Chuck Schumer majority floor leader when the sun comes up tomorrow.
Claire.
It could come down to Pennsylvania, and Biden wins Pennsylvania. I'm calling that right now. That's a shoo-in. Wait. We'll work on that. Let's try it again. Biden wins Wisconsin. That's tonight's shoo-in. Sorry. Okay. A shoe. Get it? It's actually a slipper.
That's a little liberal on your part, assuming we're going to know that when the sun comes up tomorrow, isn't it?
Well, if you look at the states where the Senate races are really in play, most of them can count votes today and previously. In other words, you know, we think we'll get results in Georgia. We think we'll get results in North Carolina. We should get results in Iowa. Obviously, Colorado and Arizona we're not as worried about. We feel very comfortable about both those states. So we may know more about the Senate when we go to bed at 2 or 3 in the morning than we do know about the presidency.
Why did they start at 4 o'clock?
Okay, I'll take the optimism. Claire, keep watching with us. We'll go back
what else
to
we got?
you.
Here we go.
When
Projection. We got a projection. Let's join live.
Projects that Joe Biden will win the state of Vermont. He beats Trump in Vermont.
We knew that.
3 electoral votes. So let's take a look at the map where it stands right now in the race to 270. Trump has 11. He won Indiana. Biden has 3. He won Vermont. 270 once again needed to win the presidency. We're only moments away from the biggest wave of poll closings in the presidential race. We're counting down to the top of the hour, 8 p.m. Eastern. That's when the last polling places close in Alabama, Connecticut, Delaware, the District of Columbia, Florida, Illinois, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts.
Yeah, I could totally screw with you guys. I could broadcast like 20 minutes behind, and you would have no idea, unless you're watching TV at home as well.
Mississippi, Missouri, New Hampshire, New Jersey, Oklahoma, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, and Tennessee. Together, those contests have 172 electoral votes. That's a huge chunk of the 270 needed to win. Florida, New Hampshire, and Pennsylvania are the key battlegrounds we're watching in the coming hour. Joe Biden posing a strong challenge to the president of Florida and Pennsylvania, states seen as crucial for Mr. Trump's re-election chances. Let's get a key race alert right now.
Oh, key race alert.
And let's start off.
Too close to call. It's going to be too close to call. I'm calling it.
Off in Florida right now. Florida. Look at this. It's very close in Florida. Joe Biden has 49.6%. Trump has 49.5%. Biden is ahead by 9,200 votes. 9,200 votes in Florida, 29 electoral votes. In Ohio, 18% of the estimated vote is in. Biden has a lead, an impressive lead of 347,000 right now, 64.4% to 34.5% in Ohio, 18 electoral votes. In New Hampshire, only 3% of the estimated vote is in. Biden is ahead by about 3,000 votes, 54.8% to 44.4%. 2 more states. Let's take a look right now. We've got Georgia. Right now, 7% of the estimated vote is in. Trump is ahead by 9,000 votes or so, 50.8% to 48.2%. In Virginia, 13% of the estimated vote is in, and Trump is ahead by about 80,000 votes, 55.6% to 42.6%. Let's go back to John King at the Magic Wall. We're watching these states very closely, including Ohio right now, which clearly is a major battleground.
Right, it's fairly interesting to watch. Florida's still Biden. We'll get there in a minute, very close. The president's lead in the popular vote is shrinking. We'll see how that plays out. But let's start with battleground Ohio. This is a state, Joe Biden went there Monday morning, right? He went there and people said, whoa, do you really want to be doing that? Do you have a chance in Ohio? Well, let's see. The middle part of the state where you see all these counties and you see nothing, and most of that is going to come in red. You just know that, right? So the Democrats need to run it up in the urban areas. That would be Cleveland, Columbus, Cincinnati, Akron, Toledo, Youngstown. But if you come here, this is interesting to see from this regard. If you get in 2020 here, Joe Biden right now, Mahoning County, Youngstown, blue collar, blue collar. This is where the president goes and says, you know, I'm on your side, I am your voice, trade deals. Joe Biden getting 62%. We're about halfway in the count, so we'll see if it stays this way. But 62%, you go back in time, Hillary Clinton just barely won this. So this is one of the tests, right? Can Joe Biden, one of the things he says he can do is that, unlike Hillary Clinton, he can win Trump voters. He can win blue-collar, traditional Democrats who left the party to go for Donald Trump. We'll see if that holds up here as you come to 2020. That's a big deal. Even if Joe Biden loses in Ohio, that's a big deal when we move over to Pennsylvania. It's a big deal in Wisconsin. It's a big deal in Michigan. Ohio, a more Republican state than any of those 3 that I just mentioned. So you're looking up here, challenge number 1 for the Democrats. You want to win a state as competitive as Ohio that leans a little bit Republican. You got to run it up. Cuyahoga County, Cleveland. Only about 40% of the vote in, a ways to go. 75 to 24. I'll go back and take a look. 66% for Hillary Clinton. This is a good sign. You have to see if it holds. If you're in the Biden war room, you're looking at that, and that's a good sign. An even better sign, or at least an even better add-on for Joe Biden, this is your base. This has to be your foundation. Largest county in the state. It's about 11% of the vote when you're all done. But you move out here to the suburbs. This is the battle for the American presidency. Close races are decided in the suburbs. Lake County, Joe Biden ahead. 51-48. It's
Yeah, David, as you get AP stuff, let me know. I don't have the ticker open here.
close, but if you go back in time, this was Trump country 4 years ago. Donald Trump narrowly carried the suburbs in 2016. That's why he's president of the United States. That's why he's president of the United States. It's part of the coalition Trump put together in 2016 as he won Ohio rather comfortably. If Joe Biden can hold Lake County, hold the suburbs to the west of Cleveland, that's part of the building blocks. At least get you close. Now, as you see, as we go through this, some more of the middle of the state is filling in. These are smaller counties. There's not a lot of people here, but let's pop them out. This is where the president runs it up, right? He doubles your vote, essentially. And so the challenge for Biden, if that fills in, and we'll watch turnout, we'll see if the Trump voters come out in those places, is he has to, in all of the urban centers, Franklin County, that's a good number. It's not just Columbus. Huge suburbs around it. Columbus has been Democratic a long time. The suburbs used to be more Republican, so you get a more...
It just makes me sad that this is even close. That 65 million Americans are going to end up voting for that man. It's inconceivable. Just the amount of lies on a regular basis, the demonization of refugees, putting kids in cages, separating families. This should be enough.
Competitive county. You see that, right? That's about half of the vote, 76%. You come back in time, 61% for Hillary Clinton. That's how, those are the building blocks for Joe Biden. Win in the cities. A lot of that's the Democratic base. In Columbus, it's the capital of the state. It's unions. It's African Americans. It's turnout. But then when you get out here, away from it, you have to win the suburbs, and that has been the challenge. President Trump has lost the suburbs. Let's come down here to Hamilton County. Used to be a Republican county. It's becoming more of a Clinton county. More of a Democratic county. We have no votes there yet. You saw how Hillary Clinton carried it. It's also a House district in the Cincinnati suburbs as well. One of the House districts, Democrats are trying to expand their majority. So it's
John,
Ohio.
I want to go back to Florida because it's essentially tied right now. Let's take a look at Florida right now. 81% of the estimated vote is in. There's only a 2,000 vote separation. Biden is ahead by 2,033 votes. That's incredible.
I was just going to say, some people at home who have a partisan stake in this will be throwing things at the television. But this is why this is fun. I mean, look at this. This is more.
Trump has just gone ahead by 18,000
Now,
votes.
Trump has gone ahead by 18,000 votes. This is 4.6, 4.7. We're closing in on 10 million votes. We're above 9 million votes in the state of Florida. And we have a 49.6 to a 49.4. This is why elections are fun, and this is why Florida is, of all the states in the United States, one of the, if not the, ultimate battleground state. And so, again, let's go through it and take a look. We started earlier in Miami-Dade. This, to me, so far, the biggest warning sign. And again, every election is different. So you're not performing, if you're Joe Biden, you're not performing as well here as Hillary Clinton did, as well as Barack Obama did when he carried the state. That's not necessarily fatal. It's not good. Then you got to make it up somewhere else. If you're not getting it here, you got to get it somewhere else. 54 to 46 if you round them up. Again, you go back in time. This is the largest county in the state. There are more people here voting than anywhere in the state. Hillary Clinton thought she did the job here 4 years ago. 64%, 624,000 votes. Joe Biden right now, 560,000 votes, only 54%. So that's a problem. It's a warning sign in the Biden campaign.
It's a terrible sign. The Cubans made a difference. But does Trump have Cubans in every state? No, he does not.
Not insurmountable. Could you come up here? Can you make it up? This is number 2. Broward County. Miami-Dade's number 1.
The second largest
county. This is the second largest county. You're at 66 with 562,000 votes. You go back and look at it. So you're running ahead of Hillary Clinton if you're Joe Biden in the count. In the count, turnout is up this time. Turnout is up this time. So that doesn't necessarily mean it's enough, but you're running ahead there, and then you come.
Yeah, we remember the pregnant Chads in Florida in 2000. Of course, they were made pregnant by the hanging Chads. I mean, at least they were hung. So.
Up here to Palm Beach County.
The third largest.
Get it to come up. 1, 2, and 3 are right there. 1, 2, and 3 are right there. 58 to 41. If you look at it there, 391,000 votes. Joe Biden again exceeding her total, and right now at the moment exceeding her percentage. So that's a good thing there. So those 1, 2, and 3
till the polls close.
right here along the coast, and then you come up from here. Here's where you find.
Let's go to MSNBC. They're talking about Georgia. It's too early.
A little bit more than 40% of the entire vote statewide. And Hillary Clinton won these counties by 29 points in 2016. So that's why I keep saying we really want to see what is happening here. She won these counties by 29, and she lost collectively everything else in the state by 29 points. And that added up statewide in 16 to a 5-point win for Trump. Now, why these are even more interesting is in 2018, When Stacey Abrams came within an inch of winning the governorship, she didn't win these 9 counties by 29 points. She won them by 36, and she drove up turnout. So you have 2 ingredients there: higher turnout relative to the rest of the state, bigger margin, and oh, by the way, a third ingredient: this is one of the fastest growing metro areas in the country. So for Democrats, they think they can get a bigger margin. They think they can account for a bigger share of the statewide vote there tonight, and we want to see if that's happening. And at this point, we've got a lot of the early vote in Cobb County and really not much else here, and I think especially in Fulton, it's going to take a while. So Georgia, I do think tonight we'll get a lot, but it'll take a while.
Okay, 10 seconds to go to bring us to the top of the hour. A slew of poll closings at 8 o'clock Eastern, in addition to updates on the states that have already closed. The 8 o'clock hour is now upon us, and here we go. In the state of Florida, if you've been watching our coverage, you know the state of conversation there. We are saying the race is too close to call, separated by just under 10,000. In the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, big race, big electoral vote fight tonight. Too early to call.
These
in
are
the
not
state of New Hampshire, too early,
too early to call. Right.
In my home state of New Jersey, Joe Biden, the projected winner of 14 electoral votes. In the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, Joe Biden, the projected winner tonight.
Yep.
In the state of Maryland, Joe Biden, the predicted winner tonight. In Oklahoma, Donald Trump holds on to Oklahoma. In Delaware, native son Joe Biden is the projected winner. In D.C., where you can vote without representation in Congress, Joe Biden, the projected winner of the District of Columbia. In Illinois, too early to call is our call. In Tennessee, too early to call, though a lead by Donald Trump. In Missouri, too early to call. In Alabama, too early to call. Nutmeg State of Connecticut, too early to call, though we note a lead on the part of Joe Biden. Mississippi, too early to call. Maine, too early to call. Rhode Island, too early to call, though again we note a lead at this hour on the part of Joe Biden. Ohio, of the battlegrounds, remains too early.
Show me.
Georgia remains too early for us to call. North Carolina remains too early to call.
Show me Ohio.
Here is the long and winding road to 270. The colored in states are the states we have projected, the states we have awarded. Let's check in on some Senate races. First for us this hour. In Alabama, Jones-Tuberville race, too early to call.
Right.
In Maine, a widely watched race, complicated by the state system and some third-party candidates.
Yeah, you got to win 50% in Maine. So we may not know the winner for a while.
It is for us too early to call. Here's the number the Democrats need to gain control of the Senate. Steve Kornacki, we were talking to you.
Ohio,
well, we got Ohio. Let's take a look here at Ohio. We got a lot more of the vote coming in now in Ohio. Again, this is going to be more Democratic favorable vote here, although a couple places we want to look at. Remember, Biden needs to make up not just ground from 2016, because this is a state that Hillary Clinton lost by 8. He needs to make up substantial ground. We mentioned earlier Delaware County. You know, this is just outside.
Here's the key. You see where the cities are? You want those areas not to be in yet because you want those areas to bump that lead up even more. Cincinnati's going to bump him up, but there's a whole bunch of red that'll drag Biden back down here. So you want to see a lot of red and hardly any blue in terms of you don't want to see the cities filled in yet. So right now, 54%, that's not enough for Biden to win Ohio.
Columbus, traditionally core Republican territory. We're now at a point where there's a little over 30,000 votes left to be counted here. The bulk of the votes are now counted in Delaware County, and Joe Biden continues to lead here. It's 54 to 45. It's at the point here where
right now, Ohio officially has 31% of the voters.
Even if Trump is truly cleaning.
Biden at 59%.
Up in these final votes, there's going to be significant improvement here for Joe Biden in this county from Hillary Clinton in 2016. And again, you go back a little further in time, a 23-point margin there. So 23 for the Republicans in 2012, 17 was Trump's number here in 2016. And again, Biden is sitting almost 10 points ahead with only 30,000 or so votes to come here. That is the type of area I think we've been talking about for 4 years, where you talk about a lot of college degrees, white-collar professionals, suburban, bedroom community, whatever you want to say. That's the kind of area, and you're looking at, I think, now.
Ohio's a toss-up. Ohio's been going back and forth between Trump and Biden for the last couple of months. It shouldn't. Trump won Ohio by 9 point whatever, but it's a toss-up right now.
Enough vote to say there's been some progress there for Democrats. Let's also take a look at Lucas County, where Toledo is. This is one of these, again, this is a core Democratic county in Ohio, city of Toledo, that area. The question here was, how much is the margin going to be for Biden? Again, in 2016, there was the Clinton margin. It was solid. It was 18 points. But here was the 2012 margin. It was 32 points. And this was the kind of slippage all across Ohio, all across the Midwest. Clinton got in 16. Obama won Lucas County by 32. Clinton won it, but it was almost cut in half. Now, again, you see Biden sitting here nearly 50 points ahead right now. I think we're looking at early Democratic favorable vote. Let's see how much that comes down. But this is sort of the metric. Is Biden only falling to the Obama 2012 level? That's a
Fox
level
is
that
calling
won
McConnell the winner
Obama the
in
state
the
of
Senate
Ohio.
election in
Or
Kentucky.
is Biden going to fall closer to the Clinton 2016 level, or, you know, close to 60% or so?
McConnell
That would
was
be
up by like 12
disappointing
points.
for him there. So we'll watch those as they come in. Again, you can't really see much statewide because you don't have enough Republican. You have too much Democratic area there.
That's what it is. It's math. It's math. If a certain number of votes come in and there's a certain lead, it's just a percentage game. A couple of cases maybe, and they're very careful about it now because they've called it wrong in the past. Remember the iconic picture of he beats Truman. They called it the night before, and the next morning they woke up and realized, oh, geez, Truman won.
Relative to the rest of the state, and I just want to take a look here, and you do see Trump has pulled ahead in the tally in Florida as the panhandle, we've reached 8 o'clock, begins to come in.
Call it.
Steve, before you get away from Florida there, in terms of the Democratic counties in Florida, are we now seeing them get close to their vote total?
Yeah, let's go through the biggies here.
86.
Miami-Dade, we've been monitoring. Biden sitting, again, this is, you know, Hispanic vote, Cuban-American vote. This is where the Dems are running 10 points under where Clinton got in 2016. Let's go north to Brow. Oh, boy, yeah.
99.
Here we go. We're almost all in. That's good for the Democrats, but keep in mind, this was a 36-point margin for Hillary Clinton. You're seeing 33 here for Joe Biden. Let's go one north to Palm Beach. Biden actually running here for now. A little bit over Clinton, but you got more vote here same day. Expect that to be a little more favorable to Trump. Let's take a look in Orlando. You're getting close there to all the vote, or close to all the vote. There's Biden sitting only a point above the Clinton number. Let's go over to the Gulf Coast and see Hillsborough. Yeah, I mean, you know, there's a little bit of vote to come here. Let's see if we get the exact number. About 30,000 votes to come here. Room for Biden to fall down to that Clinton level is kind of what it looks like. Pinellas, Biden sitting at 49.6. How many votes are we looking at left there? About 50 grand in Pinellas. But that Biden number, again, remember, it was 53.5 when we first saw what looked like the early vote there. And I'm just going to look at Leon County here. Let's see if that comes down. And they say Duval, right, in Jacksonville. And there's Biden. He is a little bit ahead of Clinton there. This might be an improvement here. This might actually be a county that flips narrowly to Trump, to Biden. But Biden, you might look at this map as a Democrat and wish you were seeing a little bit more of that tonight.
I hear you. Nicole, you were talking about Florida and expectations on the Democratic side.
Yeah, the Biden campaign has been very clear-eyed about Florida. I don't think Biden's been in the state since Thursday. They sent President Obama there over the weekend. It was not a state that Joe Biden barnstormed through in the final weekend. He hasn't stepped foot there since Thursday night. It is Donald Trump's hometown. He, with Trumpian flourish, left New York behind, became a resident of the state of Florida, and it is a state that has been increasingly difficult for Democrats to win in statewide. So I think the Biden, I mean, you can feel the hopes and the dreams of our viewers falling down, and you can hear liquor cabinets opening all across this great land. But that Florida wasn't a state that the Biden campaign was counting on. Florida was not a state essential to a Biden win. With the Biden campaign, and it's not flashy, and it's not dramatic, and it's not the stuff of Aaron Sorkin scripts, but the Biden campaign
David, let me know
has been
what
talking about
AP
the same
calls
three
Florida.
states that our own Steve Kornacki has been talking about day after day after day. They've been talking about Wisconsin, where they are ahead. They've been talking about Michigan, where they are ahead. They've been talking about Pennsylvania, where they are ahead. And I've said this over and over again since Sunday night. The Trump campaign has Joe Biden ahead in those three states,
just
too.
remind people that in 2018, remember, people were all dejected and depressed after the Florida gubernatorial race, and then a blue wave happened. Florida is not representative. It's such a unique state that it isn't bellwether in any way. I'm not even 100% sure it's that much of a purple state. It's just becoming a red state. And Miami-Dade is definitely not a bellwether county. There isn't a place like Miami-Dade County anywhere in America. It is very influenced by the politics of Cuban American.
She heard our conversation earlier.
Immigrants. And
she heard Joanna's liquor cabinet, apparently.
This anti-communist hardcore message that Trump did.
I'm just curious about this Game of Thrones going on over here. That's the intro right there. See, this is going to be built up, and it's going to be like that's where the gates are, and then up here is the Red Keep. This is amazing. And then we're going to go over to Innisfall. I forgot all the names. What? Give me a name from Game of Thrones.
You know, they didn't spend a ton of money in Florida, but where they spent on
the fingers. Well, she has fingers.
Cuban radio, hammering
Northern Hall.
Biden as being some sort of communist. And, you know,
West
obviously
Haven.
that made a difference in my
Winterfell.
We're talking about big states and blue expectations and liquor cabinets. Steve Kornacki has the Texas map up there, which I find very interesting. Steve, why you got that there?
And Rachel, a couple things to point out before we dive in. Not all the polls closed in Texas. Most of the state closes 8 Eastern. There's still some open here. And this doesn't look like a lot of vote, but we have over 1 million votes cast here because we're getting the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. And what we're getting here, remember, we saw all those stats for the last month about historic, shocking early vote totals in Texas, especially in places like the Dallas-Fort Worth metro area. I want to show you 2 counties here where we're getting what looks to be the early vote. Dallas County here, Biden, again, this is the lion's share of the vote we're going to get. 800,000 of the basically million votes or so that are going to come out of here.
Hillary.
We just got the report on. Biden's leading these by 33 points. This is a county that Clinton won by 26 in 2016.
I think Texas has a chance of swinging more than I thought Florida had a chance of coming over to Biden. Specifically because Miami-Dade and the Cuban influence.
This is a county 4 years earlier. Look at this trend. 15 for Obama, 26 for Clinton, and now let's see what happens with the same-day vote if it comes down, but Biden running north of that Clinton number. It's even more dramatic if you go up here to Denton County, where almost all the vote is now counted. Check this out. Trump, this is Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. Trump 53, Biden 45-6. Only about 5,000 votes left to come. Look what happened here in 2016. Donald Trump won this county by 21 points in 2016. Look at the longer-term trend. Mitt Romney won this county by 32 points in 2012. When Democrats said they think coming into tonight they have a shot to take Texas, they are talking about the area we are living in right now, living in on this show at least. The Dallas-Fort Worth area, they're talking about the Houston area, they're talking about the Austin area, the San Antonio area, they're talking about metro areas where those kinds of shifts, 2012, 2016, even to the 2018 Senate race when Beto O'Rourke came within 3 points of winning statewide. There have been massive shifts to Democrats, and the Democrats say those shifts have gotten bigger since Donald Trump became president. And looking at Denton County right there, you know, that's a very interesting sign. Denton County, I'm just looking, in the Senate race, where Beto O'Rourke lost 3 points statewide a couple years ago, the margin here was 8. It's sitting at 7.3 right now. So Democrats right now with 5,000 are a little south of that. We're Harris County. Here we go. Houston. We got the early vote in Houston. Joe, in the Houston area,
that's
Joe
not
Biden,
enough.
56.
Biden's got to get like
43.
75% in Harris County to make this work.
1.4 million votes. There's only a couple 100,000 left now. You see the Biden advantage right here again. This is the early vote. The early vote in Texas is going to be the lion's share of all votes. What did this look like in 2016? Hillary Clinton won it by 12 points. What did Harris County look like in 2018? This was a 4-point margin. Oh, that's the Houston metro area. I apologize for that. But this, and then if you go back to 2012,
oh, here we go.
You can see the trend.
We have a projection, and that is a Trump victory as expected in the state of Tennessee with its 11 electoral votes. That is our NBC News projection when all the votes are counted. Steve, back to you, back to the state of Texas.
Yeah, so I mean, again, what we're seeing here in Texas, and this is going to start to light up, this is a lot like Florida in that we're going to get the early vote here. I think the early vote in a lot of these counties is going to be 80-85% of all the vote that comes in. We're not going to get all the state this hour because there is some mountain time zone here, but the question is going to become, and I think the answer to this might be a little less clear in Texas than it was in Florida. The question is going to become, how much does this erode as the same day comes in Texas? So again, we're talking about Harris County here, Houston. You know, it's a little bit more than a 13-point advantage for Biden in the early vote. That's a little bit north of where Hillary Clinton landed in 2016. Now we're getting Williamson County. I want to take a look at this. We just got almost all of Williamson County. Wow. Here you go. This is the suburbs of Austin.
Wow.
And there you go. Hillary Clinton got 42% here in 2016 with only a scattering of votes left. Biden is good. Looks like he's going to win this county, and that's about huge. A 10-point improvement. This is exactly between Denton, what I showed you a minute ago, Williamson. I don't know yet
Trump
about
got
Harris.
52% of that last time.
And I think Dallas, too. This is what Democrats are talking about. They got very close here in 2018 in that Senate race because of counties like this. So anywhere they need a little improvement there, anywhere they're getting improvement puts them closer. Of course, the question is going to be in Texas not just how the rest of these metro areas fill in. Just there are a lot of rural, small counties here that add up for Republicans. And there's going to be a question there, you know, is Trump driving up the turnout there? Is Trump driving up even more support there? So we're going to monitor this in two phases. The Democrats hit levels they haven't hit before in these metro areas. Then.
So here's the key thing about Texas. Last time Hillary lost by 4 points. Gary Johnson, 3.5 points. Jill Stein, almost 1 point. You take those third parties out of the equation, and it's a much closer race. We'll see what happens tonight.
Do they withstand the sort of rural onslaught from the Trump vote in this state? But early, just off the bat here in Texas, a lot of those, certainly in Williamson, that's a number Democrats.
Williamson, Gary Johnson got 5% of the votes last time.
Wanted to see.
Let's get some professional advice.
That's the third-party candidate, the Libertarian.
On looking at those Texas numbers, I'd like.
And most of those votes were basically protest votes because they didn't like either of the candidates. Those candidates or those voters apparently now in the suburbs are swinging towards Biden, which is good news.
If we could, to bring into the conversation Michael Steele, former RNC chairman, and David
Why
Plouffe,
are we
former
listening to Michael
Obama
Steele
campaign
right
manager. Looking
Show
at
me
those Texas
Oh,
numbers,
great.
obviously Texas has been a blue
our other option
dream
is Tucker
for
Carlson.
Democrats. Emphasis.
Let's just hear what Tucker has to say.
Something really went wrong in the way we predicted a number of these races. And let me just restate something really quick. Florida is the future of the country, not simply because it's multi-ethnic, which obviously it is, but because that's where people are moving.
Yeah.
Florida and Texas are two of the states that have had the biggest inflow from other states, Americans moving from state to state. They're moving to Florida in huge numbers. And so it does tell you something about where.
Yeah, it tells you people are retiring.
Where we're going. And I think if you're.
He's a hoax. That's enough, Tucker, for the entire evening. Let's go back. And here's a Texas
campaign, how they systematically emphasized the play in Texas. The rest of the political world kind of shaking their head going, why? But the Biden campaign knew something and paid attention to something from 2018, and that was the transformation of the vote. The other thing to understand here, Rachel, is that this is, in one sense, not a new phenomenon, in that the Democrats have been, and I've been saying this now for 20 years in my various roles inside the Republican Party watching Texas, Democrats have done a very good job building base vote there, getting voters used to voting for Democrats. And that's now played itself out in 2018. And I think it's going to play itself out in a very interesting way. To David's point, close, but it's still a very interesting set.
Yeah, C-SPAN does election night as well. We can check that out if you want to.
Set up for what will come in the future. I don't think, and I would be very surprised if Biden pulls off a win in Texas, and that would be a hoopla. But the reality of it is he's shown a pathway for Democrats to turn Texas from red to a very good purple. And I think you're seeing the beginnings of that tonight.
All right, we are watching those Texas results as they come in. Gentlemen, thank you. We will be coming back to you. I'll tell you that we've been getting new numbers in from Texas as we have been talking. We're going to take a very quick break, come back with those new Texas numbers. We're also going to be going live to Harris County. Again, we are still watching the final votes come in the all-important state of Florida as well. We've got eyes on Georgia, on North Carolina.
Go.
Feel like you're being watched? Hackers can see what you send over Wi-Fi or steal what's on your device. Hackers can see what you send over Wi-Fi or steal what's on your device.
Now we're watching me.
Hackers can see what you...
I do not know what is happening.
C-SPAN to learn who the voters select to lead the country as president and which parties will control Congress. Our live coverage starts tonight at 9 Eastern and continues through Washington Journal.
That's 6. Oh, wait, they haven't started yet. That's why. Let's go find somebody who's not a commercial. There we go. Let's talk about Ohio on CNN. Thank you, Marcy. Go. Go, CNN. CNN's frozen.
3.5% for Trump in Ohio. In Pennsylvania, only 3% of the estimated vote is in, but Biden has a 143,000 vote lead over Trump, 82.2% to 16.9% in Pennsylvania. In Michigan right now, very, very early, less than 1% of the vote is in. Biden is ahead by some 10,000 votes, 58.9% to 39.7% in Michigan right now. Let's go back to John King at the Magic Wall. He's a busy guy tonight. Got a lot going on. You got to look at all these battlegrounds.
Now, all that Biden has to do is take one state out of the clump, and he wins. That's it. Trump has to win everything.
States and give us a sense.
4 million there. North Carolina starting to come in. It's shaded blue right now. Again, one of those states Donald Trump has to win to recreate his path from 2016. He doesn't have to win them all, but North Carolina's a big.
Look at all the cities. All the cities are reported. See? And we don't know what percentage yet, but and we can find out, but it's just too early.
One. You see 56 if you round up to 43 right now. About half of the vote says 55%. So what are you looking at here? Number one, you start here. Charlotte, Mecklenburg County. This is the biggest area of the state. And look at that number. Look at that number. About 84% of the estimated vote in. Again, on a night like this, sometimes that swings a little bit because we have mail-in, in-person early, and then Election Day votes. But you go back in time and look. Everywhere we're looking here, right? Is Joe Biden overperforming Hillary Clinton in the cities and the suburbs around them? That's what's happening right here in Charlotte and the suburbs right now, the biggest part of the state. 63% for Secretary Clinton 4 years ago, 69% if you round that up for Joe Biden. So that's a big building block to keeping North Carolina more competitive. Remember, Obama for 2008, record African-American turnout, back to Mitt Romney in 2012, to President Trump in 2016. You start in Mecklenburg, and then you come up here to Wake County. This is Raleigh, again, one of the fastest growing areas of the state. It's changing. It's diverse. There are new voters here. They tend to be college educated. Younger voters as well. There's a lot of diversity. Not Donald Trump's vote. The new vote here is not Donald Trump's vote. 65, 66%. If you round it up to 33%, again, this is the second largest county in the state. It's about 10% of the state's voting population. 58% for Secretary Clinton. 66% for Joe Biden. So overperforming here, you just move over. This is the research triangle. Again, college-educated voters, suburbs turned away from President Trump during his presidency. 82% right now in Durham County here. Look at that. That's a big number. 82%. You go back in time,
go back
79%. So you think that's only a little bit on the margins in a close state. That's what matters. Because, again, this is another one of these states, and we see this all across America. We're watching it play out in Florida. We're going to watch it play out in Georgia. We'll see it in central Ohio. The president runs it up in the small towns, 67% here. He had a rally here just the other day. This will be interesting to
Georgia's not looking good right now. Gets 56% for Trump, 17%
watch.
of the
There are
expected
Trump super
vote in.
counties, if you will, around the country. The president went to certain places to do his rallies because he knew he was losing in the early voting, and they were all designed to turn people out. So you want to watch this here. 67% Trump-Clinton, right? Catawba County, let's come back here to go see where we are. It's about the same, right? Is that enough? 45,000 votes now and some change. 48,000 4 years ago. That could be a key test. We'll watch this play out. That's 75%. Let's watch. The president had a deliberate travel plan. He went to certain places where they knew their voters are, where they thought. Right? Is that enough? 45,000 votes now and some change. 48,000 4.
Look at the difference there, 33 and 29. That 33 for Biden adds up with the cities and the suburbs, and he wins. There's no Gary Johnson in the way right now.
Years ago, that could be a key test. We'll watch this play out. That's 75%. Let's watch. The president had a deliberate travel plan. He went to certain places where they knew their voters are, where they thought they could at least match 2016, hopefully exceed 2016. So let's watch this when we get closer to the final.
Thank you,
He was
David.
there for just a rally the other night. You pull it back out. Again, if you're the Democrats, you got to run it up in the cities. Asheville, suburbs around it, 63% now. 55%, 56% if you round up 4 years ago. Those are the building blocks. Go to the places where your candidate did well 4 years ago, but grow and build, especially in places.
According to David Mickelson, AP has called Trump for Alabama, Mississippi, Oklahoma, Tennessee, and Biden has won Connecticut, Delaware, Illinois, Maryland, Massachusetts, New Jersey, and the island of Rhodes.
This is where the population is changing like it is in North Carolina. Let's pull back out again and just take a look. Just want to wander through all this. You come down to the coast here in Wilmington. Not as big. It's the 9 of 100 counties in terms of the population, but you're down along the coast here. This is where you find Republicans in the suburbs, right? 52% to 47% is where we have it right now. Donald Trump carried this county with 50%. Again, it's 3 or 4 point swing. You think that's not a huge deal. It is when you're 55,000 votes for the president 4 years ago. 52,000 votes now in a very close state. 2,000 or 3,000 votes could matter. The Democrat getting 58 plus for Joe Biden there compared to 50. So 8,000 votes. 8,000 votes can make a difference in a close state when you're racking them up. Now turnout is up everywhere. So everything you're not making a direct comparison. We have to be careful about that. Let's come in here to Fayetteville. Both campaigns spent a lot of time here. The president had a rally here as well. Senator Harris was here. 60% for Joe Biden.
That's
38%
up
for the president. Let's go back in time. 57%.
The differences that we're seeing here, this is all Gary Johnson going to Biden. All of it. In fact, even more right there, what we just saw in Fayetteville. That Gary Johnson last time, hold on, Fayetteville, Gary was at 2.6%. It's flipped 4% for Biden. So 2% on his own or 1.5% on his own. The 2 and 2 point whatever. There, it's right there on your screen. 2.7. So this is what I'm saying. This is very, very good.
And again, Joe Biden overperforming. Let's actually pull that out and see if we can see how significant the overperforming is as we come into the thing. Let's see where he's overperforming here. Oh, sorry, I'm in the wrong map. Thank you. Let me come back out here. Back out, and we hit where is he overperforming, right? And so he's overperforming. If you see these counties where he's overperforming, where the two biggest places for a Democrat, for anybody, but for a Democrat in North Carolina, they are Mecklenburg County and they are Wake County. And you see here, he's overperforming Hillary Clinton by 5 percentage points here.
I want this
the biggest,
job where you
most
only have to
populous
work
county
every
in the
4
state.
years.
That's the building block of the small
there's also
campaign.
midterms.
Then you come over here to Wake County, second largest county in the state. Again, changing population. You know what happened in the suburbs during the 4 years of Donald Trump. This is where you go. You turn out your African-American base. You try to get young people on those college campuses. Here in the Research Triangle.
Melissa with one S, Melissa with one S thinks that Trump with no M will win. Yeah.
A lot of new voters with college degrees, professionals in the suburbs. That's what you try to do. And you see Joe Biden, and you come out here. This is significant as well. These are counties President Trump is going to win. But Joe Biden is overperforming Hillary Clinton by 5 percentage points or more. What's that mean? Shrinking the president's margins in these smaller places where the president tends to run it up. You shrink the president's margins there. You expand your margin in a place like this. Let's check in on Winston-Salem as well. I don't want it to feel forgotten. Important to the Democrats here. Again, 59%, just shy of 100,000 votes for Joe Biden.
Yeah, you want to be overperforming. He's getting all the Gary Johnson votes. And last time in North Carolina, without Gary Johnson in the picture, if Hillary gets all of those libertarian votes, she wins.
That's 5,000 votes. 5,000 votes matters in a close state when you're coming through. So you come back to 2020 here. We're not done in North Carolina. I'm not saying by any means we're done. We're going to keep counting votes, but let's turn this off and look at the entire state. 54 to 48. That's a nice lead for the former vice president right there. 60% in. You know, in a lot of these places here, the president's going to get his votes. But if you're the Democrats and you're looking at the early North Carolina map, you are encouraged, especially when you compare in the suburbs and in the cities. Did you turn out?
Jump ahead. I'm tired of North Carolina.
Non-white voters coming out for him in places like Georgia and places like
is there
Ohio,
a connect?
in
Here we
places
go.
like North.
Let's go back to. Oh, great. Now we're going right back to North Carolina. Let's see what's on Fox.
The state legislature there, for example.
There's nobody voting third party this year. It's too damn important, which works well for Joe. Okay, it looks like we're stuck with MSNBC and we're stuck with nothing because nothing is working right now. Let's go back to the CNN because it wouldn't scroll for me.
Changing, at least in the exit polls that we're...
So you're overperforming. What they're showing you there is Biden is overperforming by 5% Hillary Clinton in those counties. So here, I'll pull it up for you. I can't pull that up. Here, I can do this. Let's go back on the we'll take a look at it, what he was talking about. Yeah, right here.
Let's see where he's overperforming here.
Next one.
Oh, sorry, I'm in the wrong map. Thank you. Let me come back out here. Back out, and we hit where is he overperforming, right? And so he's overperforming. If you see these counties where he's overperforming, where the two biggest places for a Democrat, for anybody, but for a Democrat in North Carolina, they are Mecklenburg County and they are Wake County. And you see here, he's overperforming Hillary Clinton by 5 percentage points here, the biggest, most populous county in the state. That's the building block of a smart campaign.
So in other words, Joe Biden is getting 54% there. Hillary might have been getting 49% there. She wasn't. He's getting 5% more than the votes she actually got. So she might have been at, I can tell you actually, where is he? Right now, he was down in Mecklenburg. So last time, that makes no sense whatsoever. Go back. That's because we're looking at North Carolina.
Where he's overperforming, where the two biggest places for a Democrat, for anybody, but for a Democrat in North Carolina, they are Mecklenburg County and they are Wake County. And you see here, he's overperforming Hillary.
Yeah, here's it. So right now in Mecklenburg, Joe Biden is up at 68%. In Mecklenburg, Hillary had 62% last time. Now, the key thing here is watch as he zooms back out again.
Clinton by 5 percentage points here, the biggest, most populous county in the state. That's the building block of a smart campaign.
Look at all of these states. This is where Biden is now getting 5% at least higher than Hillary Clinton. Look at the red states over on the East Coast as well. Right above Charlotte. That's the suburbs. It's a little far to be the suburbs, but he's doing well in North Carolina.
Then you come over here to Wake County, second largest county in the state. Again, changing population. You know what happened in the suburbs during the 4 years of Donald Trump. This is where you go. You turn out your African-American base. You try to get young people on those college campuses. Here in the Research Triangle, a lot of new voters with college degrees.
Let's go live and see what we're talking about.
CNN projects that President Trump will...
West Virginia, yeah. Let's go back because there's probably another projection right before this.
We're not able to turn out their voters. They have to turn them out elsewhere on the map.
Of course, we're all still waiting for those big 3 Midwestern states, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan. Wolf?
All right, thanks very much. We have another projection right now. CNN
Did I say it 3 times, guys? Sorry.
Projects that President Trump will win the state of West Virginia with its 5 electoral votes. Trump wins West Virginia, 5 electoral votes. Too early to call in the state of Arkansas, which has 6 electoral votes. Too early to call there. Let's take a look at the race for 270. Let's take a look at where it stands right now. Trump right now has 42 electoral college votes. Biden has 30. Once again, 270 needed to win the presidency. Let's get a key race alert right now. Here are some of the latest numbers. North Carolina right now. Take a look at this.
That's not an alert.
62% of the estimated vote in North Carolina is in. That's a lot. Trump is losing to Biden right now by some 329,000 votes. Biden is ahead 53.9% to 44.9%.
Here's why that's important. Let's go to North Carolina. Let's go to the big map here. Let me pull it up. Here's the big map. Here's North Carolina right now. Trump wins 272. We take away North Carolina. We put it in the blue column. Biden wins. Just one of these states, anything but Iowa, Biden wins. Let's put it back into the Trump column for now. And we'll come back to it in a while. But that's what I'm saying. All he has to do is take one of these states. If he takes North Carolina, we're done.
In North Carolina, in the key battleground state of Ohio, 44% of the estimated vote is in. Biden is ahead there by an impressive 284,000 votes, 54.5% to Trump's 44.3%, 18 electoral votes in Ohio. In the key battleground state of Pennsylvania, only 6% of the estimated vote is in, but Biden is ahead by about almost 79,000 votes, 58.7% to 40.7%, 20 electoral votes in Pennsylvania. In Texas right now, almost half of the vote is in, 45%. Biden is ahead in Texas right now by 250,000 votes, 51.7%.
Yeah, I think Iowa goes to Trump, but it's only got 6 electoral college votes, so Iowa's not that big of a deal. Sorry, Chris Wilson.
For Biden in Texas, Trump has 46.9%.
Yeah, it is stressful, but again, Trump just has to lose one state, one of his key states, and it's all over.
Had a huge number of electoral votes at stake in Texas, 38 electoral votes in Texas. In New Hampshire right now, 10% of the vote is now in. Biden is ahead there by about 7,500 votes, 53.7% for Biden, 45.3% for Trump. 4 electoral votes in New Hampshire right now. Too early to call in several of these states. We're monitoring right now, once again, Florida, Michigan, Georgia, and Virginia. We cannot make any projections in those states right now. Too early to call right now. But let's take a look at the vote in those states right now. In Florida right now, 90% of the vote is in Florida. Trump is ahead by about 226,000 votes, 50.5%, to Biden's 48.4% in Florida. In Michigan right now, only 4% of the vote is in. Trump has
won Florida. I'm calling it. Actually, I don't even want to ring that bell. There's nowhere that Biden can make up any ground. He's at 85 to 90% in all of his counties.
Ahead by 39,000 votes, 57.5% to 40.6%. In Georgia, the numbers are increasing. 22% of the estimated vote is in. Trump is ahead by an impressive 154,000 votes right now, 56.2% to 42.8%. In Virginia right now, 30% of the vote is in. Trump is ahead, also impressive, 260,000 vote lead in Virginia over Biden, 58.3% to 39.6%. Let's go back to John King at the Magic Wall. I'm really curious to see what we're seeing in the Commonwealth of Virginia.
It's interesting that we have a lot of places on the map that at this moment in time, and remember this was going to be that night because of the combination, mail-in voting, early in-person voting, election day voting, different states handling those ballots in different ways. The map looks a little different than we expected. Now, we'll see where it ends up. That's what makes tonight exciting. Makes it exciting. But you're looking at a map right now that has Kansas in blue, Virginia in red. Where I started my career, Rhode Island in red. I don't expect it to end that way. Michigan's in red at the moment, but again, we're waiting for votes to be counted. We're very preliminary in some of these states. And on the flip side, I just circled some states that you'd be surprised by. You look right down here, Texas is blue, Mississippi is blue, South Carolina is blue, which tells you what? A, we're having an unusual night because of the pandemic election and the different ways people are voting and the different ways states are counting. So everybody needs to be patient. Number 2, it's just without a doubt, though, even as I say that, and even as we have a long way to go, we are seeing a very different map. We are seeing in a place like Ohio, where Hillary Clinton was not competitive 4 years ago, we don't know how it's going to end tonight. We know Joe Biden is more competitive in this race and across the industrial Midwest with blue-collar Americans who voted for Trump. We know Joe Biden is more competitive, and we know that because just look at that. That's a 10-point lead in Ohio, only 40% of the vote. There's a long way to go. Ohio is a traditionally Republican state. It's the more Republican if you're going through Ohio, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. This is more Republican than those states, so we'll see how it ends up. But the fact that Joe Biden is competitive and the fact that he is doing what a Democrat needs to do, at least so far, we're not at the finish line, but so far the building blocks of a Democratic win in a state as fiercely competitive, Republican-leaning even, is Ohio. Is you've got to run it up in the cities. This is the biggest one of all, Cleveland, Cuyahoga County, 75% of the vote right there. You go back 4 years ago, again, 66%, overperforming Hillary Clinton. Lake County in 2016 went for Donald Trump. This is the suburbs.
Yeah, in Virginia, only 9.4% of the vote is in Fairfax County. That'll be run up for Biden. That's the suburbs of D.C., basically.
To the northeast of Cleveland right now.
Oh, Dr. Howard's calling it for Biden. That's it, everybody. What else is going on? Anybody got snow yet?
Right now, 61% of the vote in those suburbs going for Joe Biden. Remember what happened in 2018. In 2016, Donald Trump narrowly wins the suburbs. He's president. 2018, the suburbs revolt. Nancy Pelosi is speaker. Test tonight. Does that last? Does that accelerate? Does it stay the same? Lake County right now, we'll see. We're not at the finish line. Tells us that the suburban revolt and rejection of President Trump continues. Is it enough in Ohio?
We have 250,000 Americans dead. I don't know why we're having this election.
We don't know yet, but Lorain County again, to the west of Cleveland, Joe Biden at 57% when you round up. You go back in time, almost 10 points, running almost 10 points ahead of Hillary Clinton. Again, look at the vote totals. Turnout's up everywhere, so this makes the math a little different.
Go look at MSNBC.
66,000, just short of 67,000 there. Joe Biden
That's
running behind that right now, but we still have 60% of the vote. We're going to watch as it plays out. Again, you come back out to battleground Ohio. Why are we spending so much time on it? Joe Biden flips this state blue, Donald Trump has no path to re-election. If Joe Biden flips this state blue, Donald Trump has no path to re-election. That's why we're going to spend some time on this. And we're watching it right now, about halfway through, though. About halfway through means things can change, so let's keep an eye on it. Let's come back out. You see Pennsylvania is blue. I just want to stop here very quickly to see we don't have anything yet. So it's blue at the moment with early votes. We'll stay with this one. We're told, Pennsylvania could be tomorrow, could be a couple days after that. We'll watch as it fills in. Joe Biden has a lead early on. That looks blue on the map. You're happy if you're a Democrat, but that's not, we're not there yet. So you come down here. I said if Joe Biden wins Ohio, Donald Trump's path to re-election is blocked. If Joe Biden wins North Carolina, Donald Trump's path to re-election is almost blocked. You can come up with some other scenarios, but it's really hard. And so you're looking at this one right now, 66, 2/3 of the vote in Wolf, 53 to 46 when you round up, 275,000 vote lead. That gets hard to overcome at some point.
66% of the vote in North Carolina is in, and Biden has a 275,000 vote lead. I want to check in with David Chalian.
North Carolina could be it. That could call the election for us.
Right now, so we have a sense, David, how much of this vote is early vote, how much of it is today vote?
We do have that sense. As John was just showing you, what you see here now is a Joe Biden lead. He's got 2 million votes to Donald Trump's 1.7 million. This is 66% of the estimated vote that is in North Carolina right now. But Wolf, I want to show you what percentage of that is early vote. 97% of the current vote that you're looking at in North Carolina is early vote. That's benefiting Joe Biden. In fact, in the big Democratic counties, in Charlotte, in Wake County, and in Raleigh area, it's almost all early vote, those big Democratic counties. And we expect the share of the early vote to go down to 75% of the total vote at the end of the night. That could benefit Donald Trump as more Election Day vote comes in. So it's just the note of caution that right now, the vast majority of the vote that's in North Carolina is early vote, and that is benefiting Joe Biden at the moment. So there's still more Election Day vote to be counted.
What about Ohio? Do we know Ohio?
Well, in Ohio, I think what we see here is that Joe Biden's also benefiting from early vote there, but there's more early vote to come in there. So, take a look here. We have 49% of the total estimated vote in.
That's fine.
29% of it right now is early vote. We think that's going to climb, okay? Yeah. 53% is our estimate of the Ohio vote that will be early vote. So it's an opportunity, actually. Joe Biden has the lead now for him to actually grow his lead in Ohio, perhaps, Wolf.
That's very interesting, and John, as you and I well know, no Republican has ever, and you've pointed this out, has ever won the White House without carrying Ohio.
Right. It was so critical. Obama took it back from George W. Bush. Remember the 2004 election? People forget how close 2004 was. 2004 came down to one state, Ohio. That was the first election after 9/11. It was a very close state. But let's come up now to 2020. We can do history another day because we have history unfolding before us right now. And in 2020 right now, this is a very important point that David just made. And this is why we've said throughout the night, we need you to be patient at home. This is all real. These are real votes. However, the context is we're waiting, right? So a lot of this is early vote. We know Democrats voted disproportionately in some states more than others. North Carolina is one of the states where we know Democrats disproportionately voted early. Democrats returned their ballots early in the mail-in voting. So now we watch to see the election day vote. And again, that's why the president was traveling the country in the last week in places like North Carolina, trying to get his people to show up today because he knew coming into today he was behind. This tells us that was in fact correct. And so you're looking here in Mecklenburg County, which is the largest county in the state, and you bring it up. The challenge is,
61% of the vote is in Texas. Biden is holding on to a 51 to 47. 51 to 47 with more than half the votes in Texas. And we still don't have San Antonio. We still don't, well, we do have some in San Antonio. We have San Antonio. Bexar County is actually, no, they call it Behar County. So Behar County's in. He's at 59%. Last time in Behar County, he's outperforming Hillary Clinton by 7% in Behar County. Let's take a look at right above Behar County. It is not in yet. Nothing from El Paso. So Biden is looking very good in Texas right now, better than he's looking.
I think this is about 84% of the vote. Joe Biden will win Mecklenburg County. Hillary Clinton won Mecklenburg County. It's Charlotte and the suburbs around it. The question is, can Donald Trump close that gap? Close that gap. It's all about margins when you're in a close race, right? In the places you see on this map that are blue right now, Joe Biden's leads are enormous.
Right now, John Cornyn is losing in Texas, 48 to 49. Oh no, I'm lying. He's winning. He's losing 48 to 49. He's winning by a point.
Enormous. That's Charlotte. This is Winston-Salem. Again, 59 to 40, right? So almost a 20-point lead there. Let's just go back and take a look. 59 to 40. You come back here, 53 to 43. So a 10-point race, 10 points and change here. 4 years ago, Donald Trump carries the state. With the early vote, Joe Biden has a much bigger advantage. Now we have to count the rest. We have to finish. We have to finish. We might be 2/3, 3/4 even way around the track. We're not finished. And we have to wait for those votes to come in before we can tally. Joe Biden is doing what he needs to do, impressively, actually, when you look at these places, but we're not at the finish line yet. So you come up here to Durham County. Again, 83% in. Let's see when that Election Day vote comes in. Does President Trump narrow this gap? That's ouch, right? 82 to 17. If you look at it that way, you go back in time. It was ouch 4 years ago, 80 to 18, right? But again, in a race on the margins, can he get it just a little bit closer? A little bit closer. Even in a place you're not going to win, you got to get it a little bit closer. And then let's pull back out again. Number two, this was it. The Democrats spent a lot of time here. Wake County, second largest county in the state, one of the places that is growing again. You start in the city,
He's way
you
up
move
there.
out to the suburbs, 65, 33, 58, 38, if you round up for the president. Again, this is why it matters, but again, we have to see if it sticks.
He's
right?
looking
We have to see
very,
if it
very
sticks.
good
The
in North
Democrats got
Carolina
around
right
the
now.
track with the early voting. Now we'll wait for the rest of the Election Day vote to come in. And one of the things you counter with, you see the open spots, the gray spots, right? These are the smaller, more rural counties. Let's just go back in time. We don't have anything there. This is where Hillary Clinton actually won Chatham County. So that's an opportunity there for the Democrats if it comes in. We have nothing there so far in a place. Let's come back to 2020 here again. You come over here. You start getting between Asheville and Winston-Salem, right? This is an interesting area. The president tends to run it up in places like this. We don't have anything yet. You come back in time. This was a 68% county 4 years ago. So this is what you want to watch. When the rest of it comes in, these are smaller counties, so it's hard to overcome a big lead. 250,000 votes. When you're at 67%, you're starting to get into the danger zone. But there's room. There's room on this map for the president to certainly narrow it. I want to check one more down here in Fayetteville and bring this out. Cumberland County, again, president did a rally here just the other night, 60 to 38, 56 to 40.
56.
Got to get up a little bit more. Again, you say, oh, that's not that much. It can matter in a very close race to narrow those margins. So let's wait to see if the president can get his vote total up, narrow the margins a little bit as we go through it. And again, you're spending extra time on these states because Joe Biden does not need this. Joe Biden can win the presidency without North Carolina. If Joe Biden wins North Carolina, the president's math gets near impossible. And let's pull back out because another place, if president lost this, it would be near impossible, but they're feeling pretty good. We're not ready yet. Florida's hard. We wait. We count every last vote. They're feeling pretty good at Trump headquarters about that one. Let me just check up here on Georgia. Still very early here to see where Georgia goes again. You want to build a lead. You always want to build a lead, but we're nowhere near done here.
I
Yes.
want to show two maps. The map where we see some of these blue states right now, that could easily change. But show us the Electoral College map, where things stand right now.
Guys, Georgia means absolutely nothing. DeKalb County, Atlanta, has 0.2% in. 0.2%. There's no votes in from Atlanta yet, so don't hold your breath on that one.
As far as the projections we've already done.
Right, okay, so just looking at this map, before I walk over to this map here, Texas, Kansas, Missouri, blue.
Right.
That would be something. If in a few hours, when we're a few more espressos in, that would be something. But again, please bear with us and bear with these election officials because they're all doing their job. Whether they're Democrats or Republicans, large counties, small counties, these are amazing people. And so they're counting. They have mail-in votes. They have in-person early voting. They have Election Day turnout. Turnout is up everywhere. So these volunteers, they're always stressed. And guess what? This year, with more people voting, which is a good thing, Democrats, Republicans, Independents,
Okay, this is
if the work is
ridiculous.
hard. So some of this votes, I'm sure that's early vote. Democrats tended to vote early. We'll watch what happens. Maybe we'll have some surprises. Fine, that's good too. But what you're seeing right here is preliminary. I just want to come over here right now to just look at this map because the idea is to get to 270. And again, we're waiting on Florida to finish. We're waiting for more Election Day votes in North Carolina. This is what we know. What we know so far, on the way to 270, Donald Trump has 42, Joe Biden has 30, which tells us what? We have a long way to go. Nothing on this map so far. There are surprises over here, right? We don't know if they're going to hold. As I said, some of these states are reporting early, so you have red states that are blue states. This is not a surprise so far. This map is filling in as we expected. The challenge for Joe Biden is to flip, right? This is the president's map 4 years ago. Joe Biden would love to flip this, and this. If he flips 2 of those 3 and holds the Clinton states, he's the next president of the United States, and he's competitive. Joe Biden is in a whole lot of other places, including Arizona, maybe in Texas. We're going to watch. So I just come back over here. And again, this map looks, if you're a Democrat, you're celebrating this map because you're leading in Texas, you're leading in Kansas, you're leading in Missouri, you're leading in Ohio. Those words have not been spoken in a very long time on a presidential election night. And just be patient at home, though. They're unlikely to. It's unlikely to stand. Just pull out Missouri, for example. It's one of the more conservative states in the country. Joe Biden's ahead right now, but that's early voting. You come down to Texas. This one's more real. This one is more real. We're up to about 60% of the estimated vote. We have a ways to go. We know Texas is going to be more competitive this year. Can Joe Biden win it? Stay with us. We'll get through this. But so as you look at this map fill in, you have Joe Biden ahead by 216,000 votes in a giant state like Texas. And so you're looking at the map. Again, I just want to go back in time. Most of this is going to fill in red. Most of them are small counties, but it just adds up after a while. So the challenge for the Democrats is where you see the dots, where you see major urban areas, Democrats have to run it up. In the cities, the suburbs around them, a lot of growing suburbs in Texas. You look at Dallas, again, Democrats flipped a House seat here 2 years ago. They hope to build. They think they can even pick up more House seats here, down in the Austin area as well. 66% for Joe Biden right now. You go back in time, 61% for Secretary Clinton. That's where people live. That's what you want to do. Expand what the last Democrat did and grow. So that's so far a building block there. Let's come back to 2020. Move down. Largest county in the state is right here. It's the size of Rhode Island. It would be the 25th largest state if it were a state by itself. Harris County, Houston, and the sprawling suburbs. More than 16% of the vote comes right here, right? There's been a lot of voting here. We know turnout was off the charts here. 789,000 votes for 56% in Harris County, Texas. You go back in time, 707,000 votes, 54%. So turnout is up. Joe Biden's percentage is up. Again, you're nowhere near the finish line in Texas, but those are the building blocks to be competitive and to maybe win. Democrats think there's a House seat down here. They could flip as well. So then you come down here, you come to the other major urban areas, San Antonio. The Latino vote matters here. You're in the city. Then you go to the suburbs, 59% for Joe Biden. This time, you go back in time, 54%, 55% if you round it up for Secretary Clinton. For me, the vote totals matter because turnout is up, 319,000 then. Come up to now, Joe Biden already approaching 400,000 votes. Turnout is up everywhere, which is a great thing. No matter who wins tonight, turnout is up, which is a great thing, and we hope that continues. You come down here, this is where Beto O'Rourke and others in Texas told the Democrats, you want to win the state? Yes, you have to be competitive in Dallas and Houston. Please come down here, try to turn out votes here. Let's see Joe Biden here. This is the 19th largest county, Webb County, 59%. Go back in time. 74%. So let's see, this could be a place where you're looking at the end of the night. Is this a place where Joe Biden underperforms Hillary Clinton? We'll watch that as we go through it. In Texas, again, a lot of votes to count. Wolf, or look in Austin as well. Williamson County above it, and Travis County here. Joe Biden running it up where a Democrat needs to, but a long way to go to count in Texas. And remember, it's not just about the presidency. There's a Senate race there. There are a couple of House races there. Democrats think they have a chance to take back the House, the Texas State House. We'll see. A lot of business to do still.
We certainly will. We're standing by for the second largest wave of poll closings just minutes from now at 9 Eastern, when the last polls in 14 states: Arizona, Colorado, Kansas, Louisiana, Michigan, Minnesota, Nebraska, New Mexico, New York, North Dakota, South Dakota, Texas, Wisconsin, and Wyoming all closed. 156 electoral votes are at stake in this coming hour. Remember, 270 are needed to win the presidency. We're watching key races in multiple battlegrounds in the next hour: Arizona, Colorado, Minnesota, and Texas, along with two of the most coveted prizes tonight, Michigan and Wisconsin, battlegrounds that may hold the keys to the White House. Those states sealed President Trump's victory in 2016, and Joe Biden is hoping to win them back for the Democrats. Let's get a key race alert. All right, 5 states where Biden is leading right now. Let's start in North Carolina. 70% of the estimated vote is in. Biden has a nearly 220,000 vote lead right now over Trump, 52.1% to 46.8%. And once again, 70% of the estimated vote in North Carolina is in. In Ohio, half of the vote is now in. Biden has an impressive 341,000 vote lead over Trump, 54.9% to 43.9%. 18 electoral votes in Ohio. In Pennsylvania, only 10% of the vote is in, but Biden has a 210,000 vote lead, 213,000 vote lead over Trump, 65% to 34.3%, 20 electoral votes in Pennsylvania. Texas, a huge prize, 38 electoral votes, 62% of the estimated vote is in. Biden has a lead of 189,000 over Trump, 50.6% to 48%. In New Hampshire, 13% of the estimated vote is now in. Biden has a 7,600 vote lead over Trump, 53% to 46%. Trump is leading in these 4 states. Let's show you these states. He's leading right now in Florida. 91% of the estimated vote in Florida is in. Trump has an impressive 260,000 vote lead over Biden in Florida, 50.7% to 48.3%. In Michigan right now, only 9% of the estimated vote is in. Trump has a 107,000 vote lead over Biden, 59.7% to 38.2%. In Georgia, a quarter of the vote is now in. Trump is ahead by almost 177,000 votes right now, 55.9% to 43.1%. More than a third of the vote is in Virginia right now, and Trump has a 285,000 vote lead over Biden, 57.7% to 40.2% in the Commonwealth of Virginia. All right, let's focus in a little bit on North Carolina and Ohio right now, John, because if Biden wins those 2 states, potentially, that could be the ballgame.
Those would be the ball game. Those are 2 states absolutely critical. The president got 306 electoral votes 4 years ago. You take away Ohio, you take away North Carolina. Joe Biden holds the Clinton states. He's the next president of the United States without even taking back all the blue wall. So let's focus on them. Ohio, let's just focus on this just for a second and look at this right now. Ohio is blue, right? That's a big deal. North Carolina is blue. There are some other anomalies on the math. And again, I know I'm a broken record. Just want to keep everybody at home, especially for those tuning in later in the night. Mail-in voting, early in-person voting, Election Day voting, the combination of those things, the count's going to come in different ways tonight, and things are going to be different. And things are going to be different, and the map's going to bounce around a little bit. And this is real. These are votes. We're counting them. They're important. It could change. It's not where we are in the middle. It's where we get in the end. And for out here, we haven't even begun yet. So let's just get to Ohio, because we're in the middle here, 50% of the estimated vote count right there. And however this ends, this is already a statement tonight about how Joe Biden is performing differently than Hillary Clinton, outperforming Hillary Clinton in the industrial Midwest. Look at this, 54.5 to 44.3. It's almost a flip of 4 years ago. The president carried the state 52 to 44. That was a handy win, an easy win, almost an easy win for Donald Trump 4 years ago. And so now you come forward here. We're not done. We have a way to go here. We have a way to go here. But I just want to look at this in Cleveland. You bring this out. That's what you want to do as a building block. That's one way to look at it. You go through the building blocks of a state. Let's look at it another way, right? One of the challenges is, why Joe Biden, not Hillary Clinton, right? We've said consistently, Joe Biden is not Hillary Clinton. Wow. That's not meant as a criticism of anybody. It's meant as a performance metric. Look at this. This is Joe Biden outperforming Clinton by 5 percentage points or more. Look at all of these counties. Wow. And yes, in the blue counties where Democrats need votes, that's important. You're getting more of your people. You're outperforming in the places, Democratic bases, in the cities and in the suburbs. That's critical.
It's only half the news, but that's fantastic, half the news.
Critical. But you know what's just as critical? Look at all the red. In all these small places where Donald Trump runs it up, that's why he's president, runs it up in Pennsylvania, ran it up in Wisconsin, ran it up in Michigan, ran it up in Florida, ran it up in North Carolina. That's why he's president.
It's very impressive where Biden is overperforming. Where's Trump overperforming?
So you come out, that's where you want to come out, right? So take that off. Is the president overperforming himself? Look at this in Ohio, one county. Wow. One county, right? So you come up and you say, well, okay, what about overperforming? Let's turn that off. Where is he underperforming? A lot of places. So Joe Biden is overperforming in Democratic areas and in Trump counties. The president is underperforming by 5 points or more. Importantly, number one, these smaller counties, that's where he tends to run it up. He gets 70%, he gets 65%, he gets 82%. It's a couple hundred votes here, a couple thousand votes here. That's how you win a state. He won this one convincingly. But remember, Donald Trump, I am your voice, right? Trade deals, trade. Sanders voters, come to me. They live here.
Attack Goodyear, boycott Goodyear. Remember? Remember that, Trump? Hey, I brought you all these car factories. Don't buy Goodyear. That Donald Trump. Yeah, we remember.
They live here, right? 61 to 37 right now. You come back 4 years ago, 49 to 47. This is the story of Ohio right now. Will it get there to the finish line? We don't know. But Joe Biden is overperforming Hillary Clinton. Donald Trump is underperforming himself, if you will, which is why this state is competitive right now. We just turn this off and come back to where we are about halfway through.
Is Biden underperforming any place in Ohio?
Well, let's bring it out and we'll take a look. You ask a question, I'll try to get you an answer. Is Biden underperforming anywhere? The answer to that is no.
Nope.
At the moment, the answer to that is no. And again,
swallowing
that was
all of the
Remember
Gary
back,
Johnson
Joe
vote.
Biden said this
All of
today
it.
when he was talking to reporters. At the beginning of the primaries, everybody said, you're not the guy, you're not the fit, you're not what we want.
Marcy, are you giving this the Electoral College count, 85 to 72?
We're not in touch with the movement of the Democratic Party, the progressive wing of the Democratic Party. Joe Biden's message was, I can win these guys. Joe Biden's message was, I can do better than Hillary Clinton here and here and here. Toledo, Akron, Youngstown. If a Democrat is doing better than Donald Trump in those places, Democrats are expected to win them. The question is the margins.
Yeah.
That's how you win.
And Biden is ahead by 300,000 votes right now in Ohio.
Marcy.
Let's do the same thing in North Carolina right now.
Let's come over. North Carolina blue at the moment. We're not at the finish line. Democrats would see this and celebrate. Republicans would see this and get nervous. We're not done yet. We're still in the middle chapters here, but we're up to about 70% of the estimated vote. Those numbers will swing a little bit too with the combination of the voting. Early votes came in first. We're waiting to see. We knew a lot of this early. Joe Biden's early lead was because of the early vote, right? The question is, the president was rallying there all week long. The vice president went there as well. Can you turn out today, on Election Day, the Trump army to overcome the early voting? Well, 51, rounded up, it's 52 to 47. Just to go back for comparison, again, 50 to 47. 3-point race for the president 4 years ago. Right now,
That's
Joe
the
Biden.
Gary Johnson
and so Joe
factor.
Biden, you want to do the performance metrics, let's look at it. Where is the president overperforming Hillary Clinton? Well, a lot of places, and a lot of places that matter.
The vice president.
Again,
That's Biden.
Biden overperforming Hillary Clinton by a lot of places, including the places you need votes the most. Most populous county in the state, Mecklenburg. Biden outperforming Clinton by 5% or more. 68.4, 63. This was a good county. This was a good county for Hillary Clinton 4 years ago. She did that's a very good job, right? You're looking at that, but Joe Biden is doing it even more so. You know, in this case, some of that's Joe Biden.
South
Some of that,
Carolina.
when we flip it and look at the president, some of that's Donald Trump because of the suburbs around, without a doubt. So you come up here to Wake County,
Graham
number
is
2 county in the
leading
state.
right now with 18%
This is about
of the
math
voting.
in the end, right? Number 1 county, run up the vote. Number 2 county by population, run up the vote. That's what Joe Biden's doing, 65
Bunch
to
of
33,
places just closed.
58 to
Let's go
37.
live.
1,000 votes, 51.4% to 47.5% in North Carolina. Let's go to Ohio right now. More than half of the vote is now in. Biden is ahead there. An impressive 281,000 vote lead over Trump, 53.6% to 45.1% in Ohio. In Pennsylvania, only 14% of the vote is in, but Biden has what looks like a comfortable lead right now, 353,000 vote lead over Trump, 66.8% to 32.4% in Pennsylvania. In Texas right now, look at this, 65% of the estimated vote is in. Biden
that's
still
not too
maintains a lead. It's close in Texas. He has a lead of about 84,000 votes, 49.8% to 48.7% in Texas. In New Hampshire, 13% of the estimated vote is in. Biden has a 8,600 vote lead over Trump, 53.2% to 45.7%. Trump on
Texas could end up being a tie. It's that close right now in terms of what counties haven't come in yet.
the other hand, is leading in these 4 states. In Florida, 92% of the estimated vote is in. Trump has a pretty comfortable 271,000 vote lead over Biden. In Florida, 50.8% to 48.2%. In Michigan, only 15% of the vote is in. Trump is ahead. It's early there. 183,000 vote lead over Biden. It's early in Michigan, 59.3% to 38.4%. Almost a third of the vote is in Georgia. Trump has a relatively comfortable lead, 248,000 vote lead over Biden, 57.2% to 41.8%. In Virginia, more than a third of the vote is in. Trump has a nearly 300,000 vote lead in Virginia over Biden, 57.7% to 40.2%. Let's go back to John King. He's looking at the magic wall for us. It's a lot of stuff going on. You see a lot of red, but you see a lot of blue as well.
It's an interesting map right now, so I'm going to go through some of the
So far, the results in the Senate have been disappointing for the Democrats.
big ones that we're going to watch as we play out right now, and we'll start in Ohio. But then I just want to explain some of these other states that look a little different right now, and we'll see. We could have a different election night. We'll see. This is the big one for me, Ohio, and the more of this is starting to fill in, right? So I just want to show you 2016. You see all this red in here. That's what you're looking for. Those are the small counties where the president runs it up, but as they fill in, Joe Biden is holding on to that lead. But we still have a way to go, about 53% here. But again, this is impressive, and it's somewhat, the Democrats thought this was in play. Joe Biden went there on Monday. Some Democrats were worried, should that time be spent somewhere else? But he went here. He went to Cleveland to turn out the vote right now. And again, we still have some more votes to come from Cuyahoga County. So if you're a Democrat, that's impressive. The question is, when the later votes come in, do you keep that margin? How much can you grow it? Can you maintain it? Because it's absolutely critical. By far, this is your #1 vote center in the state of Ohio. You want to run up the vote. Again, I keep watching the suburbs here are up to 61% of the vote. It's close. It's close. It's a moral victory, but it's also a little bit of the math, right? The Democrats want to expand in the suburbs. As you can pick up 1,000 votes anywhere in a place as tight as Ohio, you try to do it. So let's move out of Ohio. One place that's been red for a long time, people from home probably asking what's going on in the Commonwealth of Virginia. It has become more of a blue state, but look, the president has a healthy lead right now, 57%. That's not insignificant at all. However, I just want to make the point, this is where the votes are in Virginia. You come up here, Fairfax County, by
Only
far
15%.
the largest county in the state, only about 15% of the vote in so far. So we're waiting on that. You come over here to Alexandria, also waiting for votes. So Virginia red at the moment, Wolf. A lot of places where Democratic votes are that we haven't received them yet. We'll keep an eye on it, though. It's an interesting night.
Yeah, Northern Virginia, very, very critical in the state of Virginia. We have 2 more projections right now. CNN now projects that Joe Biden will win the state of New Jersey, will win its 14 electoral votes. Biden beats Trump in New Jersey. We have a projection in Arkansas. President Trump beats Biden in Arkansas. He will win Arkansas.
Is this Ohio here? What are we looking at? Let's get some Karnak up in here.
Biden still way up here. Again, let's see how that changes with the same-day vote. But again, you're looking for places on this map. We could even go through a bunch of very small counties here where Donald Trump, I'm looking through these for the first time along with you at home, and I'm comparing Donald Trump's showing right
Biden
now
up by 3.
with Donald Trump's showing in 2016.
And again, he's swallowing Johnson's vote. Johnson got 3% there.
A lot of the counties that I'm going through in Ohio, this is sort of the Appalachian region in Ohio, these are places where he really surged in 2016 in terms of his level of support. And I'm just seeing, is he hitting that level? And it's a little bit lower there, but again, that could change with the same day, a little bit lower. I'm just seeing if there is a trend right there. So look, Trump in these are very small counties here, holding his own relative to 16. I'm not immediately seeing big slippage there. Here's another big county though, Cincinnati.
Up by 16.
And again, about half the vote here in Cincinnati. Biden by 40. What was the Clinton margin? It was 10. So as this comes down, does it come down and level off in the 20s somewhere? That would be substantial improvement again in a state where that Hillary Clinton lost by 8 points. Let's keep an eye on Cincinnati. Let's go right outside Cincinnati. Butler County, less than 100,000 votes to come. Trump had won this by 28 in 2016. He's leading it by 7.5 points. He's leading it by 8.5 points right now. Again, let's see where that lands here. 28. Can Biden shave 8 to 10 points off that right there? So you are seeing, at least right now, and this is, we have to caveat this by saying we want to see as this vote comes in, is there a late trend to Trump here? But we are seeing in a lot of these places a substantial Biden improvement from 2016. I think it's clear he's going to do better in this state than Hillary Clinton did in 2016. The question right now is these votes come in, and again, let's just refresh here and look at statewide. Will he do 8 points better statewide, enough to carry it?
Well, I was going to say, this is what the Biden campaign will tell you, is they added a trip to Ohio.
Oh, yeah.
They they made a last-minute change to their schedule to go campaign there. And what they would say, I think, is that to be doing well with these voters have a lot in common with the kinds of suburban voters that they were targeting with their closing messages about the soul of the country, their speeches that they billed as big speeches. This is the kind of state where I think they would look to expand their appeal to the same kinds of voters they're counting on in states like Wisconsin and Michigan and Pennsylvania. So this is a state that I think they were cautiously optimistic of, and a state.
Watch what happens. Let's go back to the big map here. So he loses Pennsylvania, and now he's lost the election. If he loses Ohio, suddenly we turn Ohio blue, and he's at 271. Now, that one vote can come out of Nebraska because of their wacky split. But if he holds everything Clinton does and takes Ohio, and of course he's got to take the Rust Belt as well. He's got to make up room there, and that those should be safe in Biden's grasp right now. But Michigan could go either way. It all depends on who shows up to vote in the cities. But Michigan should be a Biden victory. But that's how big Ohio is with its 18 votes. So Ohio, Pennsylvania with 18 and 20, those are huge states. Those are what you'd call like third level states. Right behind you've got your California, New York, and Texas. Or sorry, California, Texas, and then you've got your New York, Florida, and then you've got your third level, your Ohio, Pennsylvania, and then everybody else just kind of fills in. Let's go back to the people who talk.
That seemed to move in their direction in something they saw in their internal polls, so much so that they added a stop to the state, I think near Cleveland.
If he wins Ohio, it doesn't matter if he loses Pennsylvania.
Joe Biden himself. So this is the state that I think our friend Tim Alberta from Politico is reporting on the kinds of voters that would make up these gaps that Steve is talking about in the last 30, 40 minutes, would be of great interest, and there would be sort of a through line between the issues that would have turned them toward Biden in these closing days.
Well, you know, it's funny that this is the reason that a lot, particularly of older black voters, wanted Biden to be the nominee. He is the kind of candidate who could do the best with white working class voters that a Democrat could possibly do, which is not that great, but better, obviously, than Hillary Clinton. And, you know, Obama was able to win there. So, I mean, he's got a white working class sensibility, but he's also appealing to what we're calling the wine moms. And it is interesting that if the story...
We're calling them the wine moms?
They're called the wine moms.
I missed this.
Have you missed this? These are the moms who, these are college-educated white women who voted in huge numbers in 2018.
Whatever.
Who flipped
Nobody calls
the
them the wine
House
moms.
back
But
to
that's
the
what they are.
Democrats. And who are
Let's
still
go back to
mad.
CNN. They're not talking. They're showing. Yeah, both the Dakotas will go for Trump.
This was the fight of 2016. Ohio was comfortable, but Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, it's the same people.
That's a good year.
The same people who swung it. So let's pull back out and take a look at it. Let's come back to 2020 and look. Where else are you looking? You look down here. Hamilton County is Cincinnati. Again, Joe Biden running it up 69, about halfway there again. So when you're halfway, you're looking at it and you're placing a marker. You say that's where you want to be. That's actually outside where you want to be. Let's go back and look. 52% then.
Yeah.
Almost 70%, 69% now. That's a wow. If that stays there, that's a wow. But you're only halfway there. So you're thinking there's early vote here. The question is what happens to the election day turnout. This used to be a Republican area. This is, again, a changing community because of the suburbs. And as Joe Biden tries to win Ohio tonight, and that would be a statement right there, game over, there's also a House seat right down in that same area. So you're watching the Democratic vote. You're watching how things play out as well. You come up here to Franklin County. Again, this is the capital. Democratic area right in Columbus. Labor unions, African-American vote. This is Democrat will run it up here. But it's when you get out here and you get out into the suburbs, if you're running 75%, you come back in time 60%. That's a huge difference. I mean, that's quite, some of this math is difficult, some of it's not. Look at that. You're at 60% then, 351,000 votes. You're at 74% now. We're only about halfway. So watch the vote total. If that percentage stays there as we go up, but again, we have election day votes to come in. So don't get ahead of yourself. But if you're looking at the building blocks and you're Joe Biden, you're looking at that and you're happy. But you also know 57% is not 90%. You want to get up there before you start feeling more comfortable about it. But that's huge. It's huge as we watch. And again, whether that changes or not, the fact that it is so competitive, the fact that Ohio is so competitive tells you Joe Biden's going to be stronger in Pennsylvania. He's going to be stronger in Michigan. He's likely to be stronger across the Midwest because there's so many places that are.
Yeah, Michigan, nothing's in Michigan yet. I mean, we're talking about like 2.5% in the Detroit area. It's nothing.
A lot alike in those states. There are some differences, but the similarities tell you if Joe Biden's doing that well here, especially in the eastern part of Ohio, that carries over into western Pennsylvania. If it does, it makes Biden a stronger candidate in a part of Pennsylvania. We don't have enough votes here yet, but Joe Biden needs to do well out here. He's got to win Allegheny County. The early votes there have president ahead. But if you go back to 2016, you see all this red out here, right? Let's just pick Westmoreland County here. Joe Biden does not need to win Westmoreland County, but you see the 64 right there. When this comes in, we don't have anything right now. If Joe Biden can make it 55-45, if he can make it 60-40, it's better. It's better. This is where we'll watch the debate come out. But the fact that Joe Biden is performing so well right now in these parts of Ohio bodes well for this part of Pennsylvania. But again, we'll count them as they come in. And just you pull out again, North Carolina is still blue. That Ohio and North Carolina, the later in the night we get, if Ohio and North Carolina stay blue, that is a warning shot straight into the Trump campaign headquarters. The president's at the White House tonight, up to 78% right now. It's come down some. It's 126,000 now. It was 160 earlier. It's starting to come down a little bit. That's the election day vote coming out. but you're up to 78%. You see it's 50-48. That's closer too. That's closer too. This is why we wait. This is why we count. The early vote had Biden ahead. It's closer, but we're still watching. I just want to see where we are. 82% Wake County. We have more vote to come. Again, does it get closer? 65-33, 58-38. You see the difference there? The question is, as we get the rest of it, can the president narrow this gap? He's not going to win Wake County. That's not the point. The point is, can he get closer? And those would be Republican votes out here in the suburbs. Same when you get up to Durham County. That's nuts, 82-17. Again, Secretary Clinton won this big too, 80-18. President needs to narrow that gap. That is the repudiation in the suburbs there. And you come back in. I just want to check down here in Mecklenburg County, number one. That's the largest. By number one, I mean most populous county. This is where the most votes are, Charlotte and the suburbs. 68% to 31% when you round it up. You come back again. Again, Joe Biden overperforming here. We have a ways to go in North Carolina. That's 2016. We come to 2020. We've got a little ways to go, Wolf, but it's getting interesting.
Very interesting indeed. We have two more projections right now. I take a look at this. CNN now projects that Joe Biden will win the state of Connecticut. He beats Trump in Connecticut. He wins Connecticut 7 electoral votes. Trump, on the other hand, wins South Dakota. He beats Biden in South Dakota, 3 electoral votes in South Dakota. Trump is the winner there. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map where it stands right now. Biden has 80 electoral college votes. Trump has 51. You need 270 to be elected president of the United States. Let's go back to John King. John, I'm really anxious to take a look at Georgia right now, see where things stand in Georgia. Update our viewers.
So we're looking at Georgia 2020 right here. A healthy lead for the president right now, 322,000 votes, 58-40. A little more than a third of the estimated vote in. Democrats thought this was a state where they could be competitive. There are 2 Senate races at play here. One could be settled tonight, one likely to go to a runoff. We'll see how those play out as well. But that's what makes
CNN's just really conservative on calling the states. That's just what they do.
This state even more important. You have a presidential race. The balance of power in the Senate could also hinge on those 2 races in Georgia. So where are we right now? If you look at that, 36% in, that's a pretty comfortable lead for the president.
See what she's talking about.
In lots of counties, they are not even going to try to produce enough of a count to produce a result tonight. They are not going to aim at having a result tonight. And so expectations of that should be adjusted accordingly.
And just to pull the curtain back on sort of the Trump strategy there, the Trump strategy is to make a political gain for himself out of that, to try to make something of the fact that he could be in a stronger position tonight than he is once all that happens, that every vote is counted.
I want to go back quickly to Steve on North Carolina, which we have been watching closely. Statewide, we're close to 80% in now, Steve.
We're close to 80% in, and again, North Carolina, a lot like Florida, where you get all that early vote, you get all that mail-in vote. Most of the counties in the state we've got early mail vote from. So just to give you a sense of what's left to come here, about 1.2 million votes to come. I drew attention to this earlier. You're starting to get the same-day vote. That sort of meter there of the same-day votes getting bigger. And the other thing that's happening as that meter gets bigger, oh boy, let me call that back up. As that same-day vote meter gets bigger, this number right here, which represents Joe Biden's lead statewide, that is starting to fall. And again, we say because Biden doing so well with the early vote, so well with the mail vote, Trump doing so well with the same-day vote, I can tell you we are at 78% in right now. We're at 74% in, and what's come in since then is same day. At 74% in, the Biden advantage statewide was about 170,000. It's come down to 115,000 with same-day vote coming in. So this is resembling Florida a bit in that the gravity in a lot of these counties is shifting here. You've gotten the best vote out for Joe Biden just in terms of the margin he's going to get or the percentage he's going to get, and now you're going to get Trump's best shot at these counties. Now, that doesn't mean Trump's winning every county here in the same-day vote, but it means probably in a place like Wake County here, Mecklenburg County, Biden may not be getting those margins he got with the same-day vote. So 115,000 now. Let's watch that number. 112,000. Let's watch that number, and let's see what happens.
Should be enough.
Steve, I got one you may be interested in. Here is a flip for the Democrats. Colorado.
Good.
Joe Biden. Not a flip, forgive me. This is presidential, Colorado. 9 electoral votes. Take back what I said about a flip. Steve, back to you at the board as we look at the first blue state west of the Mississippi for the Democrats on the road to 270. And again, electoral votes awarded by our projections thus far, 89-51.
Texas is now tied. 66%
yes.
of the votes
Let's
in
take
Texas
a look here.
tied.
We're starting to fill in.
And it's still
big
could go either
picture
way.
view. We're zoomed in on all these states, looking at counties. Let's take a look at the road to 270 here. These are the states that have been filled in so far. No surprises yet so far. We said at the start of the night that, look, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania
Texas is tied.
were Joe Biden's most direct route to get to 270. If he wins all three of those and Trump isn't flipping any blue states, that's going to put Biden over 270. We also said those are the states that are going to take the longest. We were just in Pennsylvania, and you see what a confusing mishmash Pennsylvania is. So we talked about Florida at the start of the night, Georgia at the start of the night, North Carolina at the start of the night, Ohio, and Texas at the start of the night.
It's just
These
so close.
are states, these are
But Florida should
opportunities,
go
we
for
said,
Trump.
for Democrats to really put Trump on the ropes by putting a win on the board. You've seen the direction Florida is taking for Democrats right now. I think
David,
it's fair
let
to
us
say
know when
they are
AP,
not encouraged by what's going
calls,
on in Florida right now. North Carolina, you see Biden doing well in the early vote, but now there's some erosion there. Let's see if it erodes all the way and Trump is able to get the state. That lead as the same-day vote comes in North Carolina continues to dwindle for Joe Biden. You know, in Georgia, again, looking at, we want to see the Atlanta metro area there. Democrats are going to have to do, this is a lot like we were talking about in Texas. It's not enough for Democrats in Georgia to do better than Hillary Clinton did in 2016. I think Biden's doing that, or will likely do that. He has to do better than Stacey Abrams did in 2018. So the burden is really going to be on him from what we're seeing in Georgia right now, which is Trump country, rural parts of Georgia, really holding its own there. So that puts really a burden on Biden to do even better than Stacey.
Very, very little has come in from Atlanta, from the Atlanta area. There's Gwinnett, there's Cobb County there. Let's see. Gwinnett is 14%. DeKalb is 0.2% still. No results from Atlanta.
Stacey Abrams did in places like the Atlanta metro area. Otherwise, they won't get Georgia. And then Texas, again, you're seeing Democrats, they're certainly outperforming Hillary Clinton in those metro areas. But are they outperforming Beto O'Rourke? I'm seeing it in a couple counties, but it's not a consistent pattern. I'm seeing them fall short by a couple points. And then again, down by the border there, substantial slippage. Not always talking about huge counties there population-wise, but I think you're looking at some substantial Democratic slippage there. In a state, you know, again, every vote, they are scrapping for every vote to try to get over the hump there. So those four states, Democrats to varying degrees, fair to say they have their challenges at this hour. And that leaves, I'm trying to go into Ohio to look at the result. I started accidentally playing with the road to 270 board. Let's just take a look at Ohio then, because this...
Right now in Colorado, the incumbent Cory Gardner, Republican, is getting hammered with 30% of the vote in. John Hickenlooper is at 60%. But, of course, that all depends on where those votes are coming from.
Becomes crucial here. Biden's lead in terms of did Democrats get one of those first five.
Breaking news from David Mickelson. Fox News can now project Democrats will retain control of the House and expand their majority by at least 5 seats. No surprise, but good news.
Biden's lead now sitting...
Hickenlooper now being called, according to At Random. So Hickenlooper, that's +1 for the Democrats in the Senate.
Close to 150,000, a little bit under 150,000 statewide, with about 60% of the vote in. Now, in some of these counties in Ohio right now, you're looking primarily at early vote. Some of them you're looking more at same-day vote. It's not a totally consistent pattern. So I can tell you what we're trying to do right now in Ohio is figure out what is the trend for the early, and really what is the trend for the same-day vote, the vote that was cast today in Ohio. What's the trend? Is it Trump by X, Biden by X? What is that? And how much of the vote that's left to come in this state is same day? That will go a long way. And you see this is dropping down to 136 here. That'll go a long way to telling us where this is going to land in Ohio right now. But you see Biden up 136,000 right now, with about 60% in Ohio. But that right now might be the Democrats' best shot at one of those first five.
AP just called New York for Biden. No surprise.
Here here we go again. A matching Dakota has been projected for Donald Trump. Again, as expected, North Dakota to go along with South Dakota. Sharp-eyed viewers saw that we had quietly added that bit of red in the northern plains. That's our projection with its 3 electoral votes. That's how the map fills in. Rachel, back over to you.
Sorry, I stepped on you there for a second, Brian. I was going to say that since we have the NBC News projection of a Democratic win in the presidential race in Colorado, that raises the question about a potential Democratic flip there, as you alluded to, Brian, with that Senate seat. So we're going to take a quick break now, but when we come back, we're going to talk about that Colorado Senate seat.
We're just
going to talk
keep
about
piling
that hard-fought North Carolina
Can we
Senate
find
seat
somewhere
where
that
Tom
doesn't have a
Tillis is
commercial?
trying to fend
Hold on.
off a challenge
Let's go
from
to
Democrat
NBC.
Cal Cunningham. We're going to take a look at the balance of the Senate overall as we continue to watch.
Oh, here's BBC. Here's the BBC coverage of the U.S. elections.
Safe. What have you heard about that? And is this more of the domestic interference? I guess it just doesn't always take the form of something on Facebook, right?
Exactly. I think that's a really important point. And actually, that's a way of targeting voters who don't use social media with disinformation. There were reports across the US of people receiving calls that said, stay home, stay safe, don't go out and vote, you can vote tomorrow, all of which are unhelpful and untrue. And a lot of officials are very concerned about the impact that could have.
We just got some news. You see the crawl there? There's a burst water pipe in Atlanta that's delaying the count of the votes in DeKalb. That's why we've only got 0.2% of the vote coming in from DeKalb County. There you have it.
It's currently unclear where that's come from, and actually there are reports of similar calls in other countries in the build-up to this. So it's really unclear who's doing this.
Nope, you can't do it.
It could be foreign actors, it could be domestic. And
how about this one? So let's go see who's not on commercials. Let's go back to CNN.
15 electoral votes at stake. In Ohio right now, 59% of the estimated vote is in. Biden is ahead there by about 132,000 votes. 51.1% to 47.6%. 18 electoral votes at stake in Ohio right now. Let's take a look at Pennsylvania. Only 11% of the estimated vote is in. Biden has a lead of about 200,000. Right now, 62.
All of the counties except one in Ohio have reported in at least some results so far, so that's good.
0.2% to 36.7% in Pennsylvania. 20 electoral votes at stake. 70% of the vote in Texas is in. Look at how close it is. Biden is ahead, but he's ahead by only 5,200 votes. 49.3% to 49.3%. Look at how close it is in Texas.
David's got an update. Republican Marjorie Taylor Greene, who expressed racist views and support for QAnon's conspiracy theories in a series of online videos, has won a U.S. House seat representing Georgia.
Right now, huge prize, 38 electoral votes in Texas. Let's take a look at some more states. Right now in Pennsylvania, 11% of the vote is in. Biden is ahead once again by 200,000 votes in Pennsylvania. And Colorado, Biden is ahead. 32% of the vote is in Colorado. 235,000 vote lead in Colorado. In New Hampshire, right now, only 17% of the vote is in. Biden is ahead by some 15,000 votes, 54.4% to 44.3% in New Hampshire. We have 5 more races we want to update you on right now. Let's start off in Florida. Right now, 93% of the vote is in. Trump has a pretty comfortable lead of more than 327,000 votes, 51% to Biden's 48% in Florida, 29 electoral votes at stake in Florida. Take a look at that. Let's move on to Michigan right now. 18% of the estimated vote is in. Trump is ahead by about 200.
Biden is back out in front in Texas by 0.6.
113,000 votes, 59.2% to 38.5%. In Michigan, still relatively early in Michigan. In Virginia, 41% of the vote is in. Trump has a lead, a very impressive lead of 332,000 votes right now in the state of Virginia, 57.7% to 40.4% in Virginia, 13 electoral votes at stake. In Georgia, more than a third of the vote is in, 39%. Trump is ahead.
Expulsion.
By more than 300,000 votes in Georgia right now, 56.9% to Biden's 42%. In Wisconsin, only 3% of the vote is in. Very, very early in the state of Wisconsin. Trump is up by about 11,000 votes, 54.3% to 44.1%. Let's take a look at the balance of power, what's going on in the U.S. Congress. Dana Bash is looking very closely at the U.S. Senate.
That's right, Wolf. We have
Virginia results aren't in yet, so we can't call Virginia until we see what's happening in the suburbs of Washington.
8 projections to make in U.S. Senate races, starting with the Commonwealth of Kentucky, and that is the Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell. CNN can project that he will go on for another term. Same with Arkansas's Tom Cotton, keeps that seat going on for another term there. And in South Dakota, CNN can project that Mike Rounds will go back to Washington for a second term. Tennessee, this is an open seat. Lamar Alexander is retiring. CNN can project that Bill Hagerty will win a first term there. In West Virginia, Shelley Moore Capito is going on for another term, according to CNN projections. And in Delaware, CNN is projecting that Chris Coons is going to go back to Washington. Representing that state, it was Joe Biden's old seat. New Hampshire, CNN is projecting Jeanne Shaheen is keeping her seat as well. And same goes for New Jersey. Cory Booker is going back to Washington representing New Jersey. Now let's look at some of the really important races we are watching right now. Colorado, right now, the Democratic challenger, John Hickenlooper, is ahead by a little more than 200,000 votes, 60.3%. The incumbent Republican Cory Gardner is at 38%, about 30% of the estimated vote in there. North Carolina, the Democratic challenger Cal Cunningham is ahead by just a little bit more than 57,000 votes at 48.5%. The incumbent Republican Tom Tillis at 47.3%. And in South Carolina, this is one that people across the country have been watching. Right now, the incumbent Republican Lindsey Graham is ahead pretty significantly. Now, let's look at what this all means in the big picture right now. Democrats are leading in 3 Republican seats. Democrats must pick up 4 Republican seats to flip the balance of power. And what is the balance of power right now? 39 Democrats, 36 Republicans, 25 seats remain to be called. Wolf?
This is
all right, thanks very much, Dana. We'll get back to you. Let's have another projection right now. CNN projects that Joe Biden will win the state of Colorado, will win its 9 electoral votes.
It's all because of the goddamn protesters.
Trump in Colorado. Trump.
And MSNBC's calling Hickenlooper. We knew that would happen.
Next 3 that they're looking for to get that magic 4 number are Arizona, North Carolina, and Maine. North Carolina it looks like something we might be able to call later tonight. Who knows? Yep. Maine is going to be tricky, even though it's an East Coast state. There are 4 candidates running. They are using ranked choice voting, which means when you go in to vote, you vote for your first choice and your second choice. And there's a candidate up there, Lisa Savage, who is running against Susan Collins, and Sarah Gideon, who is the leading Democrat running against Susan Collins. They've kind of teamed up. Lisa Savage is the preferred number 2 choice for people who are voting for the Democrat. And when you combine Lisa Savage's number in the last poll with Sarah Gideon's number in the last poll, you get to 51% of the vote. So it might take us a while to get the second choice sorted out on those ballots in Maine if no one crosses the 50% mark at the first count of these votes. And once we get through that, we, of course, will be keeping an eye on other East Coast Senate races. The 2 in Georgia are big. South Carolina is still something we're going to be watching. But the John Hickenlooper win was the necessary first one that all the Democrats expected to pick up.
Before I go to Claire McCaskill on this same question, I do believe we've got a call that Brian has.
No net change. This was expected. Donald Trump hangs on to the state of South Carolina. 9 electoral votes. Back to you and your conversation in the studio, Rachel.
Well, speaking of the Senate, the drama in South Carolina was not expected to be that presidential race. It was expected potentially in sort of among Democrats' biggest blue dreams tonight, the idea of potentially knocking off incumbent Republican Senator Lindsey Graham with that Democratic candidate Jamie Harrison, who has performed so well and attracted so many accolades for the way he's run that campaign in South Carolina, not to mention a lot of dollars. Claire, this Harrison-Graham race we're obviously keeping an eye on. Graham has been ahead in the polls there, and it is red state South Carolina. And NBC News has just called South Carolina for Donald Trump in terms of the presidential race. But what are you watching in terms of these Senate races, in terms of potential flip for the Democrats?
But you're looking at Ohio and you're looking at North Carolina, and I'll just move over here and do it. And that's what you're looking at, because you can't afford to lose. You don't want to give.
Right now in Texas, Donald Trump 49.4, Joe Biden 49.3.
Up anything from your 2016 map, but if you're going to give up anything from your
difference of 8,000 votes right now in Texas. 8,000 votes is all that separates the two candidates in deep red Texas.
2016 map, you certainly don't want to give up two of your bigger prizes, which would be Ohio and North Carolina. Again, we're not there yet. And again, right now, Trump's leading in Virginia. So if there are trade-offs, if you give something up, if you lose in North Carolina, you get it back by taking Virginia. I just want to say to people watching at home, look at that. Look at that, right? Virginia is a state that has been trending blue, but, and here's the but, and this is the anomaly of tonight. We're getting different results at different times in these different states. So we have a lot of Democratic votes still to come in. Fairfax County is the biggest. I was looking at some of the other ones early. A lot of Democratic votes still to come in. We'll watch it. It's interesting, right? Maybe it's going to be closer than we thought. Maybe there's a Trump surprise there. We'll keep looking at it, but there's a lot of Democratic votes out still. So I suspect Virginia may change in a little bit. So we come down to North Carolina. Look at that lead, 85,000 now. What was the question earlier? We were 140 at one point. We're down to 113. Now we're down to 85,644. We told you early on the Biden big lead early was based on early votes. We know Democrats disproportionately voted early for COVID protection reasons. Democrats encouraged them to do so. And then Trump, all his rallies, what was the goal? Impressive, overwhelming election day turnout. That's what the president wanted. Is he getting it? We're up to 80%. We shall see. Right, 50.3 to 48.5, a much closer race in a state that is a 50-50 battleground. North Carolina may be the most competitive state in American politics. Maybe Florida is a close second. But when you look at the demographics of North Carolina, it is perhaps the most competitive state in American politics right now. Cumberland County, 57%, 90%. So you get to this point, 90% of the estimated vote. If you're a Democrat, you're thinking, how much more can I get out of this? If you're a Republican, you're thinking, can I just narrow the margins a little bit? 57.5, let's go back in time, 56.7, right? So you don't think that's a lot, right? 71,000 votes then, 16-point race. You come back here, 17-point race. Look at the turnout everywhere in America. And this is a good thing, whether you're a Democrat or Republican or independent. Look at that number right there. All right? In every county we're looking at, almost every county we're looking at, a higher vote total winning this time. That's a good thing. No matter who wins the election tonight, that's a good thing. More Americans came out and participated in the election. So we'll come there. Let's look at Wake County. That's Hillary Clinton then. That's Joe Biden now, from 58 to 65. That's a big deal. 355,000 votes, 302,000 votes, 53,000 more votes in the Democratic column there. Let's look at the president's numbers from 2016. 196. You come forward, 179. So higher turnout in this county. The president's not. He's got a ways to go, 80% there. We'll see if he can narrow the gap. And again, you're looking at these blue areas. You see the dots in the middle. These are your urban areas. This is all around America. Democrats run it up in the urban areas. The question then is, how do the Republicans do in the suburbs? They're getting shellacked. The president's getting shellacked there, as he did 4 years ago. He's getting beat here. Wolf, just one more. I just want to look quickly. Mecklenburg County, Charlotte in the suburbs. This is the most populous county in the state. 68 to 31 when you round up. 63 to 33. Again, doesn't seem like a lot. In a place that has the most votes in the state, that matters.
Yeah, 87% of the vote in that county out there. Let's check in with David Chalian, who's taking a very close look at North Carolina as well.
I am indeed. Well, first, I just want to show you this board here. These are the states that Joe Biden is leading in that Donald Trump won 4 years ago. So in North Carolina, as you were just discussing with John, he's got a 1.77 percentage point lead over Donald Trump. In Ohio, he's just under a 2 percentage point lead over Donald Trump. And in Wisconsin, he's got just over a 2 percentage point lead over Donald Trump. 3 states that Donald Trump won 4 years ago. Let's look at North Carolina and look at what's going on there. What you see the state of play right now, you see that Joe Biden has 2.385 million votes compared to Donald Trump's 2.301. He's ahead with 80% of the estimated vote in. But here's what we have to look out for. All those big Democratic counties John was just talking about, it is mostly early vote. So look, of this 80% of the vote that's in, 90% of it right now in North Carolina statewide is early vote. We think that's going to come down. We think that at the end of the night, 75% of the total North Carolina vote will be early vote. So right now, the early vote is helping Joe Biden. But as more Election Day vote comes in North Carolina, Donald Trump may be able to benefit from that. So we just got to keep watching as those votes come in North Carolina, Wolf.
All right, David, thank you very much. North Carolina, it's really important right now. Look at 80% of the vote is in. Biden's lead has gone down from 150,000 to now 84,000.
And David was just outlining the challenge for Joe Biden in North Carolina, in Ohio, in any of the battleground states, which is that the Democrats were happy with their early voting.
Back to Ohio, MSNBC's talking about it.
And again, 35%. Let's see what's left here. 200,000 votes still to come. Waukesha is one of those. When you get to these suburban counties outside Milwaukee, they have continued to be very, very strongly Republican counties. Trump didn't do quite as well in them in 2016 as Romney had done in 2012, as Republicans traditionally do. But you still haven't seen the kind of movement in place like Waukesha away from the Trump Republican Party that you see in those metro areas in some other states. So that's a thing to keep an eye on tonight. But in Wisconsin, too, the vote is going to be mixed here, by the way. The vote method. Remember, we say in Pennsylvania there's going to be these wide disparities, mail and same day. We expect in Wisconsin a lot of cities and towns reporting their votes in. They're going to mix them together. So it's going to be a little, probably a little bit smoother here and a little harder to tell if we're looking at same day or early vote.
Steve, to that point, we got a bit of a problem in the Milwaukee area. We want to bring in correspondent Cal Perry. And Cal, this year, you know, depending on where we're concentrating, there's straight up shenanigans going on. There's U.S. mail slowdowns going on. There's voter suppression going on. And what you have to report on is a slow count, apparently, tonight, correct?
Yes, and election officials want to make it clear that does not mean that anything is wrong here. They had planned for this. Here in Milwaukee County, they separate out the early voting. They separate out those votes and they count them on their own. And we're now told by election officials we should not expect complete results until 5 a.m. local time here. That is 6 a.m. Eastern. Another thing to keep in mind here, there was a tremendously bad primary here in April that the Democratic Party is telling us that they learned from. They went from 5 polling locations in Milwaukee to over 170, which is why they tell us no news is good news. That is the reason that there were no lines. The state party telling us they put together a campaign for 2020 based on a pandemic. They told us on the phone that the Trump campaign is still running a ground operation like the one that Obama ran. So they think they have a major advantage here. Also, just want to throw in, I think the other thing that we saw here in Milwaukee that played out smoothly is because of the thousands of election volunteers who came out in a pandemic, made sure that people were socially distanced, and that they got in and out of these polling centers quickly. It was very impressive out here, guys.
Yeah, here. Good to hear that, because you can go several.
Biden is back in front by 0.1 in Texas.
Minutes of our coverage and managed to forget that we're carrying off this election in the middle of an uncontrolled pandemic. After all, that would account for the record-breaking early vote. We have so many important battleground states.
And now he's down by 0.8.
Still outstanding. We have yet another list of closings coming up within 20 minutes. We're going to take a break. Our live Decision 2020 coverage continues right after this.
And we won't take a break. Let's go back to the CNN.
Vote in. But let me show you that right now, of that vote that's in, 41% of it is early vote. That's helping Joe Biden. But unlike North Carolina, we expect the early vote share to grow here in Ohio. At the end of the night, we think we estimated it should be about 53% of the overall vote. So there's the potential as more early vote comes in, Joe Biden.
We're having our own depressing party this year.
Could potentially pad that lead. It's something to watch. Obviously, those rural counties can help Trump as well. Jake?
Thanks, David. We're looking at the race having tightened up quite a bit from what some pundits were projecting. And right now, it really does look like President Trump has narrowed or even broken even in Florida and North Carolina and Georgia. So really, it is all coming down to what we said months and months ago, the blue wall of Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan, the states that Hillary Clinton thought she had in the bag that Donald Trump tore down, Joe Biden trying to build it back up.
That's right. And, you know, look, those states that you just talked about, it is not over. We are still watching them. But the whole MO of the Biden campaign from the beginning was to rebuild that blue wall. And there's also another state that's going to come in later, which is Arizona. And that is still one that the Biden campaign is really hoping to finally flip from red to blue.
Yeah, and I think that we also are looking at a situation in which Biden is not maybe expanding the map as much as they might have hoped.
Let's go see what they're talking about on Fox.
This way. If the projections that these others you speak of were to hold true, the incumbent senator in Virginia, Mark Warner, would lose by like 20 points. So,
why are they calling Biden at 43%? Am I reading that wrong?
For Republicans who are excited about Virginia or Democrats who may be despairing, this is a reflection of what we've been talking about all along. There are tons and tons and tons of votes out that have not yet been counted. We have a high expected count for votes in Virginia, and our call will hold. We feel very confident.
Because it's 47% precincts in. So it's just confusing for people who look at it on the screen and they say a yellow mark, but wait,
so
it's 50.
So they haven't counted the early votes yet, and they're suspecting that the early votes will be 66% in favor of Biden and flip that race.
543. How can they do that? Explain how exactly you can do that.
Because thanks to the Fox News voter analysis, we have all of these completed interviews with all of these Americans. People who voted early, people who voted in person early, people who mailed in, people who voted on the day of. So once we...
Yeah, Fairfax should be enough because all the population lives in Fairfax. So they can flip that thing. But and then, of course, you've got the early ballots that don't get counted yet in Virginia. So...
can match that up with the vote that's coming in, we know how good our surveys were. We know how good of a job we did, along with our partners at the Associated Press and the University of Chicago National Opinion Research Center. We can see, how did it cook up, right? Is the turkey done? And the turkey's done in Virginia.
You're sure?
Yep.
Okay, if it's not, you're coming back.
Yeah, you're coming back.
I'm happy. I'm happy to, as a West Virginian, I'm always happy to come back and talk smack on Virginia.
Okay. Well, let's go to Florida, right?
Yep, let's go to Florida.
What do you think? Florida, it's 93% in our probability meter. Let's call it.
Well, if a probability meter was a decision desk, what would we do? You would just get rid of us, and Dana would save all that money on candy.
Now it's 95%, by the way.
The president is leading in Florida. It's not unreasonable for his campaign to be optimistic.
It's not about ballot counting. This is Virginia gets to count before the election day. So
about Florida, but we would also remember that Florida is a land of alligators when it comes to calling races. And there's just no reason for us right now to take a chance on calling Florida, where there is still a considerable amount of vote out, and we're not quite sure given the high numbers of early votes. So we're just not quite there yet.
What about this thing about the absentee ballots requested in different states, Florida, North Carolina, and the ones that came back received? We know that there's a percentage every year, as Karl Rove talked about, that they just don't vote. It's usually 5-8% that don't get returned. But when you're talking a big number, like hundreds of thousands of absentee ballots that have not come back.
Well, one of the things that makes it challenging for everybody, whether you're watching at home, whether you're on a campaign, whether you're a forecaster, whatever, when you turn up the volume on early and absentee votes by 50%, right? When you have this massive increase in all of these votes, it's going to make these numbers screwy, right? It's going to make things look different. What we do mostly in our work is compare this year to that year, this year to that year. How does
when they ask the alligators who are going to win, they say, "In a while, crocodile." Do you get it?
It look now versus how did it look then, because there are incremental changes in demography and incremental changes in turnout. This is one of the most significant changes in the way we conduct elections in our lifetimes, to go from basically 40% votes early and absentee to 60% early and absentee. And if that's the kind of change you're looking at, you're going to see huge numbers of weird stuff if you compare it to 2016.
By the way,
don't worry about it.
The sizes of Donald Trump and Joe Biden, accurate.
Yes, they're correct.
They are actually that to scale.
It was nice of them to come and stand on either side of the map with us tonight as we figure all this out.
Let's bring in Bill Hemmer to continue the grilling. Bill Hemmer, you got Chris Stirewalt.
I think Chris is better in the bow tie, but I still like him nonetheless. Chris, good evening.
I'll give you an election count on the candy bars in just a second.
Evening to you.
By the way, they're fun size, because you know how elections are fun.
I will tell you at the moment, this is Ohio for our viewers at home, because the last time we talked, Donald Trump was trailing. Now he's taken a lead in the state of Ohio. He won it by about 7.5 points from 4 years ago.
8 fun-sized
Last time
bars.
we talked North Carolina, I mentioned it was getting tighter and tighter. Look where the percentages are right now, 0.4%. A raw total of about 20,000 votes between Biden and Trump. Chris, are you able to tell where the outstanding vote is in North Carolina right now?
Holy crap.
So because of, again, this mail vote phenomenon, we're not able to say from whence all of these outstanding ballots have come. But I can say this, we've got to be focused on our probabilities here instead of just the raw vote. And North Carolina is a key state. It is hard to get the president home without North Carolina. It's possible. But it is a key state, and it is one of the ones we're watching the most closely.
Of the remaining 14%, we can't say where it's coming from. But I can tell you these are 3 rural counties right here that are still in gray. I was clicking in there a moment ago. There's not a ton of votes out there, but all 3 of those counties Donald Trump won in 2016. So the margin could change. But when you're talking about 20,000, you want to see it? Here we go. Go back to 2016. This is Caswell County, North Carolina. President beat Hillary Clinton by about 1,000 votes in 2016. What was the other one? Over here in Franklin County, President knocked off Hillary Clinton there by about 4,000 votes. So you got 5,000 votes right there, Chris, and we'll see how that comes in. One more state I want to point out, guys, because the map is starting to expand. Come back to 2020 here. Chris, this is Michigan with 20% of the vote in. You see the numbers tick there, real time again. This is Detroit down here. This is Grand Rapids out here where the president was the other day. Wayne County, Michigan has a ton of votes in that state.
Just for the record right now, there's a ton of votes out there for Joe Biden in North Carolina as well, so it's way too close to call. Wake County is sitting, let's see, Halifax is at 76. Wake County is at 80. Nash is at 81. Edgecombe is at 66. There's a lot of Biden votes out there. Anson's at 73. Mecklenburg is already up at 92, so he's not going to squeeze many more out of that.
And we're just cracking the surface right now for what Detroit could bring in for Joe Biden. Hillary Clinton clocked in at 500,000 votes in 2016. So we're starting to see a little bit of expansion in the map as we move away from some of the races we were watching earlier today. Florida right now, again, about 3.5 points, 9% of the vote outs. I'll come up to Georgia and show you what we're getting here now. Half the vote is in Georgia. Chris, I don't know what you see in the Peach State, but Donald Trump right now with a 14-point lead. Fulton County is critical. A lot of votes there. I don't know what the holdup is in Atlanta, Chris.
It's the busted pipe.
Yeah, well, if that's the case, they better find a plug pretty soon because the votes are scarce at the moment. What do you see there, Chris?
So look, we're accustomed, whether you're talking about Georgia or whether you're talking about Michigan or any state that is, like America, a couple of blue dots in a big red ocean. It takes a lot longer to get all those votes in the densely populated urban area.
I'll stay on until we know that one of the states, at least one of the states that Trump needs, is gone.
Areas in, and this is the rough math of every presidential election and in every swing state, because basically cool. It's the city mice versus the country mice each time. This election is no different in that way, even if you add in the complexity of having the mail vote and the early vote. The truth is it's so much more densely populated in those cities. It just takes longer to get through in those counties.
Let me interrupt here. Is Joe Biden outperforming where we had him going in, or is Donald Trump outperforming?
I think it's too early to know that. I think Chris would agree with me in some of these critical states.
I think so far, how did Brother Wallace put it? He said that nobody had won a game on the road on the opposing team's home field yet. I think that's true so far. and we have not had an event take place yet that says that there's not been some cataclysm for either campaign yet. But as you guys point out, the clock is really running. And the map is expanding quickly, and a lot more electoral votes are on the table now. And here we go.
I would just say, these are the blue dots in Ohio from 2000. This makes your point, Chris. Right? This is Cincinnati, Hamilton County. This is Columbus, Franklin County. This is Cuyahoga, Cleveland, Ohio. I mean, it doesn't repeat itself all over the country, but that's a pretty good marker. Again, I'm showing you numbers from 4 years ago, but Michigan's quite similar. Here are the votes down here for Democrats, right? I mean, southeastern corner, Wayne County and Detroit. Pennsylvania, same year, same story. This is Allegheny County, Pittsburgh, and this is Philadelphia over here in the surrounding counties, the collar counties, so to speak.
60% of Democratic votes in Pennsylvania come from 5 counties, I believe. So that's really what this is about. It's about urban density versus spread out across the country. We've all seen the presidential map where you can walk from coast to coast on red counties, but it's figuring out how those concentrated votes are going to.
You know, if Trump loses, we're just going to end up with so many maps on the Twitters. Yeah, but look at all the dirt that voted for Trump. This is unfair.
We can count on Donald Trump winning rural America, and probably in some cases by a substantially wider margin than he did before. But it's those cities that we're watching for right now.
6 million votes, Martha. 6 million votes from 2016. You're about 1.2, 1.1 now. 19% of the vote in Pennsylvania, Martha. And we'll see Pittsburgh, as we point out. Also
that's way too close.
Chris, a couple things. You know, when you look at, we've talked so much about the 5% undecided voter. And, you know, when I go through these states, it adds up that most people, 70 to 80% basically said they've known all along who they were going to vote for. And in a place like Ohio, they're pretty evenly split. But the 5%, the 3%, whatever it is, who were undecided, what have we learned tonight so far about which way they're breaking?
Well, and don't forget,
one of the scenarios I ran has Biden getting to 260.
A lot of those undecided voters, or a substantial portion of those undecided voters, didn't vote, right? If you're undecided late enough, you may just say, I can't do it. I can't pull the trigger for either one of these guys. And so a lot of them will do that. We can't dispositively say nationally in which way the undecideds broke, but we know that they didn't break for Trump.
Interview. This looks like numbers right here. They're talking about the Senate.
Ex-senator representing Colorado defeating the incumbent Republican Cory Gardner. It's the first Democratic pickup of the night in the Senate. Democrats now must pick up 3 Republican seats. And right now, the balance of power is 40 Democrats, 36 Republicans, but 24 seats remain to be called tonight, Wolf.
Big pickup for the Democrats there are. Thanks very much, Diana. So, John, we're looking at the big picture right now. The popular vote, not that it's all that important, but it's still significant. Trump has a significant lead right now, but we're really focused on the Electoral College.
Washington,
we are, but
Oregon.
It is interesting to watch it play out. Again, we're early in this chapter, and so whether the states look a little funny or different, whether some of those states are in play to change, and as you watch that play out, let's remember, we're early, right? We're still here. We're counting votes as we go. Some people are still voting out on the West Coast and everything, but it's one of the givens, if you will, was that Donald Trump would lose the popular vote again.
So
he lost
far,
to Hillary Clinton 4 years ago. At the moment, he's ahead. That's not a surprise. The red states have come in first. But let's watch that as it plays out. If Joe Biden passes him, then the question is, how does it stretch out? So that's one way to look at it. And some people out there I know, a lot of Democrats, having lived through Bush v. Gore and then Clinton versus Trump, you think we don't want the Electoral College. Well, we have it. That's the way we pick presidents right now. And so we'll watch that popular vote play out. But more importantly, we're going to watch these states. And again, as you noted, we were just talking about this a minute ago. We're early here, but Joe Biden pulling out to an early lead in Minnesota. It's one of those states. Each campaign looks at the last guy's map and says, what can I do to try to change it? The Trump campaign wanted Minnesota. They wanted New Hampshire. The Biden lead early on. We'll see if it changes. This one here.
We got 3 minutes before the next closing. I'm going to take a break, guys. I'll be right back.
These are the fascinating. They're just, this is why we do this, Wolf. This is why it's exciting and fun. 13,000 votes now in Ohio, 64% for some time. So we're waiting. We're waiting for more votes to be counted. And again, we should all appreciate the challenge of these election officials all across the country. Democrats, Republicans, small county, big cities. It's a huge challenge. Turnout is up. You have the mix of voting, mail-in voting, in-person early. But right now, 49.5 to 49.2 in a state the president must win. Joe Biden does not need this. He leads right now by just shy of 14,000 votes, 13,461. He does not need this, but he would like it. I just want to check to see where we are in the percentages. David Chalian talked a little bit about this earlier. We have to watch which vote is which, but 55% Still, you have a lot of votes to count here in a deep blue county, Cuyahoga County, Cleveland, and the surrounding areas. If you're a Democrat, you think we'll do okay there. 58% here, so more votes to be counted in Summit County. You're running well ahead. If you're in the Biden campaign quarters, you say, okay, we got a ways to go here. Just want to move over here. About half of the votes counted. I'm just following the blue to see what's left to come in. So if you're Joe Biden, the question is, do you hold these margins? Or when more Election Day vote comes in, this is a place the president ran pretty strong 4 years ago, does he get the Election Day turnout to bring it back? That is the dynamic of the night in state after state after state, and we're going to have to watch it. But Ohio is a great battleground state. It's been a while. It was not a battleground last time. The president won it quite comfortably. North Carolina, you look at the margin now, 29,000 votes. It was above 100,000. It was close to 125,000 not that long ago. It is down, but 84% right now, 49.7 to 49.1. Just want to go back 4 years ago. This was a 3-point race, if you round up there, 4 years ago. Just look how close this is. And again, we're missing some counties. We're missing completely. See how many votes are here 4 years ago. 13. There's about 1,000 vote difference there, a little more than that, a little less than that 4 years ago. So you're looking to see what's missing in these counties. And the main place, just come check in here, up to 92%. The question is, again, what's missing? Is it they're counting early votes? Then you think Joe Biden will get more than his fair share of those. If it's all Election Day votes, that's where the president's campaign team thinks he'll do his advantage. So this is what our people are doing, and it's what all the campaigns are doing, calling into the places where we're still missing votes and figuring out what's missing. Which votes are they? Let's come back up here to county number 2, Wake County, up to 83%. Again, if you're Joe Biden, normally, in a normal election, you see this. You have a huge margin with 83%. You think you're going to build, right? Because you've been running it up all night. You have more votes to come in. The challenge this year is the mail-in, in-person early Election Day vote. They're different, right? We know Republicans were more likely to come out today. Democrats were more likely to vote early. So the normal rules don't always apply. You have to find out what's missing. So let's pull it out a little bit more and come on the map and look at it, see if anything's changed while we've been here. I just want to check on the size of the president's lead here. 179,000 votes in Texas and some change. So we're going to wait in Texas as well. Just want to see how we're doing down here in Harris County. This is the largest county in the state, 82% of the vote in. So we'll continue to watch that. Joe Biden making it closer. The question is, can he find a way to the finish line? And we'll just pull out and look at the map. We're starting to fill it in, 50% to 48% in the popular vote. That's not how we pick a president, though, Wolf, and we'll keep counting.
We certainly will, and we're only moments away, John, from another round of poll closings. Voting is about to end in 4 states, including the key battlegrounds of Iowa and Nevada. A total of 21 electoral votes are on the line right now.
You can have
we got a key race alert right now. We believe it's too early to call in Iowa, for example, 6 electoral votes right there. Too early to call in Nevada right there, 6 electoral votes. Too early to call in Utah right now as well, another 6 electoral votes there. It's too early to call in the state of Montana, 3 electoral votes right now. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map.
Let's go over to Fox again because they're doing early projections on
Pair
this.
of western states. The first is Utah, home to Republican Senator Mitt Romney, and is a frequent Trump critic, as we well know. And the other is Montana, a traditional Republican stronghold. Our decision desk still not quite ready to declare winners in either of those states yet tonight.
So if we look at our electoral map, where it stands right now and our lovely standing candidates, it is 129 to 109. Remember that 270 is the magic number to win the presidency. And you see those yellow states, obviously those have closed, but we have not called them yet, and that is where this race is really being battled. We have North Carolina. We have Florida that we haven't called yet, although Donald Trump has a big lead now in Florida.
Yeah, and as these results continue to come in tonight, let's bring in Tucker Carlson once again, host of Tucker Carlson Tonight. Tucker, great to talk to you tonight. Obviously, this is a historic evening, always, when the nation comes together to elect a president.
Argue that he's not credible.
You see the outlier, Colorado. On the Senate side, of course, that was a flip on the Democrats. Let's talk about Senate races. Having just closed, this is a big one. You see how much whopping vote is in there. Obviously, too early to call. The Greenfield-Ernst race. And in Montana, Bullock-Daines, too early to call. The Democrats need 3 seats to gain control. Steve Kornacki, do you have any numbers on turnout tonight?
Well, we're looking at numbers across the board significantly higher than 2016. We're also just trying to look, I'm looking as you come to me here at North Carolina, and I think you can see, let me get this off the screen so there's a little more clarity here. We've been watching this Joe Biden lead in North Carolina, and I think if you've been keeping a close eye, it's been dwindling, and it continues to dwindle. It's now under 6,000 votes in North Carolina. We think about 85% of the vote is counted. What is to come here? You see about 863,000 votes statewide. Again, there are a lot of votes in, and I'm just seeing if that falls any more, 5,900. There are a lot of votes here still to come in places like Raleigh, Greensboro, Charlotte, but they are the same day votes, and we're seeing big differences there. I'm also just checking to see if we still don't have votes in here from Union County, which is a big suburban area expected to favor Donald Trump. So you see Biden's lead dwindling there in North Carolina. You see Biden obviously fall behind in Florida earlier and in Texas. In Georgia, again, Biden is going to need, we got more than half in here, continuing to be a 13-point gap, is going to need monster numbers here from the Atlanta metro area. That brings us, of those 5 states we highlighted at the beginning of the night, that brings us to Ohio, and there you go. You can now see that Donald Trump has taken the lead in Ohio, 130,000 votes. Let me just take a look here at what's left. A little under 2 million. We've got a lot of same-day vote that has come in here. I think there are a lot of places. We were just looking at this off air. You know, we are seeing again significant gaps here in these counties between the votes that were cast ahead of time and the votes that were cast today. I think there are a lot of votes that were cast today still to come in. You could see a place like Franklin County. Look, this is still overwhelmingly Biden, but the number is down.
That
even here
right
from what we were looking at.
That's the number of dead from coronavirus that we have in this country. With the president's complete lack of leadership, that's 20% of the dead in the world. And we only have 4.25% of the population. And people are voting for him. The most incompetent leadership on the planet. And people are voting for him.
Earlier a little bit because of the same day vote. Here you go, Delaware County. This is a good example too. They're basically all done in Delaware County. We highlighted this at the beginning of the night. This is a very good example, I think, because this is sort of suburban exurban. Democrats talked about making big gains in a place like this. Democrats have made gains here with only about 700 votes left. Trump got 56 tonight. Looks like a little south of 52%. Do Democrats need a little bit more of a gain than this? Perhaps. That's a question you might ask. You could take a look. Lucas County, still a lot to come in here. I believe they've been stuck there since we started looking. Statewide, Trump's lead now sitting at about 130,000. If you look where the remaining vote is, I think we will see Cleveland, Columbus, a little bit less Cincinnati. Let's just check in on Cuyahoga County here. Again, 300,000 votes there. There still are opportunities on this map for Joe Biden. We've still been checking in with Mahoning. That Biden advantage in Mahoning now down to 13 points as more of the same day vote comes in Mahoning County. So you see Trump's numbers moving up in a lot of places in Ohio with same day vote. And I just want to zoom out because I think it is a good time to check in on this. We said at the start of the night that there were 5 early opportunities here for Joe Biden in Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, Texas, and Ohio. I think we have to say it is possible that Donald Trump will do what he needed to do in these states and that he will go 5 for 5. It's possible. He could win Florida, Georgia, North Carolina. We're going to see Texas and Ohio. If he does, where will the action shift? It'll shift certainly to Arizona. Arizona with 11 electoral votes. And then we're getting votes in Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. We're getting them very slowly, very scattered. But again, what Donald Trump will need to do, Pennsylvania must win in that situation. Likely Arizona would be must win for him in that situation. We'll keep an eye on Nevada as well. But the battleground, if Trump is able to go 5 for 5 in these states, that is a big if right now. But if he's able to do that, the battleground will shift. We will be talking Arizona, we'll be talking Wisconsin, Michigan, and really Pennsylvania, and also that 2nd congressional district in Nebraska, which I'm going to try to get a readout on here in a minute.
Steve, before you go to the second.
70% of the Arizona results are in. Biden is up 55 to 43. This could be it.
Congressional district in Nebraska.
Yep.
Can we go to Wisconsin and see if what we've got in terms of Wisconsin vote thus far?
You got it. Let's take a look here back to live election. And there's Ohio. Let's make our way up to Wisconsin. It's just going to take 1 second. Here we go. And again, about 30% of the vote is in Wisconsin right now. Let's see if we got more in Brown County. We're sitting on the same number in Brown County. Here we got a little, okay, this is an interesting, and again, in Wisconsin, we're expecting these votes to be mixed. You know, these wide swings we're talking about seeing anywhere. We're talking about a lot of mixes probably coming in. Sorry, what's that? My producer just, oh. Can I tell you, well, let me put a pause on this, because we just got the votes from Maricopa County, Arizona.
Oh,
and this
here we
is
go.
a big thing in Arizona.
Oh, I think I
when
just
they
told you
report them out, they report
votes.
a ton of them out. Here we go. We got over 2 million votes in Arizona. Okay. Biden leading here. It's about 3/4 of the vote in Maricopa County. Maricopa County is like 60% of the population for the entire state of Arizona. It's the Phoenix metro area. It's a giant suburb. Joe Biden leading this
could be it, kids.
54-45. Now, this was what you're looking at here are the early votes that were cast up until this weekend. These are going to come in Arizona. We're going to come in sort of 3 buckets of votes over the next few hours and maybe into tomorrow. The first things you're going to see here, they're going to be giant batches of votes like we're looking at right here in Maricopa County, almost 1.5 million votes. These are all, you know, they've been doing early voting for a long time, mail voting for a long time, the last couple of weeks in Arizona. Everything that was cast up until about this week.
In the state, he's up 55-43.
Is what you're looking at right now. Okay, in the next batch, you're going to get same-day votes that were cast today. And in the third batch, you're going to get the latest arriving mail-in votes. There are going to be kind of 3 waves of votes here. This has been expected to be the best wave for Democrats. So, again, it's part of that story we're seeing in state after state. This likely to be Biden's high watermark in Maricopa and in Arizona. And, again, as Maricopa goes, often so goes Arizona. And then the question is going to be these subsequent waves. What does that do? But you're looking at this is often the ball game in Arizona. You got about 3/4 of it right there.
All right, let's stick with this Arizona news because this is a very big deal. As you say, Steve, this is the population center in Arizona. We've got Vaughn Hilliard right now in Chandler, Arizona, which is just south of Phoenix. Vaughn, we want to give this to you in terms of what you are seeing on the ground, what you're hearing from people in Arizona now that we've got this first big dump of votes there.
Exactly. This is what, when we look at the in-person voters today, and this is where Steve said, this first batch that came in, that 75% out of Maricopa County, was expected to more heavily favor the Democrats. In-person voters here today, the number of registered Republicans to Democrats was a 2-to-1 margin. So we should expect Republicans to narrow that gap. And we have long said, whichever way Maricopa County goes, the state of Arizona goes. But there's a little caveat there. You know, folks on both sides, I've been talking to both camps all day, they could potentially, Donald Trump, lose Maricopa County by 2 or 3 percentage points. Maricopa County is about 60% of the electorate. If Donald Trump is able to juice his turnout in support in the rural parts of the state. You'll recall last week, he went up to this town of Bullhead City, Mojave County, a place that he won by 55 percentage points. And those are the numbers I think that we will continue to be waiting to see. Ultimately, how many supporters of his own that did not vote in 2016 showed up to the polls to support him now. The one other number that I think that we were looking at is Pima County there, which is the 2nd largest county. That's sort of been the Democratic bastion of Arizona for a long time, around the greater Tucson area. Hillary Clinton won it by 15 percentage points. In these early numbers,
Democrats have kept the House, and AP is calling it, I think, an extra 5 seats or something like that.
Numbers here with 80% in show Joe Biden doubling that number again in that last 20% batch. I'll let Steve take it away a little bit more, but
Mark Kelly is up on the Senate race, 56-43 over Martha McSally, so that'll be called soon. But again, it depends. Are those all absentee ballots? Have we counted anything that came in today?
In that last batch, we should expect Republicans to narrow it. But at the same time, you'll go back to 2016. Democrats spent almost no money in Arizona. Donald Trump won it by just 3.5 percentage points. And the one other part of the electorate.
That's an over 10-point lead with 77% of the votes in. That's pretty good. Sorry, 72% of the vote.
that we should really be looking at here are independent voters. They make up 1/3 of the electorate here. Back in 2016, Donald Trump won them. But what we have seen consistently in polling, dating back to March when Joe Biden became the expected nominee, is that Donald Trump has been losing independents by anywhere from 15 to 20 percentage points. And if that is in fact the case, particularly in Maricopa County suburbs, you are going to see Donald Trump suffering. And based off of these early numbers here, the first 80% in, it seems like that is the case here in Arizona.
Fawn, let me ask you about a dynamic that I've been sort of acutely interested in as we've settled into the night tonight, and that is what's happening in states that have hotly contested Senate races. In Arizona, we've got one of the Republican senators who Democrats are most enthusiastic about their chances about picking off. That's Martha McSally, appointed Republican senator up against Democrat Mark Kelly, who's been running very strong against her both in the polls and in the fundraising. We've seen a sort of divergence between McSally's expected fate and Trump's expected fate. Has that played a role? Has there been sort of an upstream effect from that Senate race where Democrats think they're going to do so well in terms of making it a little bit of a tougher road for Trump in Arizona?
Yeah, Martha McSally, you're right, had a twofold problem. Not only did she not have the strong support...
Here's John doing numbers. Oh, wait. Looks like Fox just called something, did they? No?
Also suggesting in northeastern PA that blue-collar workers are going for President Trump. Well, let's see if that's the case. 28% of the vote in right now, a small lead for President Trump over Joe Biden. We've been saying it for a while now. Pennsylvania is not going to be able to be called tonight. Is that the case? We believe that to be the case. But look on up here. This is Lackawanna County. Still some votes to be had out there. This is Scranton, PA. This is where Joe Biden lived until the age of 9, until he moved to Delaware in 2016. For comparison's sake, well over 100,000 votes in Lackawanna. So we got a little bit of ways to go here, just about half the vote in that county. So we'll see whether or not the Trump team thinks that blue-collar vote in northeastern PA is coming their way. A couple more things I want to show you guys. The
thing about Pennsylvania is they can't count the early votes until today. So there's a lot of outstanding votes, absentee votes, that haven't been counted in Pennsylvania.
This is North Carolina now. This is 0.6% in favor of Donald Trump. We saw it flip just about 10 minutes ago. Some more votes coming in. Carl talked about this county here. That's Perkins. Just a moment ago, it clicked in. The president has about a 2,500 vote lead in this far northeastern rural county in North Carolina. So if this stays now with about 10% more of the vote in the Tar Heel state, the president's going to pick up 15 electoral votes in North Carolina, which was, by the way, it's what the Trump team said they would do tonight. Now let's go over here to Ohio. We'll see where that stands right now. The lead continues to widen for the president over Joe Biden here. You're up about 5-6 points right now. Remember, 4 years ago, it was about 7.5. So he's starting to hit his margins with 20% of the vote still outstanding. We talked about the map.
Stephanie, that's the number of people that we've lost to the coronavirus so far. 237,696.
Map expanding. Well, let's show you how that's happening here. This is Michigan. Been watching this now. You got a third of the vote in right at the moment. A big part of the vote down here in Wayne County, Detroit, is not in yet, so we're going to watch that. Further west in Wisconsin, map grows larger, right? 38% in. The president's slight lead. I would caution you on this only because this is Milwaukee down here, is Green Bay up here. This is Milwaukee County. You've got a lot of votes that have not yet been tallied. Milwaukee tends to run later into the night, so we'll see how this measures up. This is Dane County, by the way. That's where Madison is. That's where the University of Wisconsin is located. You had a ton of votes for Hillary Clinton 4 years ago, so Joe Biden hasn't yet hit that mark. She had 217,000 and 75%, so he's 144. So I would imagine in a liberal county like Dane County, Wisconsin, that there's more votes out there for Democrats to be had. One other thing I think is curious, the Trump team told me a bit earlier.
A week ago, ABC, Washington Post had Biden up by 17 points in Wisconsin.
tonight that they had about half a dozen counties in Wisconsin that ran out of ballots, and they had to go out and get more. Some of them are right here in the center part of the state, Juneau County. There's not a ton of votes to be had anyway. Nonetheless, though, Wood County, just north of it, they ran out of ballots, apparently, had to gather more. Perhaps they file provisional ballots until they can fill the void for that. The reason I bring that up, you got a 6,000 vote margin at the moment in Wood County alone in Wisconsin. Why does that matter? Just pop out here a moment to 2016. I mean, this is razor tight, right? Talking 23,000, 22,000 votes in Wisconsin. All these votes now matter in 2020 from the rural areas that Donald Trump, he's been going there. He's been campaigning. He's been working hard for Wisconsin. The campaign thinks they've got a shot. I talked with one of the high-ranking members of the campaign a bit earlier today. They had a split opinion, actually. One gentleman thought Pennsylvania was more likely to flip toward Trump. The other thought Wisconsin was. I don't know if either one is right, but they were laying odds a bit earlier today based on what they were seeing from the results tonight. You mentioned Arizona. Martha, let's go check it out, okay? You know, this is Maricopa County. This is Phoenix. You've got about 71% of the vote tally. By the way, it's the first time I've seen it. I think it's the first time you guys have seen it too, right? Joe Biden with a slight lead here now at 54-44. This is Maricopa. This is, look, you win your elections here in Pima County with Tucson and up here in Maricopa. At the moment, 54-44. That's a 10-point edge. Let's see what they did 4 years ago. Donald Trump, pretty impressive, 51-48, so there's more votes to be had there as well. Come back to 2020, and we'll see how much more we get in here in Arizona in a moment. 11 electoral votes. We knew they closed at 9. They would not report until 10 o'clock. It's about 10:17 East Coast time, and they're rolling in, guys.
So in Arizona, like those other states, the early vote we've seen from our voter analysis survey goes 6 out of 10 towards Biden in pretty much every state. But then the vote seems to fill in, as we've seen in these other states.
Yeah, it's the same trend, right, Brett? I mean, the skew is blue, and then it changes throughout the course of the night. I mean, that's been the pattern back here in Ohio. That's been the pattern down here in North Carolina.
And clearly in Florida.
Yeah, Florida. And also, I would suggest at the moment, with a little more than half the vote in, Georgia's shaping up to be the same way.
Yeah, wow. I mean, this whole question
2020 is just like that, isn't it?
Yeah, about whether there's a path through the Sun Belt or through the Rust Belt. You know, we're starting to see that Sun Belt area. That's why I wanted to take a look at Arizona, and I saw that there's a pretty decent gap right now between Martha McSally and Mark Kelly, in favor of Mark Kelly, at least at this point. You've got, I think we had about 71% of the vote in the state in. So one to watch as we get a little bit closer to that one.
All right, Bill, thank you.
Talk you back later.
So the polls are closed in the biggest toss-up states in the race for the White House. We're going to bring you all the latest data from our decision desk as it comes in. Plus, Laura Ingraham is on deck to join us as our Democracy 2020 coverage rolls on. Here we go. Here's more Connect.
Let's see what we learn.
In Union County with 60%, you can expect the same day is going to be much bigger for him than that. But the other wild card in North Carolina is they are going to allow. Let me get that back up. I'm pressing all sorts of buttons here. North Carolina is allowing votes that were postmarked before today, postmarked by today, to be counted if they come in within 3 days. We don't know how many that could be, but there is a bit of a wild card there with potentially ballots arriving tomorrow, for instance, in North Carolina. So again, when you get this close statewide, Trump at 30,000. When these Democratic areas come in, let's see how much that shaves off. When Union County comes in, let's see how much that adds. And let's see what we can find out about how many ballots might be coming in still to be counted in North Carolina.
We got a call from the South. This is Alabama Senate. And remember how Doug Jones shook the political world when he won as a Democrat. Doug Jones has lost tonight. This is a flip to the Republicans.
That's a pickup.
Tommy Tuberville is the new senator-elect. So Democrats went one up in Colorado. Republicans went one up in Alabama.
This is all because of the protesters. So great job, everybody, marching and making a difference. You're helping the Republicans.
I was never good at math, but it seems like we're right back to where we started tonight, unless your name is Tuberville or Hickenlooper. We're back to 4 needed to gain, Rachel, for the Democrats.
Let's talk about what's going on in Arizona. Brian, you've just changed the characterization in terms of NBC News' projection in Arizona. In both of those states, NBC News is now, in that state, in both of the closely watched races in Arizona, NBC News is now projecting a lead for Joe Biden in the presidential race in Arizona and a lead for Democrat Mark Kelly in the Senate race. Can we talk a little bit about that Senate race in Arizona? I will foreshadow, or I will cheat and tell you that after this, I would also like to talk a little bit about how that North Carolina Senate race is going, given the too close to call designation now in the North Carolina presidential. But let's start here in Arizona in terms of why the Democrats are characterized as leading in both the Senate and presidential races here. Steve?
Yeah, I mean, you just take a look here in Maricopa County, and again, this is basically the early vote cast up until this week.
That North Carolina Senate is too early to call. We're still waiting for all those votes. Stupid votes.
Weekend, this is the bulk of the vote here. Biden's advantage, that 54 to 45.
Yeah, Doug Jones winning was a surprise to begin with, so it's not that big of a shock.
That's significantly more than Democrats got in 2016. It was a 2-point margin with this same batch of votes in 2016 for Hillary Clinton. And also, I think when you look at the partisan affiliation of the folks who are going out and voting today, it suggests that may not be enough, even if Trump is doing very well with the vote that was cast today. That may not be enough to overcome what Biden's putting in the bank here in Maricopa County. So that's significant, because just a minute ago, we were talking about a possibility that Trump actually does run the table in those 5 states that we said earlier he was really up against the ropes in. And we said at that point, the action shifts to Arizona. And if Biden is able to put a win on the board in Arizona, then that would be a gain of 11 electoral votes. Remember, Hillary Clinton had 232 electoral votes in 2016. If Biden holds those Clinton 232 and adds Arizona, that would put him at 243. And of course, as we say at that point, if he's not getting anything, we'll still see what happens in North Carolina and Georgia here. But if he's not getting anything out of the Southeast, then we will be talking Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania.
All right, let me jump in here.
Projection.
2 more projections here. NBC News has determined that when all is said and done, Democrats will retain control of the House of Representatives, and that's all we're saying. And in the state of Louisiana, we have prepared to make a call when all the votes are counted. As expected, Donald Trump, the projected winner in the state of Louisiana. And as I've been speaking, we have just added Kansas, as expected, in the Trump column. Let's go to the map and see where the colors work out. Rachel, back over to you.
Steve, we're looking at Senate races and presidential races sort of tracking one another in closely fought states. We were just talking about that situation in Arizona, where both Biden and Mark Kelly are portrayed now as in the lead by NBC News' calculations in Arizona. Let's look back at North Carolina. We've got too close to call. It was too early to call. Now it's too close to call in North Carolina. What's happening with Cal Cunningham and Thom Tillis in the Senate race there?
Let's call that up, and you see again, the numbers a little different here, but 48-4, 47-3, a bit of a larger advantage there for Tillis, about 60,000 votes. Again, I'll toggle between them, and you'll see here. Keep an eye on the map here. This is the presidential, and this is the Senate race. Again, Trump's lead in the presidential, 39,000. Tillis's lead in the Senate race, 58,000 over Cal Cunningham. And I think you've talked about this. 2016 was the first time in American history that every Senate race that year on the ballot matched up in any given state with how the presidential race went. There wasn't a single state in the 2016 presidential election that went for a candidate of one party in the presidential race and a candidate of the other party in the Senate race. That's how closely these things have aligned. It's very interesting to see these numbers in North Carolina tonight. You know, Tillis running a little bit ahead of Trump. In fact, Tillis in the polling had been running behind Trump. That had been one of the themes we talked about, and we talked about the potential for a disconnect, a divergence between these two races because of the gap we're seeing. But now now, with about 90% in, there's Trump leading by 40,000 statewide, a little less than a point. There's Tillis leading by about 60,000 statewide, little more than a point. There's a little difference between them, but not much, and also not in the direction the polls before this election were suggesting.
Steve, I got one more for you. We have another call, and this is another New England state, and that is New Hampshire, and it's for electoral votes awarded to Joe Biden.
I called that like 2 hours ago. Joni Ernst is down 36 to 70, but there's only 18% of the vote in.
We believe when all the votes are counted.
Yeah, there's no dropped frames here, Stephanie. It's because you moved to your front porch.
Differentiated by about 22,000 votes right now. Let's take a look at the map and see where this leaves us as we look nationally. Again, two different trends of blue, southwest,
Come on,
northeast.
call states, MSNBC.
Red from the Mississippi Valley to the
let's see what
Atlantic.
TV Karen has to say about all this.
And I've got to say, for whatever people think about Donald Trump, the personality, he never gave up on his winning formula of policies, which is America first, enforce the border.
America first is not a policy.
Tighten the labor market, see wages go up, which you saw $6,000 for the average family income, median family income through the last year. These were significant advances for African Americans, Latinos. Some of that is paying off tonight. I think people are worried that we're going to go into a shutdown next year as they see a lockdown happening across Europe. And I think that lockdown versus liberty dichotomy, I think in the end that ended up helping with women who want their kids back in school. And I think it began to motivate even some younger voters who, maybe were led to believe on social media that Donald Trump was a terrible, awful, rotten person.
Yeah.
Again, we'll see as the microanalysis goes forward.
We will.
But I think a lot of people in Trump country are feeling pretty happy right now.
Yeah, Laura, thank you. I just want to point out 3.6% up on the NASDAQ futures at this point, which is a huge leap. We'll see what happens overnight. Laura, thank you.
Laura, thank you. Let's head back now across the Hudson River. Harris Faulkner live with some voters tonight in beautiful Liberty State Park. Hi again, Harris.
Okay.
Hello, Brett and Martha. It is time again to hear the voters' voices, and we're going to get some of the grittier issues around this election.
Some of the things. Let's take a look at that.
He's certainly not adding to his margins in crucial Republican areas. And as you look at those numbers, remember this: we won't get the final numbers from heavily Democratic Milwaukee County until 5 a.m. tomorrow. And that is going to be the decisive number. So I think that looking at this right now, looking at the demographics that we're seeing in Ohio, you're seeing some very, very good news in the upper Midwest. I mean, I know that we're disappointed about Florida, but this feels a lot like 2018. Look at what the margins are, how they're shifting. How they're shifting among independents, what's happening in the suburbs. You're seeing that in Ohio. My guess is you're going to see that in Pennsylvania. And you're already seeing that in Wisconsin right now.
Charlie, let me ask you about one other Wisconsin dynamic, which has loomed so large over the past 4 years. I feel like it has overshadowed our ability to think rationally about Wisconsin. And that is that when Trump won in 2016, and as you said, he won by less than a point, he had never led in a single poll in Wisconsin, not a single public poll, not one. And then he went ahead and won the state. Is Wisconsin polling, which shows Biden broadly ahead heading into tonight's results, is Wisconsin polling any better in 2020 than it was in 2016?
Well, I think so. The Marquette University Law Poll, which is considered the gold standard, has Biden up by, I think, 4 or 5 points. It's going to be close. It's going to be single digits. But I think that they have adjusted to the mistakes they made 4 years ago. But the key thing in Wisconsin right now is the question of, will voters in, say, Milwaukee County, will African-American voters turn out in Wisconsin? Because famously 4 years ago, Hillary Clinton got 40,000 fewer votes than Barack Obama got just in Milwaukee County. If she had matched Barack Obama's total in Milwaukee County, she would have won the state because Trump won by only about 23,000 votes. Now, the other big variable is whether there's a big hidden rural, non-college educated white vote coming from northern and western women. And I'm not seeing any indications of that. Trump seems to be holding his own outstate. But the question is, will Democrats turn out? The indication that I have is there's big numbers out of Madison, which is Dane County, and big numbers out of Milwaukee. And keep in mind that Wisconsin has been hammered by the coronavirus as much as any state in the country. And every single time that Donald Trump has come here for one of his rallies, he's reminded people of his failure on that issue. So the story of Wisconsin is very heavily shadowed by what's happening with COVID-19.
Charlie, my colleagues here in the studio are eager to ask you more Wisconsin questions. I'm going to hold them back for a second because I think we've got a quick call we've got to do before we rejoin this discussion.
We do. This is not a flip or a surprise, but we have awarded the state of Utah and its 6 electoral votes to the Trump column. We'll convert over to the national colorized map and see that this extends past Colorado now. The block of red that starts in the middle of the country. Rachel, back to you.
It's interesting. In Utah in 2016, of course, we had that unusual dynamic with Evan McMullin taking 20+% of the vote in Utah, which made it such an unusual state. But Trump did win that in 2016. Joy, you want to ask?
Second congressional district, and you hold Arizona, you can do it without Florida, without Georgia, without North Carolina, without Ohio, and without Pennsylvania. But you have to win these 2, right? If you can win this as well, then it's game over. We've always known if Joe Biden could rebuild the blue wall, forgive me, Donald Trump would pay for it. The question is, can he make it happen when right now, if you look over here, again, we're early. This is where Democrats get nervous because they remember 2016. We cannot emphasize enough. We're nowhere close to the finish line in any of those states, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. We need to count votes, and some of those counts could take until tomorrow. But we talked earlier about Joe Biden having the more menu.
What if Biden wins by a single point? How many people are going to die?
Menu options. Some of those menu options appear to be closing. We're not done yet, but that we still have, that we can't take Florida away. Still red over there. North Carolina. We'll see on Georgia. Joe Biden had many menu options coming into the night. That list is narrowing, which is why you get into tense time.
I want to check in with David Chalian, who's taking a very close look at the vote in Pennsylvania right now. What are you seeing over there?
Yeah, just exactly what John was talking about. I know it's red on the map right now, but we got to make sure we count the votes here. So
I voted for Biden this time.
You see Donald Trump leading Joe Biden in Pennsylvania with 32.
Yeah, Biden could end up with 271.
2% of the vote in right now. Let's look at what we know about the early vote. Of that vote that's in, only 18% of it currently is early vote. And we know that Joe Biden is doing much better in the early vote. We expect that 18% to go all the way up to 45%. So there's a ton more early votes still to be counted here, and that could benefit Joe Biden in Pennsylvania. We just have to wait to see that early absentee mail vote come in and be.
By the way, for those of you who helped out with my parody the other day, helped me write it, the parody of "We Didn't Start the Fire, He Didn't Stop the Virus." It's done. I'm working on the video. I was working on the video most of the day today. Couldn't get it finished. It takes forever to process the green screen and all that other stuff. I was pointing to the green screen, which of course you can't see because it's there. So anyway, that will be coming. I'd hope to get it done by Election Day. But you know what? If Trump wins, I can keep churning them out. So either way, I win.
He counted, Wolf.
Very interesting. We're watching all these states, and this is a night like none other because of all the early voting, a record number of early voting that we've seen in some states taking a lot longer to count that early vote.
Right. Look, the battleground states are always complicated to begin with. Remember Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin 4 years ago. Remember Florida 4 years ago. Even North Carolina for a while we were looking at it, and then it's spaced out. So they're always complicated anyway. They're all the more complicated this time, and all the more difficult, especially for partisans who want to, who want their guy to win, right? And so let's just talk about what David was talking about. we come down here. Philadelphia County, Philadelphia City, and the counties around it. This is by far, it's 12% or more, depending on turnout, of the vote in Pennsylvania, 22%. So when I pull this back out and you see the state red, okay, again, you always want to be leading. At any point in the race, you like to be leading, but it's not contextual in the sense that we have nothing here. Let's just come over here to Montgomery County, 16%. Joe Biden at 89%. The suburban core around Philadelphia is the name of the game. Democrats have to run up a huge lead. You come over here. Bucks County is the more conservative of the suburban counties around here. If you go back 4 years ago, you'll see this one 48-47, Bucks County 4 years ago. The challenge for Joe Biden is to try to run it up a little bit more. 50-48, that's about the same, more or less. But again, 12% there, 16% of the estimated vote here. Chester County, 25%. You come back to Delaware County, 16%. So this is where the overwhelming bulk of the votes, the way you get started in Pennsylvania is Philadelphia and the suburban core around it. I'll just bring this up a little bit. And we don't have many votes. We're still in the single digits or the early teens. We got a long way to go. And so then you come over, you move over to the middle of the state. Again, 52% here, Harrisburg. The president, we know the president is going to run it up in places like this. You get these counties here. 95% of the vote in here. The president has 70, 68%. The president has 82. Not a lot of people live here, but again, this is how the president does it. In the smaller, more rural counties, he runs it up big. So the challenge again is, we talked about Joe Biden not leading in Ohio right now, but more competitive than Hillary Clinton. Is can he be more competitive in places like Washington County? Right now it's 60.9. One that a lot of people were looking at. There was a Trump rally here just the other day. Westmoreland County, 28% and 63-36 if you round it up, 64-33. It's pretty close. We'll see Biden maybe a little bit higher than Hillary Clinton 4 years ago. That could matter if it's very close. And we'll watch Allegheny as well, but a long way to count.
Quick break. We have a lot more coming up right after this.
That's good news in Pennsylvania. Lots of good news. Here we go. Here's numbers. Let's see what's going on.
Losing them because of the way that he handled the coronavirus pandemic. Also this, Cuban voters are going for Trump, but more broadly Hispanics as a voting bloc. They're behind Biden. 8 in 10 voters there in Florida say it's important to them that the next president shake up the political system. Now, that includes close to half who say it's very important to them. Those are voters who broke for Trump by more than 10 points. On the other hand, most Florida voters want the next president to look out for people like them. And those voters say that they favor Biden over Trump. 7 in 10 in the Sunshine State, the voters there believe that Donald Trump stands up for what he believes in. Now, those voters broke for the president by an almost 2-to-1 margin. Interestingly enough, though, the angry voters that made up such an important part of Trump's voters 4 years ago, well, they're now in Joe Biden's column by a wide margin. So a lot more numbers to come. That's one of the key states. We'll keep watching them. Back to you guys. Shane.
That is a perfect example how all those exit polls and what's important to everybody, it means nothing.
Okay, Shannon, thank you very much. Stuart Varney, host of Varney & Company on Fox Business Network, joins us now. Stuart, you've been watching this. We talked a little bit about the markets, the futures. We talked a little bit about the Chinese yuan. What are you seeing?
NBC has now projected that in the great state of Missouri, President Donald Trump will once again be the winner in Missouri. Again, that is not a pickup for the Republicans. Missouri has been deep red and in the Republican column for some time now, but that Missouri call is now official in terms of NBC News' projection. All right, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, again, we'll be looking at North Carolina right now, too close to call. Arizona, too early to call, but Biden characterized as being in the lead. Pennsylvania, too early to call, with not much in the way of clear expectations in terms of when we're going to know. Lots still to come tonight. Stay with us. I'll be right back.
Okay, Nebraska goes to Trump. We knew that.
3 out of the 5 electoral votes in Nebraska. 2 of them are still based on a congressional district. 3 out of 5 in Nebraska. So here's where the Electoral College map stands right now. Very, very close. Look at this. Biden has 98 Electoral College votes. Trump has 95. You need 270 to win the presidency. 98 to 95. Look at how close it is right now. Actually, we have a key race alert right now. Let's check in some of the numbers. Coming in from Michigan, 37%. of the vote is in. Trump still maintains a 235,000 vote lead in Michigan, 54.8% to 43.4%. 37% of the vote is in. 33% of the vote is in Pennsylvania. Trump has a 236,000 vote lead in Pennsylvania, 54.3% to 44.3%. 37% of the vote is in Wisconsin. It's close. 25,000 vote lead for Trump over Biden, 50.1% to 48.2%. In Georgia, 58% of the vote is in. Trump has looks like a pretty comfortable lead of 387,000 votes, 55.7% to 43.1% in those states. Let's take a look at some more states right now. In Arizona, right now, 75% of the vote is in. Biden looks like he has a relatively comfortable 208,000 vote lead over Trump, 53.7% to 45%. In Minnesota, 37% of the vote is in. Biden there looks like a pretty comfortable nearly 300,000 vote lead over Trump, 60.7% to 37.2%. In Iowa right now, a quarter of the vote is in. Biden has a 76,000 vote lead over Trump, 57.4%.
Yeah, it might all come down to Pennsylvania, and we might not know Pennsylvania. Some of the counties in Pennsylvania haven't counted any of their absentee ballots, which could make up 33 to 50% of the votes in the long run. So we might not know tonight. I was hoping we would know, but we might not know. But depends on what happens in Arizona. That could give us a good hint. But Michigan and Wisconsin are kind of messing this up right now.
To 41%. Let's go back to John King at the Magic Wall. So let's take a look at the Electoral College map right now. No surprises at all so far. 98 for Biden, 95 for Trump.
And so now you're getting into the battleground states as we flip it out. But again, you need the building blocks to get to 270. First, you got to get to 100. Both candidates knocking on the door of 100 right now. But the key point is no surprises. So in the states so far, the Trump campaign hoped to flip New Hampshire. That hasn't happened. There's nothing on here just yet. The Biden campaign hoped to flip. These were all pretty reliably red states. Everything is coming in as you would like, right? Colorado, New Mexico, Utah. The question is, will there be any surprises, right? So at the moment, you're looking at this map. Both campaigns, these are their basic building blocks. So the question is, when you come back here, and again, you start to look at this map, what is it that Joe Biden hoped to change? He thought it was possible. He could flip Florida. We're still waiting on a lot of votes in Georgia, but comfortable lead for the president right now. North Carolina, a narrow lead for the president, but the president is overtaken. The whole challenge was, would there be an election day surge? We'll see if it holds up. Same thing has happened here. Early lead for Joe Biden. This is the anomaly of 2020. Mail-in votes counted. Democrats build an early lead. Election day vote gets counted. Republicans come back. We saw it here. The question is, does it hold up? We're not done yet. Joe Biden thought it might be possible to flip here in a big wave election. Democrats had their hopes up that this was a statement election. Again, we're not done with Texas yet. We're still counting votes there. We don't see it yet. So then you're back to, okay, if there's not a big map-changing, game-changing election, what does it come down to? Well, then we get back to here. And we're nowhere close in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin to counting. So right now, if you're looking at the map and you're thinking, what might Joe Biden flip? Right now, this is, we're not done with it yet, but that gets the president down some. But then to get him down more, we'll see. If you can mount a comeback in Florida, that changes everything. If you can mount a comeback in North Carolina, that changes everything. But if you're looking at the numbers right now, you're back into this calculation up here, Wolf. And if for Joe Biden, the blue wall was why Hillary Clinton lost. And if Joe Biden's going to win, he's going to change some of those.
David Chelyon's getting some insight into what's going on in Michigan right now. What do you see?
This is the state of play in Michigan. You see Donald Trump's lead here, 1.1 million to Joe Biden's 907,000. 37% of the estimated vote is in Michigan right now. But here's what we know about the early vote, okay? Of that 37% that's in, 17% of that current vote is early vote. We expect the share of the early vote to go up. We expect at the end of the night 55% of the overall vote in Michigan to be early vote. And we know that Joe Biden is doing much better in the early vote. We also know we have almost no early vote in Wayne County, Detroit, big Democratic area. Very, very little early vote in Macomb. No early vote at all in Kent. Those two have been sort of battleground counties. So as that share of the early vote goes up, The Biden campaign is hoping he can start to have room here to overtake that lead that Donald Trump currently holds in Michigan, Wolf.
Very interesting indeed. John, let's take a closer look at Michigan right now. That's a key battleground state. Trump won it very narrowly 4 years ago. The Democrats are hoping to win it this time.
It's made, but let me start with your point. Trump won it very narrowly 4 years ago. You see that big lead right there. Even if the president wins Michigan, we have no expectation it would be by such a large margin. That's why, again, you look at certain things and you realize this is an election like no other. We're counting votes in different sequences, so we have to be careful as we go. If you're the Republicans, your Trump campaign, you're looking at the map, you think it's great. But remember, let's come in here. As David noted, Wayne County, about 28%. This is Detroit and the suburbs around it. By far, it's about 18% of the vote, 18% in a high turnout election. It could be a little higher than that. 147,000 right there. Let's just go back in time. 519,000 votes for Hillary Clinton 4 years ago, and Democrats were disappointed. The turnout was down in Wayne County compared to 2012. But remember, so you have 519,000 then. This is a higher turnout election. We know that. Maybe the president wins Michigan, but the numbers are going to go up from that. And so when you see that's where you are now, you know that everybody just needs to slow, and we need to count more votes here. So let's move up to Oakland County. Again, Joe Biden leading. We think a little bit more of the vote in here. But again, 233,875 leading. Let's just go back and look at it here. Again, we think turnout is higher this year. Secretary Clinton was well above that in this county. And so we just need to wait. We need to let the vote come in. Let's move over to Macomb County. President carried this county 4 years ago. Again, key blue collar. It's a laboratory for so-called Reagan Democrats. Political scientists study it. The president won it 53% with 224,000 plus votes. We come over here now. Again, he's leading. It's a higher turnout election. We're only at 143,000 votes. So we just need to slow down and let them count the votes in Michigan. And again, there's a possibility we don't get them all tonight. So you walk out through and just look at the map here. You come back to 2016 and you see over here, for example, Hillary Clinton won along the border here. It's a smaller county, but you just come back and look in 2020. The president's leading there right now. But again, 43% of the vote in. Just want to move around a little bit and see what the votes are. You come to Kent County. David mentioned this. This is Grand Rapids. It's red right now. Democrats think they can do some business here. Come back into 2016. You see it was 48 to 45. This is another one of those suburban battlegrounds we're looking at. The president won the suburbs narrowly 4 years ago. This is a textbook case of that, 48 to 45. Democrats think this time it will be different. In the vote so far, about half counted, 54 to 43. So we'll see. This one stays red throughout the night. That bodes well for the president in Michigan. But we have a long way to go. And it's the same story when you shift over here to Wisconsin, about 40% in. But I just want to come down to look at the major thing here. Milwaukee, you see Joe Biden with fewer than 100,000 votes. That tells us, Wolf, a lot of counting still to do. We all just need to be patient, relax, get through it.
We certainly will. We've got some more projections right now. All right, let's take a look at this. CNN projects that Joe Biden will win the state of Illinois, will win 20 electoral votes in the state of Illinois, beats Trump in Illinois. Trump beats Biden in Missouri, 10 electoral votes in Missouri. Trump wins in Missouri. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map right now. And here's where it stands on the road to 270 needed to win. Biden now has 118. Trump has 105. 118 to 105, 270, the magic number. The presidential race is moving to the west right now.
Are you guys having Babe act as your real estate agent? It's early. It's early in the night and it's early in the week. Just relax.
Counting down to 11 p.m. Eastern and the biggest electoral prize of the night. We're talking about California. The polls are about to close there, as well as in Idaho, Oregon, and Washington State. Those states have 78 electoral votes of the 270 needed to win. Joe Biden is counting on blue California to push him closer to 270. Let's get a key race alert right now. Let's start off in Michigan right now. 38% of the estimated vote is in Michigan. Trump still maintains his 240,000 vote lead over Biden, 54.7% to 43.4%. Lots of votes outstanding, though, in Michigan. In Pennsylvania, 37% of the estimated vote is in. Trump has 344,000 vote lead over Biden, 55.9% to 42.7%. In Wisconsin, 40% of the estimated vote is in. Trump has a narrow lead, 21,000 vote lead over Biden, 49.9% to 48.4%. In Georgia, 59% of the estimated vote is in. Trump seems to have a pretty comfortable 372,000 vote lead over Biden, 55.4% to 43.4%. Let's take a look at some more states. We're getting some more key race alerts in Arizona right now. 75% of the vote is in, and Biden has a 208,000 vote lead over Trump in Arizona, 53.7% to 45%. In Minnesota, 38% of the vote is in. Biden seems to have a pretty comfortable 290, almost 291,000 vote lead over Trump in Minnesota. In Iowa right now, 42% of the estimated vote is in. Biden has a 112,000 vote lead over Trump, 56.4%.
That's a surprise. That should probably change.
To 41.8%. Let's walk over, as we like to do, John King at the Magic Wall. We're watching these states. You're looking at counties over there, and you see what's going on. But
yeah, Iowa is wide open. There's all kinds of empty counties, and that usually means red.
Go ahead, tell us what's on.
I was just doing some matching up to try to see where the president's overperforming, where he's underperforming, looking at different places. It's early, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, but just trying to get deep in to study a little bit. That's what I do when I get a little chance, just study, go into some states and take a look around and study. So
that's the nightmare scenario, David, that if Biden wins after all the votes are counted, and this is what Trump has been talking about the election being rigged, that Trump looks like he won tonight, but then once they actually count all the votes in Pennsylvania, etc., Biden wins, which he will call a rigged election, and that they'll be finding votes here and there, and they found them in the rivers, and they found them in the cellars.
Where are we right now? If you look right here, so you got Illinois. You're adding, as I said, it's a reliably Democratic state, has been for a long time. But when you're doing your building blocks, you like the big ones, right? So you like to take those out. New York, Illinois, in the Joe Biden's column gets him up to 118. The president's at 105. But just, in the idea of just, you think about the bigs, right? We're not here. We have not called these states. But I just want to say, early on in the night, the Democrats are thinking, can we get Florida? Can we get Texas? Well, those are the two bigs and two normally reliably red bigs. We've not called these states. I'm just walking through. The president leads there right now. And the president leads there right now. So that you just see what happens. When you win the big ones, you see how quickly the math changes. So that's what's important from the perspective. And if the president holds that one as well, that gets you up. And if the president holds North Carolina, you start moving up, right? The bigger states, the double digits, if you will, big double digits here, 30 plus, 20 plus, 15, you move it, then you're just moving up the math when you do the big ones. So that's what they're looking at in the Trump campaign right now. If we hold Texas, and they think they will, we hold Florida, they think they will. We're not done. We're not done. That's just what they think. North Carolina, they've pulled ahead. It's close. We have to count them still. Same with Ohio. We're still counting votes. But as you see that happen, you see the election day surge pull you ahead, you think it's going to continue. It's not guaranteed. But that's what they think. And you know what? You wouldn't get a lot of pushback in the Biden campaign. They're still hoping the votes come back. But as you start looking at the map now, you start thinking, okay, this is a more traditional map, which, again, gets us back to where we began or where we ended 4 years ago. Whoa, how did I do that? That was good. You do the double sometimes. It gets you. There you go. Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. This is where this night now looks like a lot of us thought this would come down to this, and it certainly looks like it's going to again. Again, we're not done. You see Joe Biden with I think I'm going to glance over my shoulder. Yes, still leading a little bit in Iowa. You see a lead in Montana. We don't expect these to hold up, but we'll see, right? You get surprised sometimes. But so right now on the map, you're looking at this would be the only flip right now. That's the only flip we see for Joe Biden to get him up. But, it's easier to do it more quickly if you switch over here to the president's map. And so the flip we think so far, we're not done, is this. We believe so far the president's holding down here, which gets you back again. Arizona would get Joe Biden, plus the Clinton states. Arizona gets Joe Biden to 243. Well, then how do you get to 270, right? Could get one here if you carry Maine, but then you need more. So if that gets you to 244, let's just say for the sake of argument, you get one of these. We're still waiting on two of those districts there. Let's just say you get one of them, right? So then you're looking here at 245. So what do you need, right? Do the math. You need 25. That would get you knocking on the door because that's 20, right? This is the state of these three states in the blue wall. That's the one the Trump campaign feels more confident about. That would be enough. Michigan and Wisconsin would get Joe Biden to 271 if he got these two congressional districts plus Arizona. The math gets interesting if the president can hold.
There it is.
Bring it out here. Sorry, I got to fill them all in, but that's okay. Just fill them all in and come back. President does that.
Give him
you
Maine.
Think one congressional district could decide an American presidential election? Doesn't happen that often, but it is possible. This is where again, if the possibilities, the menu at the beginning of the night, maybe we get Florida.
Is he even going to take
in the dream world, we get
Nevada
Texas. Maybe Ohio's competitive. We think we can get North Carolina. At the moment, none of that is there. We're not done. It's possible it comes back. At the moment, none of that is there. So now your numbers crunchers are getting into the tougher math, the more difficult math, and the different scenarios. And trust me, they're calling into that congressional district, they're calling into that congressional district, and they're calling in a fury into these, because now we're into tense time in both campaigns.
And in those 3 states, those so-called blue wall states,
Right.
Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, there's still plenty of outstanding votes there.
Plenty of votes, plenty of votes. And again, we're going to say this repeatedly, and some people at home might not like that we say it repeatedly. And
a lot of the early vote is outstanding, too, where Democrats will do well.
It is, which is why, as I come back over here, as you're watching the map throughout the night, in any election, again, we are 10:55. In any presidential election that's close, we're just getting started. We are just getting started. That would be the case 4 years ago, 2004, pick your close election. That's the case. This year's even more different because of the 3 different ways of voting and the different ways each state is handling that, right? The mail-in vote, the in-person early vote.
Come on, guys. Did you really think 2020 was going to let us flip the presidency or the Senate? Come on.
So here you go. We're going to look at it. 40% in. You see that big lead for Donald Trump. If you're a Republican, you have every reason to be happy about that. But you also need to have the context. You have to have the context. You come down here. This is Montgomery County, one of the big suburbs around Philadelphia, 29%. You go into Philadelphia, which is the biggest basket of votes, predominantly Democratic. Turnout here is absolutely key. We'll see if Democrats can deliver, but you're only 20% of the vote roughly there. You move up here, Bucks County. This is a more competitive suburban area, but you're still at 12% of the vote. Move out here, Chester County. This is where most of the votes are in Pennsylvania. Philadelphia and the suburbs that surround it, 30%. So you just have a long way to go. And we know, David Chalian told us earlier, a lot of the votes that are missing are the early votes, which we believe are disproportionately Democrat. And even if we were just counting for one set of votes, even if we were just waiting for all the votes counted today, what we have from this part of the state is so low that you just can't make conclusions. You just can't. We have to wait and see. And it looks good. The map looks at first glance to Republicans, but we're just nowhere near the finish line. Nor are we in Michigan. 39% of the estimate, 54 to 43. You think that's a big number. If you remember how close this was 4 years ago, 10,000 votes, right? 10,000 votes decided this state 4 years ago. So it is just unrealistic. Even if the president's having a very good night, it's unrealistic that he's going to win Michigan by 238,000 votes. If he wins Michigan again, maybe it's by more than 10,000 votes, but it's not going to be by 238,000 votes. We just know that. So when you see that number, that's when you know this is the anomaly of 2020 and how we count votes, and we need to be patient.
Let's take a look at Arizona.
Let's go out west, because this would be, so far, this would be the flip. This would be a change. We're up to 75%, 208,000 vote lead, and some change there. Again, 54% to 45%. If you go back, not since Bill Clinton has a Democrat won this state, and in 2016, not a huge win by any means. This is why the Democrats wanted to compete this year. Arizona is trending demographically, and the Democrats think this year, demographics plus the suburban revolt is what gets you there. 1.2 million votes won it 4 years ago. If you come up here now,
55%.
Joe Biden already has that, and we're still counting votes there. Again, turnout up across America in this election. That looks good. That doesn't mean we're done. We have to count them. Let's just look at Maricopa County, 77%. If this holds up, if the trend lines hold up, this is where 60% plus of your votes are. If you keep a 10-point margin in Maricopa County with high turnout like this, you're going to win the state of Arizona. But we're not done yet as we do it. But as we go through the race to 270, and you're Joe Biden, Donald Trump had 306 last time. You need to take away. It's simple. Just do the subtraction. And where do you get them? Arizona would be a start, an important start. It's protection, if you will. It's a safety blanket, but that's it. That's the name of the game. It was 4 years ago, and it sure looks like it's about to be for the rest of tonight and into tomorrow. That's the guess. That's the guess, Wolf, as you go through it. So I just come back out again. I just want to look at this one again because getting a lot of texts and emails from Republicans and Democrats saying, whoa, what's happening in Virginia?
Good job, kids,
again,
being done with
153,000 votes ahead, 52 to 46. That's actually a smaller lead than we saw earlier in the night. I just want to keep coming in here, and we're still waiting. It's not that we could hop in the car and drive over there and be there in 15 minutes. But Fairfax County, Virginia, there's something going on. In Fairfax County, Virginia, we only have 28% of the vote, and it's been that way for a long time.
Come on,
This is
Fairfax.
a giant basket of Democratic votes. If you follow governor's races, if you follow Mark Warner's Senate campaign a couple of years ago, that's the way it's gone. All of a sudden, a big dump of votes come in, but we're going to keep watching that because it's interesting. Just want to check down here in North Carolina again. 50 to 49 when you round up, 94% in, 69,000 votes. Again, Republicans feel good about this, but we'll keep counting and see what happens in North Carolina. One more time, just want to look at normally the closest of all battlegrounds, 94% in Florida.
Are we
51.
not at real time? Yeah, we're at real time. Here we go. Let's jump.
108, 192 to 108. Let's get a key race alert in some of the battleground states where things stand. Let's start in Pennsylvania. 41% of the estimated vote is now in. Trump has seemingly a pretty comfortable 444,000 vote lead over Biden, 56.8% to 41.5%. In Michigan right now, 39% of the estimated vote is in. Trump has a significant lead there right now as well, 239,000 vote, but it's relatively early. 39% of the estimated vote is in, and the early vote, which skews 25,000 vote lead over Biden, 50% to 48.3%, 10 electoral votes in Wisconsin. In Arizona, 75% of the vote is in, and Biden has a significant lead. In Arizona, 208,000 vote lead over Trump, 53.7% to 45%, 11 electoral
I guess it all
votes
comes down to
at
Hawaii.
stake over there. Let's go back to John King. All right, so right now, Biden has a significant 192 to 108 lead in the all-important electoral college battle.
And the West Coast, which again, when I started doing this many years ago, this was competitive territory. Not anymore. Washington, Oregon, California, locks for the Democrats in presidential politics, and that's those are great building blocks, right? They're not competitive anymore. The only reasons Republicans go to California now is to raise money.
Well, if Trump wins, we get a big, big tax cut. That's what he's promised. We get fantastic health care, and we get a stimulus package. So, I mean, maybe this isn't so bad.
192 to 108. So now the question is, you need to get to
all within 2 weeks as well. Oh, plus Iran's going to call in the first 3 weeks and make a deal. So that's good stuff.
270. This is the hard part. I hate to say it this way, but it's easy for a Democrat to get to 192. It's just easy given you know Illinois, you know New York, you know California, you know Washington and Oregon are going to be on your side. So the question is, working off this map, let's work. Since you're now at 192, you try to get there. How do you get there working off this map? Well, that's a Clinton state, right? Trump campaign's trying to flip it, but let's, for the sake of argument, assume it stays Democratic. We'll watch and we'll count as we go. That was a Trump state. Joe Biden is leading right now there. If it holds that way, out here, look at this, Colorado, New Mexico,
Give them
the
Hawaii.
West Coast will be good to the Democrats in the Southwest if this happens. So that would get you to 209. So then you come this way, you're looking at the map, right? Where are the Clinton states? That was a Clinton state. Right, so you think that's going to happen for you, and you keep looking at the map here. Virginia, which is really interesting right now, it is still red. You just assume, and we'll see if it's a change. If it's that kind of a night, it's that kind of a night. But you assume that one's going to come back into the fold, and they're just waiting for Democratic votes to come in. They're having a problem in a county or something. That gets you there. Then you come up to Maine, and you assume if you're the Biden campaign, you're going to win the whole thing. We need to see this. Maine does it by congressional district. There's one of them that President Trump carried 4 years ago. The Democrats believe they're going to carry that state. They believed a few other things about tonight, so we'll see what happens as we go through. But let's, for the sake of argument, give it to them. So that
we're 2020, so we're going to end up in a tie. That's correct. The judges said that's correct. So we are going to the House, and the House will vote for Trump.
Then you're up to 236, right? Maybe they get one in Nebraska. Let's just leave that off the table right now. Let's just wait and see how you play. So you're at 236, right? There's 246.
Yeah, I can't take this. Let's go to...
That's 262.
Here we go. See what's going on. Oh, here. Did they just call Florida?
For him among seniors,
yep.
among Hispanic voters, very strong support for the president among Cuban Americans. A lot has been said about his effort to reach them with stories about socialism and the prospect for a more socialistic government in this country, something that resonated quite a bit with Venezuelan and Cuban residents in the state of Florida. So, it's obviously a very interesting dichotomy, the state of Florida, Brett, as you take a look at it. And it is a real cross.
Oh, Doug Collins is going to go to a runoff? Oh, that's good. Because the two undercards probably split the vote there.
Section of Americans. So many people move from New York there. So many people move from all over the country there. And it's very representative in many ways.
Well, in light of the pandemic, of course, in light of the pandemic, of course, we got a lot of people who went there to get away from
and never left.
And so one wonders going forward how much the demographics of the state of Florida will change. But I think, we're looking at things tonight that we thought it was thought for a while that Trump might lose the elderly vote. That appeared in a meaningful, big way.
And that's the problem. Trump just lied and lied about Biden and Venezuela and fracking and all this. And the Democrats didn't use that war chest, all that money that they had to fight that. They you know, I know there's a pandemic, but Biden should have been on Fox on an almost daily basis giving interviews, spreading the message that what was being said wasn't true.
It appears that that's not happening. And I don't know how many people, everybody thought, I guess, that he would do better among Hispanics in Florida than he had before, but not to the extent that he has. And that may indeed tell the tale, that he held his own with the seniors and did so well with Hispanic voters, which, you know, may prove a trend that we'll see in other states as well. A word about the Senate here.
Wow, if that comes down to the vote for the control of the Senate, imagine how much money is going to be poured in for the Collins-Loeffler race.
Either way this goes for the presidential race, the Senate will be critical. And in fact, if Joe Biden wins, in my opinion, if Joe Biden wins, it will be a benefit to him if the Democrats don't get the Senate. And the reason I say that is that Biden will be under tremendous pressure from his party's left wing to act out the agenda that he agreed to with Bernie Sanders. Biden, by temperament and instinct, I think won't particularly want to do that. But he's not the strongest guy that ever lived, and he will be under terrible. If his party has control of everything, I think he'll be powerless to resist that. If, however, the Republicans hold the Senate and will block that, I think that will leave him in better position going forward.
Let's go ahead.
The other side of that story is that if
that used to scare me the most was Wisconsin. Mr. La Follette, you know, the person who's that is not going to allow Donald Trump to just walk in there and do what Scott Walker and his friends would have done. It's not the same Wisconsin. It's not the same Pennsylvania. The governor there is not going to allow it. It could be that we just have to breathe for a night, and tomorrow we'll get the results. And I think everything will.
Can I tell you what I have in my notes? Because all I've been doing is cramming for the last year, getting ready for tonight. My notes on each of these three states. Wisconsin, State Elections Commission chief says Wisconsin will probably not report unofficial results until Wednesday at the earliest. Pennsylvania, governor releases TV ad warning residents that will take, quote, a few days for the vote to be completed. Secretary of State says there's no way Pennsylvania is announcing a winner on election night. Michigan, Secretary of State says the count will likely take until Friday.
Yeah.
So that's Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan, which is what we are looking at now. Heidi Przybyla is in Michigan, is in Detroit, specifically with a look at what we can expect in terms of the Michigan vote. Heidi, it's great to have you with us tonight. What are you hearing in Michigan?
Yeah, Rachel, I think that was Joy who said, just breathe. And I can tell you, after being on the phone with Michigan officials all night, they really endorse that sentiment. They're looking at these numbers that are coming in, and they say, this is truly an overrepresentation of the in-person vote here in Michigan. They couldn't even start tabulating a lot of these early absentee votes until this morning. And because of the crazy patchwork here of reporting, some of the precincts aren't even sending in their AV, their absentee votes yet. So you're getting a very skewed representation. Let me give you an example. Macomb County, Trump won there by 10 points in 2016. We're starting to get the early numbers. He's got a wide lead again. But you peel that up a little bit, and you see that there are already some precincts where we do have a fuller account of the vote, and we've seen our first red to blue shift in center line, where Joe Biden is outperforming what Hillary Clinton did. So again, they're saying breathe. They are still optimistic that in the end, Joe Biden will take the state, and they say that what you should look at right now, instead of this patchwork, is the surge pattern in voting, because Michigan was the place where Donald Trump had his smallest margin of victory. And so they say, and this is according to the Secretary of State who briefed us, that the places where we're seeing the surges are, number one, Detroit. We're not seeing a surge like we saw in 2012, but we're seeing it above 2016. We know Detroit is reliably blue in that surrounding area. Okay, two other places, Kalamazoo and Ann Arbor. What do they have in common? College areas. Michigan changed their rules to allow same-day in-person voting, registration and voting, and we're seeing long lines in those areas. So if you look at the surge patterns and where the surge patterns are, Michigan officials are still optimistic, but they are cautioning no reading into any of these numbers until we have them all in. And the most recent news from the Secretary of State is that we won't have even unofficial results for 24 hours, Rachel.
24 hours from now. They're not expecting any unofficial results until Wednesday after 11 p.m.?
That's what she said.
Wow.
I mean, if you're looking at a Friday final, right? Like, for unofficial, that would not be unreasonable, considering that some of these places, like in Macomb County,
So Friday.
haven't even registered their early votes.
Wow. Heidi Przybyla for us in Michigan tonight, in Detroit. Thank you so much. And that is a really good reset and reminder. Again, we've been talking about it. It's one thing to talk about it. It's
Georgia,
another thing to grok it. It's another
We don't know Georgia.
Grasp it and
Because we're
prepare
still
yourself.
waiting on DeKalb,
All
I
right,
think.
while
Let
we
me
were
check.
talking about the upper Midwest, we've talked a long time about Wisconsin moments ago. We're going to hop over Wisconsin, go from Michigan over Wisconsin to talk about Iowa and Minnesota, a couple of states that we haven't had a ton of focus on yet, but are crucial at this point, both of which we're watching results closely. Steve, Iowa and Minnesota, your choice as to which you look at first.
Yeah, let's take a look here. Let's call up Iowa, because you do have some numbers coming in. There is Iowa. So right now, Biden in what's been...
I don't know if... so DeKalb County just got a bunch of votes in. DeKalb is at 24% now, with Joe Biden leading 83% to 15%, but I don't know if that's enough to make up a $400,000 gap in Georgia. Let's see number-wise there. So you're looking... No, there's not enough there. Gwinnett only has 16.6% in. He's leading there 60 to 38, and he might get close. Scott, it's going to be close. Why does everything have to be close?
Counted in Iowa, about 1 million votes with a 6-point advantage here. Again, we can call up here and see still about 800,000 or so ballots to be counted in Iowa. Now, I think the cautionary note on this is take a look at some of these counties where Biden's doing very well right now, sort of along the Mississippi River here. Let's see if we can call that up. What you're looking at here is early absentee vote. And remember, you're always talking about Joe Biden doing much better with the early vote than the same-day vote. So the target here, this was a Trump county. Biden would certainly like to flip it. That would represent progress for him in the state. But the test for Biden is yet to come in a county like this. The test is going to be the same-day vote, where Trump is expected to do better. I think you've heard the story a number of times in a number of different states tonight. So let's see, a place like Clinton County, this is a prime example. What happens when the same day is counted? Does it turn into another Trump victory and it looks like 2016 all over again? Or does it represent Biden progress when all is said and done? Clinton County is a very good example, because I remind you, in 2012, the Mississippi River, including Clinton County, was Obama country. And then it flipped along with the rest of the state. This is 2016 in Iowa. There were more counties in Iowa than any other state between 2012 and 2016 that flipped from Democrat to Republican. So Democrats have looked at this. Look, on paper, Iowa was a 9-point win for Donald Trump in 2016. It was also a 6-point win for Barack Obama in 2012. That's the opportunity Democrats have seen here. You see good numbers for Democrats in some of these places. I think here's a good example where most of the votes in Polk County, Des Moines state capital, Democratic territory. Biden winning this thing 56.5 to 41. It's different than 2016. It lands, but, 52 for Clinton, 56 for Biden, 56 and change for Biden. Remember, statewide, this was a 9-point victory for Donald Trump in 2016. The improvement here for Democrats is they go from an 11-point victory in this county in 2016 to 50.
Just think about the number of times you saw ads or you heard Trump say that we just got a record number of jobs, that we just had record GDP. Whereas Trump, as the first president, he'll end his first term with fewer jobs than he came in. The first president to do that. Fewer jobs, or less jobs, as he would say. But he doesn't say that. How many times did you hear that said that wasn't me or a fact checker? The Democrats just never got the message out.
Basically 15.4. That's progress, but they need a lot of progress here to take Iowa. So again, you got some counties like Polk. That's a good example where you got a lot of the vote in. But in a lot of places in Iowa right now, you're seeing Biden lead in the statewide count because you're seeing a lot of that early vote that's coming in.
What else is going on?
And there is that question of the same day and how much it changed it.
Pennsylvania. We're not going to know tonight.
And more than 1 million have not been counted. So this is real. but it's just now. Again, if it's a baseball game, we're in the second or the third inning at best. Right? If it's a football game, we're in an early quarter. Pick your sport. We're early in the game. You always want to build a lead. You'd rather be leading than behind, but it's not contextual. I keep wanting to say it's not real. It is real. These are real votes. They're actual votes. So if I say that, I don't mean it that way. I mean, these are real, but they're not. We just don't have the full picture. Again, I just want to show you these counties. This is look. Think about the places where we are close to the finish line. In every one of those states, we're showing you turnout is higher now than it was 4 years ago. Turnout is higher now than it was 4 years ago. Well, look at this: 25,000 votes. 167,000 votes to win the county 4 years ago, and it was higher turnout now. So you're at 25,000 votes. We're nowhere near done. We're just getting started. Move over here to Montgomery County. 4 years ago, this is Joe Biden right now at 110. 4 years ago, 256,000 to win the county, and we know turnout is up now. So 256,000 then, 110,000 now. We have a long way to go. We're in the early count here in Montgomery County. Chester County, again, Joe Biden with 58,000 votes and 56%. Well, Hillary Clinton won this last time with nearly 100,000, right? 80,000 plus more votes. We are in the early count in Chester County. You move down here, that goes into Delaware. Let me come back into Pennsylvania and come into Philadelphia. 584,000 votes for Secretary Clinton in Philadelphia 4 years ago. This is one of the places they felt they did a good job on turnout. 585 say. Joe Biden has 209,000 votes in Philadelphia right now. So what we have is a beginning, but we're so early in this race right now, so early in this race that when you pull this out and you see it red and you see what looks like a 12-point lead for the President of the United States, in the votes counted so far, the President of the United States has a 12-point lead. But there are more than 1 million, even more than that, I would conjecture. Just mail-in ballots, more than 1 million. Other ballots to be counted of people casted their votes today. We have a long way to go in Pennsylvania, Wolf, and a few others.
We'll be patient. We'll watch Pennsylvania closely. We have another projection right now. CNN projects that President Trump will win. The state of Mississippi beats Biden in Mississippi, wins 6 electoral votes in Mississippi. Let's take a look at the electoral college map right now.
The country in a significant way. He is right in that battle. This is Milwaukee down here. I mentioned a moment ago, just to check in right now. Joe Biden's expected to win this county, but we don't know what the margin will be. So
why don't they have the percentages on that screen? The percentage of the vote, the expected vote that's in. It's kind of useless without that.
Keep an eye on that. This is Kenosha. Not a ton of votes, but here's the point to be made here: law and order. That was the message he was taking out here. You saw the protests in Kenosha. You saw the rioting and the looting. The president at the moment is turning 2-1 over Joe Biden. What's that tell us? In 2016,
that's what I was saying about the protests and the riots.
Barely won Kenosha. In 2012, this is how far this state and this county has moved. 56% from 2012 for Barack Obama. Just come to this year and...
At this point, it looks like we're seeing 2016 all over again.
He's going to easily win this county. It's not a ton of votes, but it's a point to be made about the message that he has carried to the upper Midwest.
But it's too early. It's still too early. Because we don't know the stupid mail-in ballots versus the today. We don't know. But we do know that 237,000 Americans and 696 Americans are dead under this president's watch, and that he doesn't take it seriously. It says that we're rounding the turn, and we've got 100,000 new cases a day, and people are still voting for him. I don't understand. Are there places in the country like Florida or wherever where the virus just doesn't exist anymore and nobody cares?
I'll just show you this right here. This is the what if scenario that we've been, Brett, Martha, how many times we've been looking at this thing, right? For months. How do you get to 270? Well, we called Florida. Right now, he's got a lead in Georgia, a lead in North Carolina, a lead in Ohio. I just showed you Michigan and Wisconsin. You wonder if you can turn the trick tonight with Pennsylvania being off the board. I just checked the voting in Iowa. Joe Biden has a lead there, but again, it looks like it's one of those you lead with blue, then you come back later with red. I think there's one clear concern on behalf of the Trump campaign at the moment. and that is Arizona. If you look at the numbers right now and drill down, Joe Biden has a lead by about 7 points with 3/4 of the vote tabulated. I am told that some of the rural votes for Donald Trump have not yet come in, but he's got some ground to make up. 11 electoral votes on the line in Arizona. So if Joe Biden were able to hold on to this, and he's doing pretty well in Maricopa County so far, a lead by...
Can we just establish that when they go low, we have to go low and hit back? Can we just agree to that? We're not playing the same game. They keep changing the rules and moving the goalposts, and we're just standing there thinking, well, now I got to kick a 75-yard field goal. That's not right. I'm going to go on NPR and talk about it.
10 points. By comparison's sake, 4 years ago, Donald Trump won Phoenix, and he won Maricopa County. Maybe there's still some more votes out there at this late hour, but right now, Joe Biden has a lead. So just go ahead and come back here to the what-if scenario. I don't want to start ticking these off yet, guys. I think it's too early. I haven't made a lot of calls in some of the states, so I'll refrain from that for now. But what is this happening here? Why is Arizona blue? Did we just call it? Did we make a call in Arizona?
Well, let's see.
There's a check mark. Did our decision desk make it? Arizona, 11 electoral votes?
Yes,
I'm making it.
Okay, if that's the case, then, guys, when we come back, we'll fill this in. If you lose Arizona, where do you win now? You got to win up here in Wisconsin and Michigan and maybe even Minnesota in order to pull this out, and that's leaving Pennsylvania off the map. And I'll leave that with you guys.
Okay, time out. This is a big development.
Yeah.
The Fox News decision desk is calling Arizona for Joe Biden. That is a big get for the Biden campaign. It's also signals that it's a good night for Mark Kelly, the Democratic Senate candidate against Martha McSally there.
That's a gain in the
Senate. But Biden picking up Arizona changes the math, and it is the first of the night that goes into the column of...
Yep, and here's why. That makes the path much, much easier. We give Nevada to Biden, okay? Now we're at 235, okay? We win Minnesota. So far, that's up in the air, but it should be called for Biden. Now, Wisconsin, Michigan, and we're there. Or Pennsylvania, Michigan, we're there. Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, we're there. Why are the stripes on me easy? That's Nebraska. There's a weird seat all by its own. It's congressional districts. Maine does the same thing. They don't award everybody to the winner of the state. It's by congressional district, but there's like a single seat there that usually goes blue around Omaha, which is why Trump was in Omaha. Nevada should be a lock, but it's a toss-up state technically in terms of the polling, so I left it there. And Hawaii, nobody cares. Hawaii, please. Hawaii should have been called. No, Hawaii, they don't stop voting until 9 o'clock Pacific time. So Biden now has multiple paths to get there. I'm going to clean these up. Hold on. Let me take Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Minnesota off the boards. And I'll leave Nevada on there because so far we haven't seen anything in Nevada that's going to tell us anything. And a bunch of people voted by mail in Nevada, so we don't know. The president made multiple trips to Hawaii. Hawaii. I just read Hawaii, so I had to say Hawaii. To Nevada. So that's very, very big. That's huge. He needed to win one of the following states: Iowa, Ohio, Texas, North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, Florida, or Pennsylvania. He just won Arizona. If he can just hold what he should win, he's in. But Michigan and Wisconsin, come on.
Somebody else's bucket that they thought last time was going to hold on to Arizona. There was a lot of effort spent by the Trump campaign to get to Arizona, to play there, to have ads there. And we are calling now the former vice president. If you look at the race to 270 electoral votes, Joe Biden is ticking closer at 218 to 148.
Yeah, this is thanks to producer Joanna.
And it breaks apart that Sun Belt strategy. If you've got Arizona.
She phone baked in Arizona. Did you talk to a lot of felons in Arizona?
Going to Biden, and Florida, at least, is the one that we know of so far. In the rest of that Sun Belt area, we also have called Mark Kelly over Martha McSally in that race in Arizona as well. And just to mention one of the dynamics in Arizona, just one of many, but Cindy McCain came out in favor of Joe Biden, her close friend. This is obviously a state that has been very purpley, sent Kristen Sinema to the Senate as well in a tight race. You know,
it's a loss for Trump.
For Martha McSally, she was appointed to that post twice. And she has not won an election to be a senator of the United States now. So that is worth mentioning as well. Mark Kelly, the former astronaut, has secured that.
So again, that is a pickup for the Democrats. We just went to 0. Now it is a net +1. We need to digest Arizona, which is a big deal. Chris?
This is, well, you know, to use the sports metaphor, this is the first break of service. This is the first time that a state that the Democrats had won in 2016, or the Republicans had won in 2016, has flipped to the other side. Arizona, Donald Trump beat Hillary Clinton. Now Joe Biden has beaten Donald Trump. Now it's 11 votes, which is not nothing. It's not a huge state, but it's obviously important, and it would conceivably make up in case Biden were to lose one of the Democratic states. So it's a significant victory for Joe Biden. As I say, the first flip of the night in the presidential race.
There's an idea that has floated around quite a bit about 269 to 269, and there's a dynamic that I'm sure that Bill Hemmer could demonstrate better than I that would
What's going on
potentially,
in Nebraska?
if the president wins Pennsylvania, which we're probably not going to know for some time, the answer to that question, it's possible, right, Bill, that we could get to a 269 situation here?
You could do that. Yeah, Martha, I said I wasn't going to do this, but I'm going to.
I forced your hand.
We can't resist, right? Okay. Listen, we were standing here and Arizona popped up blue. I did not expect that. I don't know if you guys did downstairs or not, but let's go ahead and.
No, you trumped us.
Okay. Sorry about that, but won't happen again. Promise. At least tonight, anyway. Before midnight. So here we go now. Let's go ahead and play this out, okay? I mean, do we think Donald Trump's going to win Georgia? At the moment, I would say yes. Do we think he's going to win North Carolina? Probably by 1.5 points, okay? Is he going to win Ohio? It looks like it. All right, so Texas, certainly.
Iowa.
Iowa, it would appear. Montana and Alaska. Now let's go ahead and start filling some in here for Joe Biden. He's probably going to win New Mexico. I don't know about Nevada. It's considered a battleground state, but we'll see which way it goes. So leave that off the board here and come back to that upper Midwest that I was just talking about, Michigan and Wisconsin. You know how hard they've campaigned there. I mean, they've been trying to flip these states, well, and they did in 2016, and then hold them this year. And they're also working super hard in Minnesota. I don't know what gives there, but just for the moment, 247. If Trump goes into Michigan, he's at 263, and if he wins in Wisconsin, that would do the trick for a second term in the White House.
But that's a big pull, Michigan and Wisconsin. So I've got my board here.
Okay, all right.
And I've given them Nevada.
It's like Battleship.
I've given them Nevada. Biden at 6.
The battle of the maps.
And then we've got Pennsylvania is really where it is, and he's going to come up short if he wins all of the three Midwest. So then it's Pennsylvania. But even if Trump wins Pennsylvania, that's 266, 264. You've got the other 2 congressional districts. So then
one in each.
Hawaii. Sorry, we got to get Hawaii.
Sorry. We do not want to forget about Hawaii, right?
I would like to be there, right?
I'm in the year of COVID for sure. Okay, so I have Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan still not checked yet.
Okay, so
I gave him Maine 2, right?
You gave
and I gave Biden Nebraska 2. Does that check out with you?
Yeah, but
what?
Why?
Well, if you give, that's 270.
260.
He gets there. Biden does. I mean, I'm giving him the 3 Midwestern states.
Gotcha. Sorry, I couldn't see that thing.
Yeah. So it's getting really tight.
Sorry, Brett, just to be clear, you gave him Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan.
All 3. And then I gave
Iowa might go to. Iowa's a toss-up state, believe it or not, but I think it's going to go Trump. I've given it to Trump.
Pennsylvania to President Trump.
Yeah, there you go. 270, 260.
We called Mississippi Senate yet? I don't think so.
I'll get back to you, Britt.
they're playing real
Let's ask Bill to punch up Mississippi. Bill, take a look. Have we called the Mississippi
I just
Senate
want
race?
you to know, 20 years ago was the hanging Chad. Now we got iPhones in our pockets.
Right.
We've come a long way.
And we're going to be doing the fading postmark in Pennsylvania, is my guess. We'll see.
All right, Dana, what do you think? I mean, where do you think we stand here? I mean, this basically is going to last.
How about
definitely beyond
it's all
tonight.
talk
Well,
on
I
all
don't
of them.
want to underplay that moment when Bill Hemmer
Wait,
is at the
let's go
board
live.
and he clicks on Arizona.
Arizona was hit hard by the coronavirus there, and few voters feel that the spread there is under control. Indeed, a majority said the virus is still out of control across the United States. An Arizona resident drew national attention during the Democratic convention when she told of how her father had died of COVID-19 after putting too much trust in Trump. That was her story. Now,
Yes.
slightly more think that Biden.
Why did we not see ads of that girl's story over and over and over and over again? Why not?
Would be able to handle the pandemic, while 4 in 10 voters believe Trump would be able better to deal with COVID. But you can see those are some of the key issues, the key voting groups there that apparently gave Arizona to the Biden win column tonight, guys.
Okay, Shannon, thank you. We have another call to make, and that is in the presidential race. The state of New Mexico we can now project will go to former Vice President Joe Biden. So that's 5 electoral votes for Biden. If we look at the race for 270, I think we can get it up here, and that is 223 to 148. New Mexico, not a surprise. Arizona, again, was possibly in the red column. We have a couple other calls to make in the Senate races.
Yeah, with John Cornyn in Texas. Let's take a look at that. This is the race. MJ Hagar ran against him, 44% to 53%. At one point, that looked like a close race. I think one of the storylines tonight is about Texas, which we've been told up and down was a possible flip. Kamala Harris was there just a couple of days ago. A lot of sort of excitement around the fact that perhaps Texas was in play. And at least in John Cornyn's race, it does not turn out to be the situation. We're waiting, of course, for the rest of Texas to come in tonight. But John Cornyn has secured his seat.
Which bodes well for President Trump in Texas. Then you look at Mississippi, to your point, Britt. The Republican there, Cindy Hyde-Smith, winning there, a stiff challenge. From the Democrat Espy, who there was a lot of money spent on this race in Mississippi, and there was a hope on the Democrats that they could pull this off. They haven't, but that does not change the net gain. If you look again, right now D+1, and that largely is Mark Kelly in Arizona, which we just called. Democrats need 4.
Yeah, if the Senate stays Republican and Joe Biden wins, the court remains the same, and we lose Roe v. Wade, and I lose my health care, et cetera, et cetera. And America goes back to sucking big time. Ossoff is done.
To take control of the Senate, and we'll see the races in Maine, again, Michigan, and we've got a lot to look at as you see the population tick up there, 45, 44. We're back with our panel. Britt, what are you looking at?
Well,
Two-thirds
Texas,
of the vote,
which we've not.
Quiet. 2/3 of the vote is in, and Ossoff is losing to David Perdue by 11 points.
Called.
In Georgia.
And which looks to be closer than it ever would have. One might have thought about any race presidential race down there in any recent cycle. But Trump is leading. Looks like a reasonably good lead, about 52% to 47%. With, I guess, about 85% of the vote in. So I'm wondering when we'll be able to, when or if we'll be able to call that, because obviously if that goes the other way, it's over against Trump.
You know, it's interesting.
I doubt that'll happen, but I guess we haven't called North Carolina. Have we ever called, did we finally call Georgia?
No.
We have Georgia, North Carolina.
Fulton County is not in and probably won't be this evening. So
you know, it's interesting about Texas because the Texas Democrats thought that they obviously are more competitive than they have.
Yeah, Florida. He won. Florida's been called.
Been historically, and they really wanted Biden to come down, and they really wanted to spend a lot of money on advertising in Texas. And there was this real push on the Biden campaign, and I think they just thought, you know, There are a lot of easier ways to get to 270. They didn't trust it. Yes, they sent Kamala Harris there, but the vice president didn't go down. They didn't put a lot of new money into advertising there. A lot of Texas Democrats were disappointed.
Beto O'Rourke among them.
Among them, especially, or as Karl Rove would say, Robert Francis O'Rourke. But the fact is, you know, it's one of those states. It may be a little bit like Florida for Democrats, that you push and you search and you hope. The Democrats did put a lot of money in Florida. They didn't in Texas. It looks like they were wise not to in Texas.
All right, let's bring in Sarah Huckabee Sanders, who is standing by the former White House press secretary and a Fox News contributor. Sarah, good to have you here.
Here's Kornak.
Many as they could, and they've reported some of those, and they may do some more before the night is over. But that's going to leave them with hundreds of thousands of mail-in ballots that, you know, tomorrow, maybe into Thursday, that are going to be reported out. But again, more than 500,000 when all is said and done. They're not done for the night, right?
By the way, in Pennsylvania, the Democrats tried to get a bill passed that would have allowed counting before Election Day, and the Republicans shot it down. So that's what happened.
Now, but there's going to be a lot left to be done when the night is over.
In 2016, what was the margin in Philadelphia County? Do we have that easily accessible?
83 to 15.
Okay,
Clinton
all right.
beat, you know, so again, you've got, this is very relative.
Yeah, we've known, but we would hoped it wouldn't come down to this.
Here, you've got Trump's best ballots in Philadelphia. Now, that's why Biden's sitting, I think, at 77% right now. You've got the same-day ballots in Philadelphia. And again, this is this thing. The votes that were cast today are the high water mark for Trump for the types of votes that are cast. He's probably losing the same day, but he's probably not losing it by anywhere near the margin he's going to lose the early votes by. So you've got a ton. You know, as I say, you've got 500,000 more to come in Philadelphia there, and these suburban counties right outside of it, like a Montgomery County, 350,000 to come. You know, what you're actually looking at here, they've processed some of their mail-in ballots. There are some counties, as I said, in Pennsylvania that actually are processing large numbers of mail-in ballots and getting them out. Montgomery's gotten quite a few out. We got same-day vote to come there. You know, Chester County, we've got a mix. We've got some mail, we've got some same-day, and you got 168,000 to come. So there are a lot of votes to come here in this Philadelphia area. You're talking about.
I wish they told us how many absentee ballots they expect to count.
You're talking like a third of the state right there. So that's really, I think, throwing off a lot of the numbers you see statewide. The other thing I can draw your attention to here, though, is we say some counties are complete. Here's one that is. This is Scranton. Joe Biden, Joe Biden has made Scranton such a central part of his campaign. What's happening in Scranton, Lackawanna County? Biden wins it. 53.6, Trump 45.2, 8-point mark.
Early results in that county where he was losing, but then they counted the absentee ballots and flipped around. So, this is what can happen.
Margin. So what does that represent for Democrats? Well, that's an improvement from 4 years ago. Hillary Clinton won this only by 3. Biden's getting it by 8 right now. But that's also not what Democrats had been expecting before 2016.
So that's about 36%. So that's not bad in terms of absentee ballots. So he's got the votes there. He's got the votes to flip that state if Philadelphia comes through.
In Scranton and in Lackawanna County. Obama won this by 27 points in 2012. Again, this is one of those places that moved dramatically in Trump's direction in 2016. Biden made a little step here tonight back toward what Democrats used to get, but not a huge one. But again, in Pennsylvania, the margin was less than 1 point statewide, you know, in 2016. So any improvement Democrats can pick up in these counties, and if they can get more support, more turnout in those suburban areas.
Yeah, he'll count he'll fight the counting of the absentee ballots, especially if they arrive after Election Day.
To get a 0.7 point change, that's what they're looking for here to win Pennsylvania. You know, that might help them, but obviously come a long way since 2012 in our politics.
Can I ask you about Armstrong County in Pennsylvania? I've been hearing that there may be some sort of interesting results out of Armstrong.
Let me see what we got here. Well, yeah, interesting is one word. We've had a couple of issues. I'm not going to put it up because we've had a couple issues tonight in Pennsylvania with counties reporting out numbers that I think we were on Lehigh earlier. We were looking at the Lehigh Valley earlier, and there was something very wrong there, and I want to check on that number before I show it. I suspect the same thing just happened.
Thank you for your foresight. Joy, what were you going to ask?
Well, I wanted to see if Steve could do the same thing about Michigan that you just did in Pennsylvania, because I know it's still early and we're not going to get all the voting tonight. But what have we got in for Michigan, particularly the Flint area?
Yeah, and again, I think you had Heidi on talking about this, where it's getting tricky in Michigan because we're trying to figure out what types of ballots have actually been cast and counted so far in this. So, you know, if you're looking at, let me give you an example here, because I think we've gotten a lot out of Oakland County. I think we've gotten a mix. I will get to Flint, but I want to just show you what I mean. See, we're getting a bit of a mix here in Oakland County. This is a big suburban county just outside of Detroit. This is Biden basically hitting the number that Hillary Clinton hit in 2016. I think this is, yeah, as I say, this looks like a pretty decent mix of the two types, and that's what happens. You get a result that makes sense. But in a lot of these counties right now, you're basically getting the same day vote. So, you know, if you were to take a look, like Saginaw is another good example. Here, this is a perfect example, actually. This is all same-day vote. And here's Donald Trump at 60%. Again, this was dead even in 2016. Here's Donald Trump running at 60% right now. So it's very uneven in terms of what we're getting from these counties right now.
And Genesee County, do we have time?
So we've got Trump at 53, Biden at 42. And again, you're basically just getting... I'll give you an example here. In 2016, Clinton won this by 9. Trump's winning by 12, but you're basically getting just the same day vote right there. So the mix in these states that we're seeing right now is what's making it
so odd to have the same day vote coming in before the absentees. We knew this would happen, though, with Michigan. We knew Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania were going to be problems.
Complicated to try to figure out what exactly is going on. As you're seeing it, especially in Michigan, some of these counties, it's a very even.
Donald Trump is pulled ahead of Joe Biden in Iowa, but again, we don't know what ballots have been counted. But he should win. He's up 50.5 to 47.6, 71% of the vote in.
Mixed in some of these counties, I think it's very skewed right now.
We are seeing a theme. We are seeing that in Michigan and in Wisconsin.
Yeah, we should be discouraging people from voting. This is too many votes to count.
And in Pennsylvania, which are the path to 270 that we've been talking about all night in terms of where these campaigns are going to end up.
It's also why you're now hearing at 11:41 from both sides that a winner will not be determined tonight.
Neither campaign expects there to be a result tonight.
Correct. Correct. And I think for some more context and to help us sort of put this into a frame that might ease anxiety, we have someone joining us from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. It's Sean Mysak. He's the editor-in-chief of the Pennsylvania Capital Star. We've talked before. You were ready for this, for the nation's eyes, the world's eyes, let's face it, turning to Pennsylvania. Tell us, I know you've been on the phone tonight. What is your sense of the state of the race in your state?
The Senate is plus one Democrats
Nicole,
right now.
Over here doing box breathing, trying to be patient for this
They're not
evening.
picking up what they need.
Yeah, it's as advertised. We went into Tuesday night knowing we weren't going to get a result, and sure enough, we're leaving Tuesday night knowing we're not going to get a result. What we didn't realize was the magnitude of the count. My good friend John Tamari over at the Philadelphia Inquirer is saying that 2.22 million mail-in ballots statewide have yet to be counted. That's about 87% of the total. Those are overwhelmingly Democrats, and 3 of the state's largest counties still have a ton of ballots to count. Philadelphia may be doing another count come midnight and then doesn't plan to do another count until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, joining 7 more counties tomorrow that say they're going to start counting, including Cumberland, which is the home of one of the most closely watched congressional contests in the country.
What did the state, I know Rachel did a great deep dive on the state.
I'm not a drinker, but I'm considering it.
And the Attorney General is ready, the Biden campaign is ready. Are the citizens of Pennsylvania ready?
Midnight is coming up in 15
They've
minutes.
certainly tried to prepare them. Governor Tom Wolf was, again, he cut that commercial this evening, telling everybody to take deep breaths. I've been seeing a bit of it on my Twitter feed. Some folks were looking at, say, the row office results. That's State Attorney General, State Treasurer, State Auditor General, where there's a wide disparity between the two Democratic incumbents and the one Democratic challenger in the open seat. Pardon me, and predicting Republican coattails. I've had to talk a couple of people down off the ledge saying that's not the result. We still have some time left to go yet.
Yeah.
It's hard. It's hard to get people to be patient.
It is. It is. And with so much, I think, hyperventilating on really the
Nevada. We are going to check in with the guru of Nevada's political press corps when we come back.
Numbers. Here we go. Oh, they just called Ohio for Trump. Yeah, he was pulling away in Trump. Fox just called Ohio.
One matter. You mentioned the Maine 2nd Congressional District. Democrats all along have thought that Maine was a state that they were going to win and win quite comfortably. As you can see, we're very early in the count right here. But you see the red up in the northern part of the state. Donald Trump carried this congressional district 4 years ago. Maine and Nebraska do it by congressional district. It is very rare that it comes down to, 269, 269, or 271. It's very rare that that happens. But on a night like this, we'll keep track of that count there because Democrats thought they had that one in their back pocket. But Democrats have been surprised in some other places tonight, or at least appear to be on the verge of being surprised. So we'll watch as it plays out. And so, you're going to go across this map, and you're looking at this map. And if you're watching at home, this is important. Throughout the night, Donald Trump had been leading in the popular vote. As we get the West Coast results, Joe Biden is now 1.6 million votes ahead there. That's important from a symbolic and a moral victory, but it's not how we pick presidents.
John, we got another key race alert, an important one right now. The Commonwealth of Virginia, look at this, 73% of the vote is in. Biden is now ahead by some 219,000.
Fox called this about an hour and a half ago, remember?
Votes, 52.3% to 46% for Trump. All of a sudden, Biden takes the lead in Virginia, 13 electoral votes at stake in Virginia. That's significant, John. We were looking closely at those suburban Washington, D.C., Northern Virginia counties.
And so let's see what happened there, because, again, we've seen this play out in Virginia before where the Republican takes an early lead, but not all, and the Northern Virginia counties come in. And you see Fairfax County was at 28% moments ago. Now it's up to 86. If you need something fixed at home, you just need Pam Brown to talk about it on television. And then apparently it just happens right away. Pam talks about it and in come the votes. So that's good. It's a good thing. I'll give you Pam's phone number later in the program. As you go through this, look, on a night like this, when people are nervous, when we do have counting, it is important for people. So we give them credit for counting the votes when they did. And when you pull that back out then, all of a sudden, a state that you're watching all night long, you're wondering.
This is what we were talking about. This is what Fox knew would happen. This is why it's too early to call Pennsylvania. A big batch of something from one or two counties can come in and change everything. It's all about population.
Why is that red? We talked about this all night long, and we're going to talk about it apparently through the night and into tomorrow when it comes to Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. We need to be patient. It's a very different year. These are good people who count votes. We beat them up sometimes. We ask, why aren't you doing this more quickly? They're good people, and they're counting the votes. We want them as quickly as possible. So now you see this, and that puts Virginia back again. So you come back out, and you look at this map where we are right now.
Can I just say, this isn't even fun size. This is just disappointment size. Look at that. There's only room for one letter on it. It's a K, so I'll gladly accept it. K is my favorite letter. I don't know why. By the way, if you're just tuning in, I am your Heavenly Father. This is election night. This is what we're covering. We've been going now for 4 hours and 48 minutes, and we'll be here until a winner is called December 19th, 2020.
Right, so now we're at 11:47. This is where normally we're thinking, are we close? Are we close to making a call? We are not. We are not. Why? We are not. Why? Because we're waiting for so much. Number one, you see those? They're red right now. But it's just not contextual. It's real. The president leads in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, but we're missing a ton of votes. We're missing a ton of votes. And so you look at this part of the country, has anything changed? Right? Let me take.
I figured out a solution. Another one. Wait, is that another K? No, this is a fucking R. R's.
Take this out. Has anything changed from 2016? No. Has anything changed from 2016? No, not yet. We're not done. We haven't called some of these states, but in terms of who's leading right now. And so the only thing on this map right now that's different is that, Arizona. And that's not called yet either, but it seems to be trending Joe Biden's way. So that was a key target for the Democrats. There's a Senate race out there as well, too. That was one. The Democrats came into the night thinking and hoping there would be more than one. We're not done yet. There may well yet be. Georgia, as we just noted, they have a lot of votes to count in Georgia. It's still close enough for those votes to make a difference. But the Democrats who spent this week saying it's going to be a blowout are reconsidering that right now. Again, we haven't finished with these states.
Yeah.
But if you were going to have a blowout, even when you're waiting for some votes to be counted, in a blowout year, you're leading. You tend to lead. So it doesn't mean one or two of these won't flip back, but you don't see any evidence right now of a huge wave. And that's going to matter, not just for the presidency, as we get later in the night in the Senate, as we start doing the House tally, as tomorrow we think about governor's races and state legislatures. The fact that there's a lot of red here is better news for Republicans. How good? We don't know yet. It takes a few days to sort through that. And so you come back to this map here right now. Again, Joe Biden now ahead in the popular vote. That's just a moral victory. It's a symbolic victory. If you start to stretch it out, then it does affect the electoral college.
It's not a victory of any kind.
College map. But if it's pretty close, as it is right now, then you're doing state by state, hand-to-hand combat of presidential politics. And that comes down. I just want to check this one again. We kept waiting. Was Ohio going to change? 88. Again, we're still waiting. I was just communicating with a very good, solid Republican vote counter in Ohio. Very confident that's going to stay for Trump. Not a Trump person, just a very smart Republican vote counter. We'll see. We'll see if she's right. But it sure looks that way. You
Ohio
come back here
again. For Trump.
Again. So you see this right now. You think it's halfway through. 519,000 votes. That's big, right? Even in a big state like Pennsylvania. However, let's go west to east this time. 98,000 votes. We've been stuck there for a long time. 17% of the estimated vote. Allegheny County, that's Pittsburgh. That's the suburbs around it. Remember that 98,000. This is a higher turnout year. We're seeing that everywhere in the country. 4 years ago, Hillary Clinton got 367,000 votes in Allegheny County. We're just nowhere near done. We have a lot of votes to count there. I just want to check in some of the counties for the president. That's a county we expect to go for Joe Biden. Westmoreland County is a place 100%. Where we expect the president to win. This was a challenge. Joe Biden campaigned here. When he came out of the Democratic convention, he took the train ride.
That's from 2016.
Joe Biden came here on purpose. He wanted to see if he could narrow the gap. This is 64-33 last time. Let's come back here now. Not so far anyway. Not so far. This would be, if the president can hold this, that's a big deal. Joe Biden went into these communities thinking, I can narrow the gap some. But again, we're in the early chapter of this, and we don't know what we have left to come out. Let's come back over here. Again, in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, this is what matters most in terms of the vote count. Democrats need to run it up big in Philadelphia. Joe Biden at 248,000, so just shy of 250,000 votes. You think that's a big lead. You see 75%. But to emphasize the point, we have a long way to go. Hillary Clinton got 584,000 votes in this county 4 years ago. We got a ton way to go. Wolf, back to you.
We'll be patient. We got another projection right now. Take a look at this.
Projection.
CNN projects that Joe Biden is the winner in Virginia. Virginia goes for Biden. Biden beats Trump in the Commonwealth of Virginia.
Okay,
13 electoral votes go to Biden.
About.
Take a look at the electoral college map count. Right now, Biden is...
Is that Wisconsin?
They're bullish on Wisconsin, but we got a big call to make here.
We do.
Bill.
All right, we can now call Texas for the President of the United States. This is a state that I think nobody expected would be as close as it is tonight, 46% to 52%. But the president has now claimed Texas, which is definitely one of the states that he won last time that he needed to win tonight. And he has achieved that goal. 38 electoral votes in the state of Texas, despite the fact that Beto O'Rourke and others were very hopeful that the tide was changing in Texas. It has held once again for the Republican president.
It is changing. The electorate in Texas is changing. The fact that it was this close and it took us this long to call it. But there you see the race to 270, 223 to 204 now, with the big haul of Texas in President Trump's column. As we head to break here, let's check in on a couple of Senate races. One, Michigan, we just talked about. And we've been mentioning throughout the night, John James against the incumbent Gary Peters. Let's take a look at that board, maybe. We'll get it. And in that race, there you see John James holding a lead now. It's only half of the precincts in. We also want to check one more on the Senate races.
Maine, Susan Collins at 52.1 and Sarah Gideon 41%. Obviously, a lot of money's gone into this race as well. Susan Collins trying very hard to hold on to her seat in Maine.
What have they counted?
Let's a quick look at some of those hot Senate races as we head to a break.
We'll be right back.
I can't. Guys, have any of you found any sources for, like, Steve Kornacki is showing us the number of ballots coming in that are absentee? That's what I want to see. And I can't find a source online that's giving us that information. Even the NBC information doesn't have that percentage of absentee. Let's go watch somebody else here. What do we got?
Let him go. We came to see our grandson.
Well, let's go back here.
There, or the other Clinton state, Nevada, we haven't done on the West Coast yet. You get that there. So that's 285. Can you afford to lose that? You can't afford to lose that. So we're going to walk through the math as we go through this for the rest of the night.
Let's take a quick break. A lot more coming up. We're waiting to see what happens in Arizona. Can Joe Biden pull off a win in that state? We'll find out. Election night in America continues in 2 minutes.
Okay, let's go. What is this? Let's see.
Locating your parked car with the touch of a button might seem
There's a Ryan Reynolds
excessive.
movie on, so that's something. Let's see, CNBC's coverage.
Is the whole
who's doing the CNBC coverage? There it is.
Florida, waiting to see what happens.
Oh, Shep is doing this. We should be watching
there.
Shep.
Should a Florida decision come, we'll break in right away. It's election night in America on CNBC.
Why are you going to ads? Oh, because the top of the hour's coming out. What's this one? This is ABC. Oh, we can't watch. What else can't we watch? Sports Center.
Happy anniversary.
For what?
ABC News. Here we go. Your Voice live.
Continuing counting to George W. Bush. So I don't think anyone, I think probably most, John Roberts, the Chief Justice, wants to see a replay of that this time.
I'm going to go do a refill on my drink, and I'll be back.
Shaw, thanks very much. We're going to take another break. Some stations are going to leave us now for late local news. For the rest of the country, our coverage continues.
Okay, let me find another something for you guys to watch. See if anybody's not on break. Just MSNBC.
Is an outstanding question. The Republicans.
Okay, so if there's a commercial, I'm sorry, but I'll be back.
Republicans here have tried to blame the policies of the Democratic governor, Steve Sisolak, and essentially have tried to make him kind of be the shadow replacement for Joe Biden on the ballot. Steve Sisolak has shut down the state. He caused the economic hardship here. Vote for Donald Trump. The polling, Brian, has all shown that Trump is getting more of the blame than Sisolak for the pandemic here. So the Democrats think they will survive that part of it. But if Trump were to end up winning Nevada, I would think that play by the Republicans might have something to do with it and how bad the economy here really is, and it's bad.
John Ralston, the editor of the Nevada Independent and the dean of Nevada political journalism for life. John, thank you so much. I have a feeling we may be back with you as we start to get real numbers out of Nevada. Thanks, my friend. Let's go now back to Steve Kornacki. Sorry, excuse me.
Yeah, we got a big number here. NBC News is projecting Ohio will go in the Trump column when all the votes are counted. 53-45 race right now. That'll change, that'll fluctuate, but that is our projection. 18 electoral votes, a hugely valuable state in the Donald Trump column.
That had previously been characterized as too early to call with Trump in the lead. But again, Ohio now projecting Trump as the winner of Ohio. In terms of what remains outstanding in closely watched swing states, in Florida right now, I should also remind you that that is being characterized as a Donald Trump lead, even though that state has not been called. Florida has not been called by NBC News, but NBC is describing it as a Trump lead. In terms of other states that we're watching, obviously we are focusing, like you can't believe, on Pennsylvania and Arizona and Michigan and Minnesota and Wisconsin. In Texas, NBC is also characterizing that state as a Donald Trump lead at this point, but has not yet called it. But one of the states that NBC has not yet characterized a result for, just calling it still just too early to call, is the great state of Georgia. And polls closed in Georgia at 7 p.m. It's been just about exactly 5 hours since then now. Steve, what's going on in Georgia?
Yeah, we said earlier we thought maybe this Atlanta metro area would lag, and that's what's happened. You see Donald Trump with the lead there in the overall vote count statewide. It's a little north of 9 points. It's 372,000 votes for him. The reason for the sort of hovering here, waiting for a result, look where the outstanding vote is. If you could see these bubbles, I mean, it's the Atlanta metro area. It's the core of Democratic strength in Georgia. And so there's a question right now of how many votes are Democrats going to get out of these counties when they come in. Let's take a closer look here and zoom in. Let me take the bubbles off and we can zoom in. Good example here, Fulton County, Atlanta. You know, this is about half the vote. Biden running at 73%. There's 282,000 votes still to come there. You know, just doing math, if you look at the current pace that Biden is winning the same, and he is winning the same day vote in Fulton County, yeah, he could net another 100,000 votes out of Fulton County. You know, if you take a look, let's see here. DeKalb County, this is another one, 300,000 votes. I mean, overwhelmingly Biden here, even in the same day vote that we're seeing. He's winning the same day that we're seeing in DeKalb with about 62% of the vote right now. So again, he could net a lot here. The problem, though, is for Biden, as I say, though, is overall, that same day trend, it does end up catching him even in some blue counties. Here's a good example. Gwinnett County, I was just looking at this. You know, if you look at the early absentee vote that was cast here, we think it was about 59-40, the early vote cast in this county. You know, again, compared to overall, Biden's running at 57%. What that means is the same day vote that's been cast here, even though Biden's winning overall sizably, it's about even. Trump is even ahead by about a fraction of a point in the count that we're seeing right now. So it strongly suggests, you know, there's a lot of votes to come here, 114,000. But unless that trend changes, Biden may not get much, you know, in terms of erasing the plurality. So there are enough votes in this Atlanta metro area in particular to really dramatically tighten this statewide race. And this is what we saw. This is what we saw in Georgia in 2018 and 2016. The final margin really came in late when these counties did. But there is a question here if that gap between the early and the same day, even with these Democratic counties having a lot of ballots left, might catch Biden here. He's got to make up 372,000. Again, we'll see. Let's see what comes in a place like Gwinnett. If there's a surprise there, I think that's what he'd need.
Steve, thank you. We have just passed midnight here on the East Coast. We're in the heart of the order out west. It's a few minutes after 9 p.m. Here's the way we see it. Hawaii, where thoughts turn on a Tuesday night in a boarded-up Manhattan. Hawaii, 4 electoral votes, too early to call. Florida, 29 electoral votes. We have it as too close to call. Trump leads. North Carolina, too close to call. Texas, too early to call. Trump leads. Pennsylvania, too early to call, period. Michigan, same thing, too early to call. Georgia, too early to call. Arizona, too early to call, Biden leads. Wisconsin, too early to call. Minnesota, too early to call. Iowa, too early to call. Nevada, as we have just cataloged, too early to call. Here's the map. Oh, we have one more. Idaho to Donald Trump, your projected winner. That is no change from the 2016 map. Let's go to tonight's map, which you'll recall hours ago started in all gray without a single state filled in. That is about mirroring how these states have fallen tonight. We have so many in the margins yet to be decided. All indications are it will be days before we know. I am very eager to get to our next guest. He's been kind enough to be on our broadcast several of the past nights to talk about tonight, and that's James Carville. James, I need not remind you, you predicted this would be, hang on, we have a call in the Commonwealth of Virginia. Couldn't even introduce James. The projected winner in the Commonwealth of Virginia is Joe Biden. So, 13 electoral votes in his column, and let's put up where that leaves us on the road to 270 just to remind everybody. and then we'll talk to our friend James. 206 to 136 race right now, and there it may remain rather paralyzed. James, you predicted a night over, done and dusted long before this. How do you view this fight? What's going on?
The first thing is every Democrat just put the razor blades and the Ambien back in the medicine cabinet. We're going to be fine. We're going to be fine. Governor Granholm, my dear friend, said that Michigan is a red mirage. Pennsylvania looks really good. We're going to be fine in Wisconsin. I think a big surprise here is Georgia. Steve Fernacki did a really good job telling people what's out. So I hope that we would know earlier than we did. I think we're going to be just fine. I'm very optimistic. I've been talking to quants all night. People are rerunning the numbers, and we just have to hang in there, and we're going to win this little thing. I promise you. But just, stay up tonight, watch the returns. We're doing a good job. I have my Pappy Van Winkle in the back, and I think I'll be able to crack it open. Maybe not tonight as I hope, but I will crack that little puppy open before this is over.
I'm staring at the roses, Old Glory, and the bottle, and wondering which one is going to take precedence by the time we're off the air. James,
he also said we'd know early tonight who the winner was. So,
what, in your view, did happen? And I'm not trying to hang you up here, but you and I talk often on the air. What did happen between your prediction of maybe 10 Eastern Time, 10:30, and where we are now, where we may be Thursday, the next time we talk?
Well, I think one of the biggest stories was the Latino vote in Florida. If you look beyond Miami-Dade, we perform well. And if you look at Duval, which I think is going to spill over into Georgia, and in every county I see in Georgia, we're doing a little bit better. I'd be the first to say, look, I was more bullish. I feel like that's what I do in life. I always think I'm going to win. I never go into any contest with defeat on my mind. I do not have defeat on my mind. I have really good reasons to think that we're going to be fine. I've talked to a lot of people tonight. It might take a little bit longer than we wanted, but everybody just hang in there. America's coming back, and I feel good about where we are. Of course, I wish we were sitting here, cracking open this great bottle of champagne right now. But I'm going to put it on ice, and I think I'm going to crack it open about Friday. And I'm optimistic. I really am.
I have to ask, I'm duty-bound to ask if the bottle behind you started the night
let's
full.
Go to, where are we going?
Well, that
Tucker's
stuff is
talking.
about
We don't need that. Let's
$200
go
an
here.
ounce.
Map right now, and you're thinking, if you're a Democrat, okay.
Yeah, shot at random. Gee, I think Joanna's been drinking.
A lot of these Trump counties, a high percentage of the vote seems to be in, but come over here to this part of the state. Bucks County, 53%, so we're making some progress there. Biden holding the lead. Philadelphia, the city of Philadelphia, up to 40%. We were in the 20s last time we checked, so we're getting some more votes. But again, look at 248,931, so just shy 249,000 for Joe Biden. He's leading Philadelphia County. Go back 4 years ago, Hillary Clinton gets 584,000 votes. So we just have to, that's simple math, right? Turnout is higher this year. Hillary Clinton got 584,000 votes in Philadelphia County. Joe Biden right now is at 248,000. The president's numbers are much lower too. We just haven't counted many of the votes in Philadelphia County, and that includes when you move beyond.
I don't know why none of the stations have 27% of the vote is coming in from Allegheny County. And if that continues at this rate to 100%, Allegheny County means this many more votes go to the statewide total. And then we can have some sort of predictive fun with, if this continues, and maybe that's what Fox News has, that they're calling everything so much earlier than CNN and MSNBC. MSNBC hasn't called anything yet. Just like, the polls will close in New Hampshire at any minute now. It's really too early to know if they are. We haven't checked every single polling location to see if there's anybody left in there.
Out to Montgomery County, again, might be 50% here. Look at the numbers there, 168,000 for Joe Biden now. Hillary Clinton won this county with 256. So there's just a lot of math to be done, right? You move down here Chester County. Hillary Clinton had 141,000. You come up here now, we're at 73,000. That's about half, a little less than half, a little more than half, I'm sorry. So if you just bring it out, this is where we just need to be patient. And again, the key thing, if you're a Democrat and you're sweating this a little bit, number one, you know, most of your votes here have not yet been counted. This is your other big basket here. You're still at 17%. Allegheny County, Pittsburgh, and the suburbs around it. Joe Biden leading healthily, 98,000 votes. That's a healthy lead. You go back in time. Hillary Clinton got 367,000 votes in Allegheny County. Joe Biden hopes to do better than her 4 years ago. We'll see if that turns out to be true. But we just...
It's 5:10 in the a.m. in Arlen. Get some sleep, Green Room.
Simply no. 260, just shy of 260, just shy of 370. You come here now. We just haven't counted a lot of votes. There's just a ton of votes yet to be counted, which means we're not done. So you pull it out and you wait. The Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. So it's just deceptive. It's all real. These are all votes, but that's just deceptive because it's not a contextual lead because we're missing so many votes. And it's the very same story when you move over to Michigan. The challenge now is for the election.
Executive producer Rich, I actually hardly ever eat candy. And these chips, I don't really eat chips that often either. It's just, this is a special night. And I'm just trying to get stuff that I can grab and not have to spend a lot of time away from you guys. So this is really all about you.
Officials in these states to be transparent, to do the best they can, count as...
Everything healthy kind of takes time to put together. I started off the evening having a nice bowl of bran with some bananas and blueberries. That was nice. With some oat milk. But yeah, this is more candy tonight than I've eaten since I was a kid.
Quickly as they can and be transparent about what is missing. But you just want to come down here and look again. This hasn't budged. This simply hasn't budged. Wayne County is Detroit. And the suburbs around it, this is the building block for Democrats in the state of Michigan. Nearly 20%, 18% or more, depending on turnout of the statewide vote. You see Joe Biden at 147,000. You go back in time. This was a place where Hillary Clinton underperformed. Democrats wish turnout was higher, but still, she got 519,000 plus votes 4 years ago. The leader right there, right now, Joe Biden, got 147,000 votes. So it just tells you, that's just one county. It just tells you we have a boatload of votes to count. And you come out here, let's move out to Kent, move out to the western part of the state. You're up to 60 here, right? 60% of the estimated vote. But 119,000, Donald Trump leading in Kent County. This is Grand Rapids and the suburbs around it. Democrats had hoped to make...
Here's the... Oh, was it you, Chris Wilson, who said something about my diet? Whoever it was, by this point of the night, I'd really heard that I really hoped that we'd be back to talking about cheese and pizza and food and snacks and favorite candies. Not this nonsense that's happening right now.
Roads here. Let's see if it stays.
Yeah, let's go down to Fox and talk about Michigan there.
Are we now in the state of Wisconsin? By my math, we're about 124,000 votes that separate Trump and Biden in Wisconsin.
I mean, that's not a small margin.
No. It could be significant in a massive way. And, Brett, you're talking about the pushback. Everybody's getting the pushback on Arizona. I don't know if this is going to change or not. Listen, our decision desk went with it.
Bill Hemmer's about done for the night. I don't know if it's going to change. Everyone's giving us pushback. Man, I just wish I had my pillow.
Telling us there's 1 million votes out there. We'll see if that's the case throughout the night. But to your point about Wisconsin,
Bill, you know what's really great about you?
Sorry?
You produce, you and Styrewall, whenever you're on. Fox News Decision Desk can make a call. And that is Iowa for President Trump. He will win the state of Iowa, the 6 electoral votes in Iowa. That was tight as you got towards Election Day. He will win Iowa, and Joni Ernst is there as well. We haven't made a call in that race yet.
I would just point out that it's a 7-point spread, exactly what the Des Moines Register said it would be just a couple of days ago. So once again, there is a pollster out there that is doing a good job tonight.
Yeah. I was thinking about that over the weekend, guys, and I remember we were at the Super Bowl in Miami, right, on that Saturday night before the game. The Des Moines Register was coming out with his Iowa caucus poll. and they held it back at 11 o'clock. Remember all that?
Sure.
Remember, it was the gold standard. It was never released. The next day they played the Super Bowl. The next Monday we're in Iowa. They never give us the results from the caucus because they got the data all confused. The day after that, we're in D.C. for the State of the Union address, and by then America had moved on to New Hampshire, the primary. We forgot all about Iowa. I thought that poll on Saturday night, a 7-point advantage for Donald Trump, a 4-point advantage for Joni Ernst, was substantial. Ann Seltzer wants to get it right. And I know she was very embarrassed by the poll in early February, and I bet they worked very hard to make sure that they were spot on. And tonight, at the moment, it's exactly what they said, 7 points in Iowa.
Can we just get a look at the Joni Ernst, Teresa Greenfield board there, guys?
See what I can do here for you.
I think we've got a race board here, a Joni Ernst race board of
Look
the
at
Senate.
this.
There we go.
You got it? 6 points at the moment. 92% of the votes been counted. See that guy?
Republicans are feeling confident about that race. If she holds on, that's a big get, and one of the vulnerable senators that will get by.
Just watching this here. If you guys want to hang
come
with
on,
me
Iowa.
a moment.
What the hell, Chris?
Wayne County. Not a ton of movement right here. So in Detroit. So, well, okay. You guys ready for this? I mean, I just showed you from 2016 the counties in Michigan that were still outstanding. One was blue. That was right here, Muskegon County, Michigan, from 2016. In 2020, this just clocked in. Trump with a 4,000 real vote lead along Lake Michigan. Listen, right?
There you go.
Right,
keep talking.
There's that Senate race.
Keep talking.
Magic. If we talk about it, we're able to call it. So that Joni Ernst over 51%. Teresa Greenfield gave her a good run for her money. That was a very tight race. And Joni Ernst has secured her spot in the United States Senate and her seat for the Republicans.
Well, let's look at the
to hold on to the majority.
The net gain, the 53-47 we started with. The Senate board now with that win, that's a hold, obviously. So Republicans holding that seat, and it's still a net gain of 1 for Democrats if you put Mark Kelly out there in Arizona.
I'll let you do the Senate in a moment. I just want to point this out, guys. It's pretty obvious to me what's happening in Michigan. I mean, this is something you really have to follow closely. I don't know what happens in Detroit overnight tonight into the day tomorrow. But this was a county that the president won 4 years ago. These counties all up here, too. They were all red, okay? The exception here. And now they're filling in. Well, we have some grays still. But at the moment, he's in this thing in Michigan in a big way, and we can't ignore it. 10,600 votes from 2016.
Okay.
Seems to be razor tight.
He can have Michigan as long as Wisconsin and Pennsylvania
All right,
go
Bill,
Biden.
thank you so much. We'll be back to you in just a minute. We're going to take a quick break here. Iowa was just called for the president as the results continue to trickle in. It is after midnight on the East Coast. We're going to have a lot more for you from
We're going to get a Joe Biden statement shortly.
Challenge is to urge people to be patient and to trust the process. The challenge also is to ease some Democratic jitters because a lot of Democrats came into the night thinking that this would be better. A lot of Democrats just simply thought the animus toward Trump is so deep among the Democrats that they just thought, and the polls, they look at the national polls, and again, we'll see where this ends up. We'll see where this ends up. Joe Biden has pulled ahead in the popular vote, and we'll see where it ends up. But they looked at the national polls, they looked at some of those other polls, and they thought, okay, this will not happen to us again. The flip side is there are a lot of Democrats who said, oh, is this going to happen to us again? So what does Joe Biden have to do? He has to say, let's wait and let's count, which is the right thing to say, whether you're Joe Biden or the president. However, if you're looking at this map now, again, if you come back, this is where we are right now. And Nevada, a Clinton state, we'll see what happens. We're still counting. Arizona, a Trump state. Looks like Biden has a lead there. We haven't finished yet. But if you come back to this map, and again, if you just think about all the places the Democrats thought, we're not done with these counts, but Democrats thought, that would just be game over. That would be game changer, game ended. All right? That one we've projected. That's not going to happen. We haven't finished with that one yet or finished with this one yet. But those were states where Democrats thought if you get this one or that one, you block Trump's path. You get this one, you absolutely block Trump's path. Didn't happen. We're not done here either. It's a weird night. There's some interesting votes still to be counted. But again, Trump's leads are starting to grow. The election, the whole Republican strategy will get you on Election Day. So far, we're seeing it. Again, we have to get to the finish line in these states counting the votes. So if you're Joe Biden and you're looking now, number one, you do think you're going to change this. It's not enough to get you there. It's not enough to get you there. So The rest of them will come here, congressional district here perhaps, congressional district here perhaps. But this is the meat and potatoes of presidential politics.
New York Times is still giving Biden a 68% chance of winning in Georgia.
The last several years, and it's going to be tonight, and it seems increasingly. It's already Wednesday morning, 12:29. This could go on throughout the day.
We have another key race alert.
Oh, it's just going to be
in Georgia right now, 80% of the estimated vote is in, and Donald Trump has a nearly 300,000 vote lead over Biden, 53% to 45.8%, 16 electoral votes in Georgia. Trump has an impressive nearly 300,000 vote lead. Let's take a closer look at Georgia right now. It looks good for Trump right now.
It does look good for Trump if you're looking at the math right now, but you also have to remember the most important thing when you get to a point like this is what's missing, right? So you see 53, 46, you see 297,000 votes, and that sure seems like a lot, especially when you see a number that says you think about 80% of the estimated vote is in. However, then you come here to metropolitan Atlanta, and you see right here, this is the largest county in the state, Fulton County. It'll be somewhere ballpark 10% of the statewide vote. Joe Biden's at 238, right? 238. Where were we 4 years ago? Hillary Clinton was at 297. So there's some votes there, and we think turnout was higher. We expect turnout to be even higher. So then you want to move over here to Cobb County. Hillary Clinton had 160,000 votes 4 years ago. Where are we right now? Joe Biden's at 163 with 70%. So more of these votes are starting to come in. They're starting to come in. As you move over here, let me come one more over to Gwinnett County, up to 78% right here. Joe Biden, 186,000. Come back and look at it here, 20,000 more than Hillary Clinton in the end. So as the votes the votes here are starting to come in, they were still not full at all. That's 2016. You come back and look at it here, 53%. So if you're looking at it, you think, okay, that looks insurmountable, but it's starting to come back. The votes around Atlanta coming back, it's going to make it closer.
Pamela Brown's got some information on Georgia. What are you learning, Pamela?
Yeah, and Fulton County, home to Atlanta, they have stopped counting there for the night. They're going to pick back up at 8 in the morning Eastern time, and they still have 48,000 mail-in ballots to go to count. Of course, Georgia had 2 weeks to process these, but they couldn't start counting these mail-in ballots until the polls closed. So we know we're going to be waiting for a bit on the edge of our seats as we find out what's going on in Fulton. And then when you look at other places like DeKalb, only 31% reported in DeKalb there in Georgia. What do you make of that, John King?
I make it that they're having a slow count. And so you mentioned, so if Fulton County's going to wait, so you're waiting on votes there. The question is, can Joe Biden get close enough to make those votes count? It's a slow count. And so, again, we just waited for a long time, and then Virginia gave us a big dump. They're trying to get through it. It gets frustrating at this point, especially you're trying to figure out a winner. But that is the election here. So you say 30% there. Again, this is a place where you look at that big number. If you come out here and you look at the big number, you say, wow, that's insurmountable, 297,000. But then you remember how many people live around here. So you come back in, and you're at 30%. Joe Biden has 102,000. So we got a long way to go. Back in 2016, Hillary Clinton got 251,000 votes just in this county, And so you're still counting votes, which means there's some to be banked. Does Joe Biden get them all? We don't know. But we do know that he's doing better in the suburbs. He tends to be doing a little bit better than Hillary Clinton in the suburbs. Let's see if we can see this and see if it plays out. Again, the vote count is incomplete, so sometimes this can get you a little bit off. But if you look at places, there it is. Where is Joe Biden outperforming Hillary Clinton by 5% or more? It's right here around Metro Atlanta. So he's doing better than Clinton did 4 years ago, and we know there's still a lot of votes to be counted here. Is it enough? You don't know until you count them. But that's why you don't give up, and you hang in and you wait. Because especially, remember the governor's race with Stacey Abrams versus the Republican governor now, Brian Kemp. There was a lot of bad blood among Democrats who thought the votes were suppressed, who did not think votes were counted fairly, who did not think the process played out correctly. So the last thing any Democrat is going to do tonight is to concede Georgia. In fact, they're going to demand that everybody be patient and wait and count the votes. There's a raw history in Georgia on this issue, in many states on this issue, but especially right here. And again, you don't know, right? When you see that Joe Biden is overperforming Hillary Clinton in the area where Pam just detailed.
Here's the New York Times infographic, and it's good. Give me a second here. I'm going to bring it over to your side so you guys can see it. This is Georgia, and you can see these are the population bubbles. Let me zoom in, see if it'll work for me. Yeah, so here are where the votes are outstanding in Georgia. See, can you see what I'm seeing? Yeah, I'm going to zoom in for you guys. Here it is. So you can see that the bigger the bubble, the more outstanding votes there are. Look at those giant blue bubbles up here. A couple little dots, little red dots all over the place. Savannah, big bubble. Dougherty County, big bubble. And then all the counties in the Atlanta area. Those are the number of people that live up there. So that's why the New York Times still says that Biden is going to win Georgia. 67% chance of him winning Georgia right now. We'll see what happens. And they don't want to tell us.
There's a lot of votes still to be counted. Again, you come back out and you look at that and you think, wait a minute, the president's now 300,000 votes ahead. Okay, the president's 300,000 votes ahead. That's a good place to be. But we're not done counting. So let's just keep counting.
We saw what happened in Virginia. Right. Trump was way ahead. All of a sudden, Biden.
Axios is reporting what? I missed that, David.
Virginia. We got a key race alert right now. The two congressional districts, Nebraska and Maine, one electoral vote in each. Right now in Nebraska's 2nd congressional district, Joe Biden is ahead by about 28,000 votes, 54.3% to 43.9%. 83% of the estimated vote in that congressional district is now in. In Maine right now, the 2nd congressional district, 40% of the estimated vote is in. Trump has a narrow lead, 12,596 votes. 51.1% to 45.3%, 60% of the vote still outstanding in Maine, the 2nd congressional district. You know, John, it's a crazy time. You never know if those congressional districts, one each, are going to be significant.
Well, that's why I'll come over and do some math on that in a minute, but that.
Holy smokes. Okay, so Kelly Loeffler and Reverend Raphael Warnock, Democrat, will advance to a January runoff election for one of 2 Senate seats up for grabs in Georgia. So there's going to be a January runoff. Can you imagine how much money is going to be spent on that race if it means the balance of the Senate?
It gets fascinating when you start to figure it out. You know, one of them's here in Nebraska. It's in this part of the state. You see the blue in the eastern part of the state. That's where Democrats, again, Omaha, the suburbs, Lincoln, the suburbs. The Democrats just doing better in those areas in recent years. The president carried the 2nd district last time. You think he's, it looks like he's going to win Nebraska.
Yeah, top 2.
He'll win the state in the popular vote, but we'll see what happens. Maine gets a little more complicated. Again, townships in Maine, so the map looks a little different than many other states. We're waiting to fill in the votes here. The 2nd congressional district is the more conservative district. Biden at 51% right now. I'll tell you, Democrats, but again, 47% right now. Democrats thought Biden's lead in Maine would be more than 5 or 6 points. If it stretches out a little bit, then we'll see. We have to wait the rest of the votes to be counted. But yes, those votes can matter when you go through it, especially if you want to come over and take a look at it. So last time, remember, the President of the United States won the 2 congressional districts, if you will. This was a big deal. And the Trump campaign, he went there on purpose. He went there on purpose to try to get this back this year. But let's just say, for the sake of argument, the president has a narrow lead here right now. So for Republicans watching me do this, they're going to be offended. Just if it comes back that way, for the math for Joe Biden hypothetically. And if you come in here and you can get the 2nd congressional district here. So you take 2 away from the president. Normally you would think 2. Why is that a big deal? Well, it can be a big deal. It can be a big deal. If you're looking, again, if you get Nevada and you get Arizona, and so then you're at 293. We have Rhode Island done here on the map here. So then you're looking, so where do you go? You can do it from here, and Joe Biden can win the presidency without Pennsylvania. So every now and then the ones matter, right? Or if you pick another one here, let's just say the president somehow came back and did that, then you're at 261, 267, then it would come down to here. So you're playing with the math on the margins a little bit, but it helps. Every single one helps. When you're at this point and you're in the nail-bite phase, you'll take every single one you can get, and hopefully they hold up for you. But this is where we start, and we count from here.
That's 2016. That's what happened then.
That's 2016, and here's where we are now. As you figure them out, Joe Biden, that looks like a lead because of California, but we got Texas to add and Florida to add. As we get a little bit later into the night, or now we're into the morning, I'm going to call it the night. Election night lasts until it's over. Then Trump's going to catch up. When you put Texas and Florida in, then you're going to match it up if they hold that way, and then it gets interesting. And again, very rare do you come down to one here and one there, but it's possible, which is why you compete for them.
That's what.
Thank you. Okay, sorry. Yeah, Collins is 21%. Kelly Loeffler is 27.6, and Raphael is 29.8. So he actually won, but you got to get to 50%. Otherwise, it's a runoff. Thank you, everybody. Kevin Lee Daughter just opened the door and told me my mic was off as well. It's nice that she's watching. She voted. She voted for the first time for president, so that's exciting.
Counting the votes, and they're counting the votes relatively slowly in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin.
Right, and so that's the map. This is the map here. And again, if you're watching at home and you remember 2016, if
5.5 hours. We just hit 5.5 hours of broadcast time. So sometimes my mic's going to be, it's going to be off.
If you're a Democrat, this frightens you. If you're a Republican, it overjoys you. And we just need to keep saying, and you can get mad at us, you can get mad at the coronavirus, you can get mad at local election officials, you can get mad at anybody you want, but it's simply the way the process works, especially when you have mail-in voting, in-person early voting, and the election day surge, and these election officials around the country, especially in these states.
Yeah, I'm not going to tell you how she voted, but you can surmise for yourself.
Where turnout went up. They're overwhelmed, right? There's not a lot.
If she's on sometime, you can ask her, but I'm not going to divulge her voting patterns.
A lot of them. Many of them are volunteers. And so they're going to take their time, and they're going to count the votes, and we're going to watch, and you see here.
But I can tell you this. You know how much it costs to add a 21-year-old girl to your driving policy in California? $1,600 a year. So it's more than $100 a month to add her to my car insurance. And my record's great. Kids.
There are 666,000.
Anyway, she's working, so she'll be paying for that.
Votes. Normally, you're after midnight, you're into Wednesday morning. In a big state like the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, you'd look at that and you'd think, wow, except. And again, we'll go west to east again. We're still at 17%.
They should be able to give us a projection here. They should. Oh, if things continue this trend, the trouble is the stupid in-person versus. I blame everything on the coronavirus.
In Allegheny County, 17% in a giant basket of Democratic votes in western Pennsylvania. So we need to wait. More importantly, nothing against the people of Pittsburgh and Allegheny County. There's just more votes here. Philadelphia County, we're up to 43%.
That's Chris Wallace. Let's go watch Chris Wallace.
All the grief, though, that the Biden people gave to just the story of President Trump coming out on election night and saying that he was going to be the victor.
Well, I don't think he's going to say he's the victor.
No, but he's going to say that it's not over. And
I think he'll be stronger than that.
That I'm going to win?
No.
That's the victor.
Well, no, I don't think he's going to say that. I think one of the things some of the sources are telling me is
he's going to rail against the media, and he's going to rail against the ballots, and he's going to say it's crooked, and we've won, and the only way we can lose is if it's crooked ballots. That's what he's going to say. He may not say we've won. He's going to say we'll see what happens. I can guarantee that.
He's going to pitch this as this was, he apparently won Lackawanna County, includes Scranton, and he's going to say this is Main Street versus Wall Street. And it's basically a campaign speech, but to act like he's in the command position without declaring victory.
Okay, let's bring in Arnon Mishkin, director of the Fox News Decision Desk. Arnon, we're getting a lot of incoming here, and we need you to answer some questions. Arizona, are you 100% sure of that call and when you made it, and why did you make it?
Absolutely. We made it after basically a half hour of debating, is it time yet? Because it's been clear for a while that the former vice president is in the lead in Arizona and was most likely to win the state. It has been in the category that we call knowable but not callable for about an hour. We finally called it. Right now, yes, there are some outstanding votes in Arizona. Most of them are coming from Maricopa, where Biden is currently in a very strong position. And many of them are mail-in votes, where we know from our Fox News voter analysis, Biden has an advantage. We don't know exactly how many mail-in votes there are. But what I think we've heard from the White House is that they are expecting to get that they need just to get 61% of the outstanding vote, and there are 870,000 outstanding votes, and they'll be getting that. That's not true. The reality is that they're likely to get only about 44% of the outstanding votes that are there. We're right now sitting on a race that is Biden at 53%, Trump at 46%. I'm sorry, the president is not going to be able to take over and win enough votes to eliminate that 7-point lead that the former vice president has.
Yeah, they have said that they believe that he will get 65% of the outstanding votes, which they claim are at 1 million to 1.1 million. You're saying that the universe of votes that's still out there is much lower than that?
We think the universe of votes is outstanding is lower than that, and we believe that, I'm sorry, he's not getting anywhere near 65% of that. And that's why we made this call. I mean, this is a call that's sitting in our statistical models at sort of at a T-stat of 4 or more in all the different ways we...
Well, speaking English, what does that mean?
Sorry, well, that means we're 4 standard deviations from...
So Antifa's marching down the street in Washington, D.C., apparently chanting, "Fuck Biden, fuck Trump." Fuck Trump! Fuck Trump! Fuck Trump! Fuck Biden! Fuck Biden! Fuck Trump! Fuck Trump! Look at all those Antifa Biden supporters. They're anarchists. This is what I've been saying about Antifa. They're not fans of anyone. They just want to burn shit. You think Biden's going to declare victory? Maybe. Let's find out. Anyway, so that's what's happening in Washington, D.C. And Trump will blame this on the Democrats. And Democrats should have... Every time it's, you got to condemn the violence, Biden should have said, yes, absolutely. Any Antifa violence, any violence. Yes, 100% condemn, which he did, but the message didn't get out there.
Being wrong. And I'm sorry, we're not wrong in this particular case.
Okay, well, let's bounce around just a little bit, Arnon, since we have you here. Let's go to North Carolina. We're looking live in Wilmington, Delaware, waiting on the motorcade and the former vice president to say something, as Chris was talking about there. But let's talk about North Carolina and where we are. It seems like this is a very tight race. Where are you seeing that?
It is a tight race. The president seems to have an advantage in North Carolina. About a half hour ago, it looked like he had even greater advantage. The question in North Carolina that we have is how much vote is really outstanding? How much of that vote is mail-in versus election day? Because the interesting thing about this election is it's not just about figuring out how much Joe Biden is getting and how much Donald Trump is getting. It's also about how people are voting, because what we've seen today is that the people who voted by mail or voted early by a huge number tended to be Democrats.
The Times is giving Trump an 85% chance of winning North Carolina. They still have Biden at 66% winning Georgia.
The people who voted on Election Day tended to be Republican. North Carolina is one of those states where they count the early vote first to a certain extent, and they count a bunch of it late. But right now we're sitting at something where the president has an advantage in the state, but it's not yet at a callable advantage, and that's why we haven't called it.
All right, while we have you, let's take a look at Georgia as well, Arnon. Let's put that up on the screen.
This basin
what are you seeing in Georgia? It looks like the president has a very solid lead with 83% of the vote in.
Georgia is one of those states that's close, and there's a debate going on. And really, is there any path for Joe Biden to get the lead in Georgia? And so far, we do not. It's not clear there is a path. It's a state that could easily fall into the president's camp shortly.
Are you a T3 there, or?
And the vote we're seeing and the way it's being counted, the former vice president has a fairly good chance of prevailing in Wisconsin.
So when you look ahead at the next hour or two, how do you believe that you're going to be able to call Georgia or North Carolina, or do you think that those are going to be until tomorrow? What's your outlook?
We are hoping to be able to call at least one of those southern states this evening. I do not know about the Rust Belt states, and my team would kill me if I went further.
They're emailing you to get off the air right now. We can hear it. Either that or it's Karl Rove. Last thing, Pennsylvania. I think we're going to hear from the former vice president about his performance in Lackawanna County, as Chris Wallace suggested, and the Scranton area. Where is Pennsylvania?
Pennsylvania is a state that could easily take several days to count the mail-in vote. We believe there was a lot of mail-in vote. We believe, that it's one of those states where it can arrive a few days late. so far, according to the decisions, but it's possible that this is a state where you need to do two things. One, you need to get all the decision teams to agree who has won the state, you need to get the arithmetic right. But the second is that this is a state that could easily fall into serious litigation. But this is also a state where, this is one of those states where we knew from the get-go, and we talked about it at the 5 earlier today, that this was a state where we anticipated that the election day vote would be reported very early. We anticipated a solid Trump lead in the early votes, and we suggested don't pay that much attention to the raw vote initially, because that could change. The same thing was true in the South, but on the reverse, where we said don't pay attention to the likelihood of a blue mirage, or that Joe Biden would be doing really well in many of the southern states, including Florida, frankly, North Carolina, Georgia, and so far Florida obviously fell to the president.
But the path to 270, when you look at it for President Trump, and you look at it for former Vice President Biden.
The path to 270 for the president is to make sure he wins Georgia and North Carolina, the outstanding ones in the South, and then that he gets probably Pennsylvania and Montana. And I believe then he gets over 270. Or he gets barely, and then he probably also will need to win either Wisconsin or Michigan. That's the path. The path for Joe Biden is
determine this election result. But Florida, where our projection is concerned, is done and dusted for this cycle. Nicole, I interrupted. Please continue.
No, we were talking about what Joe Biden might say tonight, and I'm thinking of this result in Florida as something that might make its way into Joe Biden's comments. Joe Biden has constantly sought to convey that if he is elected, he will be a president for all Americans, not just a president for Democrats, and he may actually see to it to say something about the closeness of this night. But I think his real mission will be to tell his supporters, to reassure them that their votes will be counted, and to call for calm. And I would be surprised if there wasn't some message that came out of the White House. You'd be foolish if you hoped it was that civilized, a call for calm. But I think once Biden says something, it'll be near impossible for Trump to say nothing.
Wilmington, Delaware is the scene. You see people have been invited to, just as we recall when Joe and Dr. Jill Biden appeared outside to kind of a drive-in rally. People have been instructed to bring their cars. And here comes the former vice president, and we'll all see together what his message is.
Wait.
We feel good about where we are.
Sorry, guys.
Good evening. I'm here to tell you your patience is commendable. We knew this was going to go long, but who knew we're going to go into maybe tomorrow morning, maybe even longer. But look, we feel good about where we are. We really do. I'm here to tell you tonight, we believe we're on track to win this election. We knew because of the unprecedented early vote and the mail-in vote that it's going to take a while. We're going to have to be patient until the hard work of tallying the votes is finished. And it ain't over till every vote is counted. Every ballot is counted. But we're feeling good. We're feeling good about where we are. We believe one of the nets has suggested we've already won Arizona, but we're confident about Arizona. That's a turnaround. We also just called it for Minnesota, and we're still in the game in Georgia, although that's not one we expected. And we're feeling real good about Wisconsin and Michigan. And by the way, It's going to take time to count the votes. We're going to win Pennsylvania.
Yes.
I've been talking to the folks in Philly, Allegheny County, Scranton, and they're really encouraged by the turnout and what they see.
Come on,
Look,
Texas.
you know, we could know the results as early as tomorrow morning, but it may take a little longer. As I've said all along, it's not my place or Donald Trump's place to declare who's won this election. That's the decision of the American people. But I'm optimistic about this outcome.
And every vote will be
I want
counted.
to thank every one of you who came out and voted in this election. And by the way, Chris Coons and the Democrats, congratulations here in Delaware. Pardon? Hey, John, the Gov, yeah, the whole team, man. You've done a great job. I'm grateful to the poll workers, to our volunteers, our canvassers, everyone who participated in this democratic process. And I'm grateful to all of my supporters here in Delaware and all across the nation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And folks, you heard me say it before. Every time I walk out of my grandpa's house up in Scranton, he'd yell, Joey, keep the faith. And my grandma, when she was alive, yelled, no, Joey, spread it. Keep the faith, guys. We're going to win this. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Your patience is great. Let's walk over here.
Okay, so is Trump going to make a statement now? Let's walk over here.
In an era when car horns are the new applause of 2020, at least at some of the political rallies we've seen. So, Joy, Nicole, Rachel, how did those remarks measure against what we thought he might say?
See, that's all you need is some music and then you feel good. We should have been having a soundtrack this whole time.
I think, unsurprisingly, Joe Biden was optimistic. He was positive.
I got to get away from this.
He projected confidence in the result, and he said what?
Got to get away from the Biden thing because they're going to give me a copyright
campaign to invalidate some of these votes that were, quote, fixed or cured. You're going to see efforts to stop the vote counting.
Trump is so exhausted. He's either going to go full in, this is all rigged, or he's going to declare victory, or he's just going to be like, oh, see what happens. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
A certain point, or to say if the votes haven't come in, by election day.
Guys, New York Times is still predicting Trump or Biden wins Georgia. 67% chance.
Should they still be counted? Because we're really down now to counting individual votes. We're past any polls. We're past any voter analysis. This is going to come down to counting each vote in each county. And so I think that was the point he was trying to make. And that's the position that the Democrats are going to take as they enter these lawsuits and the public pressure. Again, they felt that Gore made a mistake in 2000. They didn't want to do the same thing in 2020.
The president has weighed in on Twitter. We are up big, but they are trying to steal the election. We will never let them do it. Votes cannot be cast after the polls are closed. We do have a call. That is, the Fox News decision desk can say that Montana will go into the column of President Trump. 3 electoral votes. So as you look at the race to 270.
And Brett.
Hold on, Brett. We'll just add up these numbers. 237 to 313.
Yeah.
Just a couple of things. Trump is apparently going to make a statement, so we'll see what he says. In Montana, Steve Daines, the incumbent Republican senator, was trailing. He's now up and looks like he's going to win. So that looks like one further opportunity for a Democratic pickup goes by the boards.
Yeah, we're going to lose the Senate. Check this out, guys. This is what's going on in Georgia. It gives you sort of a look how things have happened in Georgia over time here. This is as votes have been counted. This is Trump's share up here. It's getting smaller, and Biden's keeps getting bigger and bigger. And the Times is saying that there's a 2/3 chance that Biden actually ends up winning Georgia when all is said and done. That throws everything into another loop here. So if he picks up Georgia, we lean Georgia here. Boom. Now he's 9 votes away. So he picks up Georgia. All he has to do is get Wisconsin, Michigan, or Pennsylvania. Any one of those 3. Let me bring it over here. Any one of those 3, and he's over the line. Let me go back to the main feed. Right here. So he picks up Michigan, That puts him over the line. He's at 277. Wisconsin. Let me put Michigan back. Wisconsin. He's at 260. Oh, wait. Oh, no. I turned it red. Wisconsin. He's at 271. He gets over the line. Providing the Nebraska and the Maine single congressional districts move his way. Otherwise, if one of those districts doesn't go in Biden's column and Trump wins out, Trump wins Pennsylvania. Hold on. Let me do Nebraska and Maine. They don't let me do the split votes. Here we go. Let me put this back to Biden, and we're gonna make this. We end up with a 269 tie. If Trump wins Nebraska, drops Maine, Wisconsin goes Biden, Georgia goes Biden, we end up with a tie. In which case, Trump wins because it goes to the House. And even though the Democrats control the House currently, every state gets a vote. And the Republicans control more states, which again is undemocratic because that's not how you represent people. But Trump wins in a tie. So it might come down to one electoral college district in Maine or Nebraska to put this puppy over the edge. Watch what happens. All we got to do is give Nebraska back to him, and he's at 270, and that's what you need to win. Let's go back to the talking people. There's Mr. Biden. I like that picture.
Looking at Pennsylvania just quickly, just looking at some raw vote total. 60. There's a lot of vote out, still not tabulated, but somewhere between 63 and 75% is in, according to one estimate I just saw, and Trump's up 15. Now, there's a lot of vote out, and that's not final, but you'd rather be him than Biden at this moment in that state.
Dana, what are your thoughts?
Well, I'm just thinking about, from a communication standpoint, if you're President Trump and you're at the White House tonight.
He wins Georgia. He doesn't need Pennsylvania.
And you see Biden go out there, I would imagine you're going to see the.
That's just really good coloring for her. Like that blue background and the off-white that she's wearing, combined with the off-white behind her, just her eyes are popping. Just watch this.
President within the next 40.
Never noticed her before, but she's beautiful.
45 minutes.
Well, she was until
within the last few seconds.
Make her unbeautiful.
She said, "I will be making a statement."
Well, see, I'm tracking exactly.
You are tracking.
So yeah, I think that makes sense. I don't think there's any way that you could go to bed tonight and not say something.
I'm not going to bed tonight.
We'll see how they handle that. I think that the other thing is we haven't talked a lot about any of the governor's races, but I do think that in Montana the Republicans were able to pick that up as well.
And in terms of communications, the president will say whatever he's going to say.
Biden.
And he's already indicated on Twitter that he will probably warn about the election being stolen. And so I would expect that we'll hear that kind of language from him tonight.
I will be making a statement tonight. A big win.
I think you will. I would, not that anybody takes my advice anymore, but I would tap the brakes on that a little bit. I don't think he needs to do that. I think he could say, I'm in a very strong position. They counted me out in 2016. They were going to try to count me out again in 2020. Look at where we are. I can be patient. I'm going to wait till tomorrow. We'll let these votes get counted, but I can guarantee you I'm going to win, and I'm not going to let any legal challenge go without my guys being on the ground, being able to fight it.
Yeah.
Donna Brazile, you were around when Al Gore, as we talked about earlier, and the statement that was.
I'll pause this so we can read this. Trump has issued 2 tweets in the last few minutes here. The first one reads, "I will make a statement tonight, a big win." He's behind in the Electoral College right now. We are up big, but they are trying to steal the election. We will never let them do it. Fuck. No. Votes cannot be cast after the polls are closed. No, this is not the way you do it. What is Trump's razor? Anybody know Trump's razor? I've said it before. I'll say it again.
Made and not conceding and then pulling that back. Your thoughts on the Biden statement and now the president getting ready to talk as well?
You know, when you have your supporters,
I'm not going to listen to
as
Donna
we
Brazile.
did at the War Memorial in Nashville, Tennessee.
John Tester. They have John Tester now. They had Max Baucus for decades in the Senate. So Montana has always had a Democratic inclination toward the Senate. It just needs the right candidate, and it looks like Bullock may very well be that right candidate.
Rachel?
I want to bring into the conversation now David Plouffe, former Obama campaign manager, as we look both at these Senate races and as we look forward to what we are all, of course, predicting to be inspiring, level-headed, responsible, and civically.
I went to Fox because they pipe down that music pretty quickly. I had to, otherwise, because MSNBC was letting the music play, and YouTube would take me down.
Minded remarks from President Trump tonight, who has also already told us that he's going to claim victory and say the Democrats are stealing it, which will be a cause for national ridicule by everybody who doesn't believe every word that he says. David, what was your reaction to the Biden remarks and your expectations in terms of the president?
I thought they were the right remarks, and I think people just want to know who's going to win the election. So I don't think you want to go and give a version of your stump speech. So I think it urged patience, it urged calmness, and most importantly, he had confidence. He didn't go out there and say, let's just wait till the last vote's counted and we still have a shot. He's saying, we think we're going to win. And listen, there's no doubt that, the Texases and Floridas and Iowas of the world in kind of the dream scenario in the presidential race weren't there. But, Joe Biden's leading in Arizona. Donald Trump's home network, Fox, has called it for him. Joe Biden has a significant lead in the 2nd Congressional District of Nebraska, which we should all be talking a lot more about. He's considered, I think, the favorite by analysts in Michigan and Wisconsin. And Joe Biden clearly thinks he's got an edge in Pennsylvania. So Donald Trump's going to go out there with that being the reality, where, Joe Biden right now, I think, has a credible case that by tomorrow or by Friday, he will be elected president of the United States. So the landslide's not in the offing. But the path to 270 for Joe Biden remains alive and well. And so I think the fact that he was that confident tonight, I've seen many people give that speech where all the votes aren't in, not everything's been called, but you know where it's going, and you're much more cautious. And I think the fact that he was so clear that he thought they were going to win means his great campaign team, led by Jen O'Malley Dillon on down, likes what they're seeing in the remaining states and that very important congressional district in Nebraska.
In terms of these expected remarks from the president, I think that the president has undercut the impact of his presumably premature victory declaration by telegraphing it for so long. So I think everybody sort of knows to expect it and is sort of braced for the fact that that will be a false claim by the president if, in fact, he makes that claim tonight. Nevertheless, if he does, in fact, say that, do you think that may create new cross currents or new dynamics that we've never had to deal with before, since we've never had in the modern era presidents claiming victory without the facts being on their side? We've never seen that used as a presidential tactic. Nixon apparently wanted to do it and got talked out of it, but nobody's ever tried it.
Well, Rachel, it's dangerous, it's destructive, and it's depressing that a United States president is going to claim and lie. I mean, he's talking about votes being cast after Election Day. All these votes were cast before Election Day. In Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, the vast, vast majority of these votes that are going to be counted were sent in a month ago, 2 weeks ago. So the problem here is not, I don't think it's going to affect the outcome, because these were legally cast votes, and they're going to be counted legally, and the winner of those votes is going to win the presidency. You're going to have 45 to 40.
Shoot me that Reuters link broadcasting it, because I'm not finding it under the Reuters regular YouTube, and I'll pull that up.
6% of the country, or close to that, believing what he's saying, even though on his network on Fox, they're saying Biden won Arizona. He's ahead in the 2nd Congressional District of Nebraska. He should be considered the lead.
I think that's the anxiety that people feel, right? That, that we're going to wind up in court in Pennsylvania, that we're going to wind up with the Trump campaign challenging ballots in Arizona or everywhere else, and that
Twitter
it'll sort of
fact-checked
never
his
end,
tweet already.
and then it becomes a case of, can we trust the courts, which have been seated by Mitch McConnell and his senators, some of whom got reelected tonight, as did he. How confident are you that Democrats actually can prevail? I know they've got great lawyers.
Some or all of the content
but
shared in this tweet is disputed and might be misleading about an election or other civic
in the
process.
Courts, that Democrats can come out of that on top?
Well, Joy, they have great lawyers, and I think to date they've had great
That's our
success,
president.
In all the election law.
That's our fucking president. He just doesn't live in reality. And half the country is just fine with that. Oh my God.
Lawsuits. But listen, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin didn't count the vote ahead of time like we saw in most of the other states by state law. So these states are just following the state law, and they will be producing.
Yeah, someone's going to take a shot at Jack with Twitter. That's, I mean, this is what his followers believe everything. They love him. They literally love him. They will do anything for him. People are going to die.
There's votes. And again, these aren't
Thanks, Marcy.
Ballots that were sent in on Saturday that they're going to receive on Thursday. These are all the early vote and mail ballots throughout the period, number one. So I feel confident, despite the court, despite we're going to have an American president basically saying democracy's over in the United States. It's over. I believe I should stay as president. Doesn't matter what the voters said, and I've won the election. So that's going to be ugly, and it's going to be depressing, and it is going to be nerve-wracking. But at the end of the day, these votes are going to be counted, the rest of them in Arizona, in North Carolina, in Georgia, and in those three key states, following state law, following established practices.
David Plouffe, former Obama campaign manager. David, thank you very much for being with us. I have a feeling it's not over for you tonight with us, just as it's not over for you at home either, as we close in on the top of the hour at 1 a.m. Eastern time. I think I'm handing this to Brian at this point.
Yep. Well, we got the magic sound coming. We should have the magic whoosh that indicates
I could make the noise, but
top of the hour. There you go. There it is. Now it's official. Rachel, if you wait long enough, you can be awake for poll closing in Alaska.
Woohoo!
It has happened. 3 electoral votes without consequence. Alaska is, in our determination, too early to call. North Carolina, with significantly more electoral votes, is too close to call at this hour. Texas, too early. We have determined Donald Trump leads that race. Pennsylvania, too early. Georgia, too early. Michigan, too early. Arizona, too early. Biden leads. Wisconsin, too early. Minnesota, too early. Biden leads. And Nevada, too early, which leads us with an electoral map thus far that looks like this. 205-171 is where we are. We all know where the states are, where the numbers are that'll plug in those totals. Steve Kornacki has been living in the numbers all evening long. Steve, how you doing?
I'm doing good, Brian, and we're keeping an eye here on Wisconsin. And again, looks like about, over 70% of the vote here has been counted in Wisconsin. You see the Trump lead here is 114,000, but a lot of the suspense in Wisconsin right now is coming down here to Milwaukee County, and you can see only 36% of the vote so far. This is a big Biden county, big Democratic county. They had, give you an example here, in 2016, let's see if I can show this. In 2016, there were 434,000 votes that were cast in this county. Right now, they have tabulated just it went off the screen. Right now, they have tabulated just over 200,000. So they're basically halfway to what they got in 2016. So when you see this lead that Donald Trump has, Milwaukee County is a big thing yet to come. And like I said, we're expecting in a couple of hours, they have the city of Milwaukee itself, some of the other cities, municipalities in Milwaukee County. They count up their absentee ballot. They count that up separately. Then they report that out. So that's what we're expecting, sometime in the next few hours, 3, 4 a.m., something like that. I think we're expecting to get the full vote from Milwaukee County, and that's really what's going to give us the picture of where things land in Wisconsin. There was a governor's race in Wisconsin just 2 years ago. Scott Walker, the Republican incumbent, led all night. It was very narrow. Milwaukee County came in, reported in that late vote, and that is what put Evers over the top. So we're waiting to see that. We're starting to get close to complete results from some of these. Here, they call these the WOW counties right outside of Milwaukee. Just to give you a sense here, these are generally big Republican counties. Trump, most of the vote, just about all the vote in here. Trump a little bit under his 2016 performance. Then you go right next door, some of the vote left. Trump a little bit over his 2016 performance. A lot of Wisconsin is looking a lot like 2016. Democrats were able to squeeze, it looks like, more votes out of Dane County. This is where Madison is, the University of Wisconsin. You can see here Clinton got 71%, Biden doing better, and just extraordinary turnout there for Democrats as well. Conversely, if you took a look up here in the Fox Valley, it's Green Bay, Brown County. Donald Trump right now running 15 points ahead of Joe Biden. He won this by 11. So there might be some progress in this area for Donald Trump. That looks about the same. So, this is kind of nip and tuck in most of the counties around the state right now, with that big gap in Milwaukee County that we just don't know. Trump has what looks like a substantial lead statewide. But really, I think a lot of this in Wisconsin is coming down to what we find out in the next few hours from Milwaukee County.
In terms of when we are going to find out crucial information, we're going to go back to Fulton County, Georgia right now, where our reporter Blaine Alexander apparently has some new reporting on the expectations for that count in Fulton County, where Atlanta is the seat, and what that might mean for the Georgia numbers overall. Blaine, what do you have?
Well, Rachel, we've learned that the counting continues tonight. Right here in State Farm Arena behind me, we've learned that there are 5 people who are still inside, still working to scan those absentee ballots and try and get those numbers tabulated. Now, initially, we were told that everybody went home at about 10:30, but I just got off the phone with the county spokesperson who tells me that indeed there are still some people in there, quite literally burning the midnight oil, scanning ballot after ballot and trying to get that information in. Now, separately, Rachel, we've also learned that there are about 100 or so county employees at the county warehouse, not too far away from where we are right now, who are working to tabulate those early in-person ballots. So we've got 2 different operations happening at the same time. And of course, the big question is, what exactly will this mean for when these votes are tabulated? And we don't know the answer to that yet. I asked the Fulton County spokesperson, and she said she's still pointing to that expectation, that prediction rather, of tabulating over the next 2 days. Of course, if they get it done earlier, that's fantastic, but she was not ready to say that this would have an impact on getting it done. I've also reached out to the county chairman to try and get some information on that. But again, it really underscores just how crucial Fulton County is in this entire puzzle piece when it comes to the state of Georgia. Again, the most populous county, expected to go heavily blue, and waiting to get those numbers in right now. The final piece of this is how long they're going to be counting tonight. Again, they couldn't say how long they're going to be staying up and doing this, but she did tell me this, Rachel. She said it looks like people are in it for the long haul tonight, and it doesn't look like they're going home anytime soon.
And Blaine, specifically, you said 5 people are inside that building. That's 5 actual individuals who are working on all the absentees in Fulton County right now? Just 5?
I had to clarify that myself too, Rachel. We actually spent time inside that room, and when we were there were about 3 dozen or so employees who were kind of working, opening, scanning, sorting different sorts of ballots. So what I understand is that most of those people left. We actually saw them leave around 10:30. But the people who have remained are the ones who are scanning those ballots.
Let's go to Van here. They're going to have a panel discussion.
There were people who were hoping for a big repudiation, and that has not yet come. And a lot of people are hurt and scared tonight in the Democratic Party.
Senator Santorum, would you rather be on the Biden team or would you rather be on the Trump team tonight?
Looking at the map right now, I like where Donald Trump is sitting. I look at Pennsylvania.
In the White House.
What's that?
You like that he's sitting in the White House?
And I think he'll be sitting there for the next 4 years. But again, we're not there yet. But I feel, looking at Pennsylvania, I feel very, very good about Pennsylvania and even Michigan. Less certain about Michigan, frankly, than I am.
So when people say, well, a lot of the early votes aren't in Pennsylvania, you say what?
Yeah, I would say that unlike a lot of states, Pennsylvania is portion of the early vote isn't anywhere near what the other states are. This was the first year we've done early voting, and it's big. I mean, it's a couple million votes, but the early vote that is in, that David talked about, the 80%, it's from Philadelphia, it's from Montgomery County, it's from heavily Democratic areas, and that's why it's skewed so high of 80%. None of the smaller counties, at least from what I'm hearing, have, and by the way, Allegheny County, which is Pittsburgh, all of those early votes, well, from Pittsburgh and Montgomery County are in. Philadelphia still has them, and they're still counting tonight. I'm told they're still counting tonight. So there will be more votes coming in.
No,
but
not that.
Two of the three biggest counties in the state where early votes are coming from that are going to be heavily 80% Democrat are already in. And so you're going to have early votes from central Pennsylvania and northeastern, but they're not going to be anywhere close to what the early vote is for those other states.
So where do you think the Trump path is to victory?
It's Pennsylvania, Michigan right now. And look, I've talked to some very key people in Arizona, and they're telling me that that I know other networks have called. We haven't, and I think we're very wise in doing so. I know this network takes that responsibility very seriously, as they should, and I'm very proud to be affiliated with that, because I think the call of Arizona, from what I'm hearing, is premature, and that for example, the early ballot drop, the mail drop that you're seeing,
worst thing is having a premature
+2 Democrat. They believe that the actual, when all of the mail is counted, it's going to be actually +3 or 4, and that there's
+3 or 4
Republican, and that the same day. Now, again, it's not a huge amount of votes in Arizona on election day, but it's going to be heavily Trump. And so they think it's possible for them to get there. Obviously, it's going to be tough.
Can I just say, we're going to know, okay? Right. I mean, the fact is that we're here to speculate and so on. We're going to know very soon because these votes will be counted. Right. And
do you think by later today, being Wednesday?
Well, no, I don't think.
I don't really know, Anderson, when we'll know the final count.
I mean, they're not going to count them all today.
But certainly not tonight. Well, tonight. I guess today we're now into.
Yeah, today is Wednesday.
I don't know where we are. Where are we anyway?
Let's go here to Cobb County. Right now,
my point. This is the process. It was necessitated by the crisis that we're living through as a country.
Okay, you be quiet. Hold on.
Here. So, all right, add up 100. There's 100,000 potential voters that net for Joe Biden that could eat into that lead. So there's one there. I'll give you that. Let's go to Fulton County. He's got here 181,000. Let's see what Hillary Clinton did here. In this case, he's likely to get a bigger number out of there. So I don't know if there's new vote to be gained here, but turnout is above. So we'll see. Maybe there's a little bit there. Let's go into Cobb. This was another one that Hillary Clinton carried, but you see Joe Biden is carrying it by a bigger margin. We still got more to come in. He's got to increase that lead more there. So look, as you can see, there are theoretically the numbers are there for Joe Biden as these numbers come in. But we'll see. It all is going to depend. This is all going to be on the margins. But this is going to shrink. You're going to continue to see this number shrink as the night goes on. And it's just all about, is there enough? Is there 240,000 votes somehow more so that he can make up here? We found at least 100 plus that you see is there. So this is why we think this race is going to be one we have to wait till all the votes are
Are they still counting in Georgia, to your knowledge?
Okay. They're supposedly still counting. Okay. I think we had to find out. By the way, because you guys asked, you shall receive. Here's the Georgia recount rules. No automatic recount. You have to petition, but only if it's less than a half a percentage point difference at the end of the day. So that's what you're looking at there. So we will wait and see for a while.
So if Georgia breaks Biden's way, how much does that change the path to 270?
That would change the path to 270 a lot. Like here's where we are now. We got the president with a narrow lead, so we can play the game here. First of all, let's go ahead. If you gave Arizona and Nevada to the president, you do Georgia there, then suddenly the numbers. First of all, let me give North Carolina is certainly leaning in that direction. Minnesota leading in Biden's direction. As you can see here, it takes Pennsylvania off the table, right? Georgia would definitely take Pennsylvania off the table. And frankly, one of the things that we messed up, we just now called, looks like we finally called Rhode Island. We hadn't called Rhode Island. People had been wondering. I just saw the blue got filled in. There's Rhode Island there. But we still haven't called Maine, but let's put it in the, let's do the 3-to-1 split there. because we know that President Trump is winning that 2nd congressional district. So as you can see, Georgia certainly, you take it away, and then suddenly he's going to need to get back over here and need some of these states.
Okay, stay with me now.
Well, no, Hawaii is, you have Hawaii here is blue, and then you have the Nebraska district would get him to 270. Sorry, I had to get you there. But the point is, he can get to 270 now without Pennsylvania. And it was the point Rich Lowry was trying to make. There's that. But obviously, if you throw Georgia somehow went blue, then there's a lot more padding. In fact, I think it means he could do it without Michigan and Pennsylvania. And a long way to answer your question, Lester, Georgia would replace Michigan.
I have one more. So if Georgia Georgia goes red, how does that change the president's path? Does he still have to go all the way to Pennsylvania?
The president has to go all the way. It looks like no. I think the problem he's got now, right, we've assigned this, Alaska, let's go ahead and give that to the president. That's now no shoo-in. We got to wait here on that. But if you see here, Pennsylvania is not enough. Pennsylvania would leave him 4 short. He needs something else here. He would need perhaps Michigan would do it, or Wisconsin would do it. But the president may be in a position he needs 2 of those 3 of the blue wall states, not just one of them. So that is something that with Arizona, and look, we don't know what Nevada's going to do. And I'm with you, Savannah. I think we got to wait and see what Nevada's going to do. We've seen the president has improved, particularly with working class voters. When the country...
Yeah, after all of this, we could turn around tomorrow morning and Nevada, or tomorrow evening, whenever Nevada finally counts its votes, it could go for Trump. We don't know.
Has a cold. Nevada gets the flu. They want to go to work. They don't like this, what's happened there. So I am very curious to see the actual returns come in Nevada before we start projecting.
And the exit polls tell us that Nevadans were more focused.
Wow, new numbers from Wisconsin, 75% in. Trump's still up 51 to 47.
They were evenly split, if you remember. Yeah,
they were on improving business versus
correct.
COVID.
I mean, but no state has been hit harder economically. I mean, think about it. Who's getting on airplanes and traveling to Vegas?
I was there, last week, and still plenty of tourists, but no conventions, very few shows open.
I mean, confession. I think it might be the last time I was on a plane is when we were out there.
Had to say, we're going to know what happened, and
Go back to Kornacki here, the real Kornacki.
Picked up by Joe Biden that Hillary Clinton did not get in 2016. And in fact, if you take a look at the electoral map right here, it'd be the first flip. This is what's happened so far tonight. Now, what I'm going to do here is kind of superimpose to try to give you a sense of the paths here. Biden sitting at 209, Trump sitting at 212. We talked early this night, Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, all these opportunities Joe Biden had potentially to score a win early that would just blow this map open. We're obviously in a different place right now. So let me look at it this way. Let me put up what happened in all of these undecided states in 2016. Just if everything stayed the same as let me see if we can get that up there. If everything stayed the same as 2016, I don't know why that's because I'm pressing the wrong button. If everything stayed the same as 2016, right now, as I said, we've had no flips. But if Nebraska 2 does flip, okay, that's an electoral vote to the Democrats. Where else would Biden be looking? We mentioned, let's see what happens in the Atlanta metro area if he can still pull something out there. You got that question of the outstanding ballots still in the mail in North Carolina. Well, that's an awfully big lead that Trump has right there. There's Arizona. This becomes probably the most direct path right now for Joe Biden. If he gets Arizona, he had that first batch of early vote there that put him ahead. Now he's trying to withstand the Trump strength in the same day vote. But if Biden were to get this district in Nebraska where we almost have all the votes, if he were to get Arizona, you see that would bump him up 244. Okay, take a look here. Wisconsin, as I said, we're expecting right now, if you look at the tally in Wisconsin, Biden's down, and it is close, and Trump is holding onto his strength in a lot of areas in that state. But let's see what happens in a couple hours. We're expecting Milwaukee County, and that's going to have a long way to go in terms of telling us the result here. If Biden were to get it, if he were to get over the top in Wisconsin, those 3 things, Wisconsin plus Arizona plus Nebraska 2, say, hold on to Nevada. Then at 254, Michigan would be the big one for him, the most immediate one, because Michigan's got 16. And if he got that, if Biden could pick off Michigan in this scenario, there it would be for him. It would be 270. Again, that is Arizona. You hang on to Nevada. You pick off that 1 electoral vote in Nebraska 2. You get Wisconsin, where let's see what happens in Milwaukee County in a couple hours. You get Michigan, where, as you've been hearing, the voting is just all over the place. They're trying to get a sense of exactly what's going on there. The only other state we're not really addressing here, let's see, it could be even later, is Pennsylvania. But Biden now is going to have to take, it looks like, some of this, potentially some of this Midwest path to the White House we were talking about. Would it come down to that? It's starting to look like it might.
Steve, can I ask you about another state that doesn't award all of its electoral votes to the statewide winner, and that is Maine? We now have a characterization of the presidential race in Maine that it is too early to call, but Biden is in the lead. Is it possible that Trump could be looking at picking up an electoral vote in that northern congressional district in Maine?
Yeah, and it would be, you know, technically he'd be holding on because he won it in 2016 as well. But let's call up, see if we can get that up. Okay, this is the 2nd Congressional District of Maine. This is the much more rural Congressional District of Maine, very blue collar. And again, what you're looking at here, the designation is too early to call. Trump won this district by 10 points in 2016. His lead right now over Joe Biden is sitting at nearly 8 points. You know, there still are some votes to come in here, although I would say tonight, when you start looking at the map and the trends that we've been seeing across different states, Ohio and Iowa, rural areas
Arizona.
of the South in particular, it's those blue-collar, rural areas, you know, white voters, blue-collar white voters in particular. Trump has really been asserting strength there that he had in 2016.
I have pork buns with ranch dressing and sour cream. It's what I could throw together quickly.
There was a lot of question coming into tonight if there was going to be slippage there. In a lot of these places we've seen tonight, there hasn't been much slippage. And so far, at least, in the 2nd Congressional District of Maine, still some votes to come. That is nearly an 8-point advantage there for Donald Trump. Again, he won this by 10. And this is one of those places where that had been a big, big shift from before. Democrats had been winning this every time they'd had it up for an electoral vote. So if Trump does hang on here, he's hanging on to an electoral vote that he won in 2016.
Steve, let me also ask you if we can go diagonally across the entire country and go back to Arizona and Nevada. Two interesting cases there in terms of the count, because for a long time now, for a considerable amount of the night, the NBC projection in Arizona has been that it is too early to call, but Joe Biden is in the lead. And you were just saying that Biden took a big lead with the early votes and is trying to withstand the Trump onslaught in terms of day of votes. And then in Nevada, we spoke with John Ralston earlier about how late the voting how late the counts are being reported out of Nevada. Just get us up to date on both of those states.
Yeah, I mean, Nevada, in a lot of ways, it's a lot like Arizona, where it's gigantic, or at least very large in terms of land area, but so much is just Clark County, where Las Vegas is, Washoe County, where Reno is. The overwhelming majority of the population is going to be in these two places. There's a lot of space here, but not a lot of votes. And as John was telling you, you've got delays in getting the vote even reported out there. So in the same way, we're kind of all waiting for Maricopa County in Arizona. We're kind of all waiting for Clark County in Nevada right now. And speaking of Maricopa County, we can go back and look, because we said, remember, we saw when that initial batch of vote came in, which had been the absentee vote, the mail-in vote, the early vote, as of this past weekend, all the ballots received until this past weekend, Biden's advantage was about 10. Now they're starting to add to this the same day vote. You can see it on this sort of meter here. Everything in orange here is that initial batch of vote. Now you start to see.
A pork bun is like a Chinese bun with pork in the middle of it, with kind of barbecued pork. A steamed pork bun, yeah, it's also known as a bao.
We're adding the same day vote. This is what's expected to favor Trump. And the question again here is, more and more this will be added. Only a very little amount so far. More and more this will be added. How much can Trump make up there? Because again, Maricopa, it's just, you're talking about almost 2/3 of the population in Arizona, almost 2/3 of the voters in Arizona are going to come out of Maricopa County. It's just an enormous, sprawling suburb, essentially. So this is one of those areas that kind of sets the tone for the state. If you win Maricopa, you're probably winning Arizona.
Steve Kornacki, thank you. We're going to take a quick break right now, in part because we are expecting remarks from the president fairly soon. I should tell you that we did hear from Joe Biden within the last hour. We feel good.
President tweeting, people are trying to steal the election. People are trying to count votes. There's no evidence anyone's trying to steal an election. The Trump campaign, the Republican Party has people here, has people here, has people there. So did Biden and the Democratic Party. If they see anything, trust me, they will raise their hands. That's why it happens. This is the process. It's a frustrating year. It's a frustrating and a different year. And you come over here and you look at it. It's frustrating because what have we lived through the last 8 months? The coronavirus. What does that mean? Safety at the polling places today, more in-person early voting, more mail-in voting, which means just complexities. As Senator Santorum was saying earlier, Pennsylvania almost had no early voting last time. They just really didn't do it. Pennsylvania was one of the states that was very slow to move to early voting and the like. And so you look at that and you think, okay, 66% in, the president's up 685,000 votes. Normally, that's you call the state, right? But we have so many votes missing. Again, Republicans are doing all this math. They think the president's going to eke out Pennsylvania again. Maybe he will. We'll know when they count the votes. We don't need to write the final chapter of the book until we get the votes. Up to 45% now in Allegheny County. That's interesting. We have had some bit of an increase there. Joe Biden at 202,000 votes. The president 134 and change. Again, though, we're told the turnout is up just about everywhere. 367,617 it took to win this county 4 years ago. Joe Biden at 202. So, somewhere there's still a couple 100,000 votes to be counted, we assume, in Allegheny County. Then you come to the east, which is where most of the votes are in the state of Pennsylvania. Let me, before I get to Montgomery, come into Philadelphia County. Again, 46%. Joe Biden with a healthy lead in Philadelphia County, Philadelphia City, and the suburbs around it. 74%, 276,000 votes. 4 years ago, Hillary Clinton had 584,000 votes. So we're missing votes. I don't mean missing as in nobody knows where they are. I mean missing as in nobody's counted them yet. And so we have to wait for this to play out. The same in Montgomery County here again. Hillary Clinton had 256,000 votes 4 years ago. Joe Biden has 196,000, so maybe they're a little closer there at 64%. We can go through them all. This is Bucks County right now. The President of the United States leading in Bucks County right now. If that stays red, that would be significant if we get to the final vote count. This is the more conservative of the caller counties around Philadelphia, 56.8% for the president, 42%. If you go back 4 years ago, Hillary Clinton carried it just barely. But again, she won with 167,000. The president had 164,000 4 years ago. You come back here, we're nowhere near that. We're less than half that in both cases. So in Pennsylvania, in Michigan, and Wisconsin, there are simply more votes to be counted. The president leads. You pull out to the national map. The president leads in all three at the moment. He should be happy to celebrate that for now, but you have to still count the votes. The former vice president leads in Arizona. That's potentially a Democratic flip, which would be significant as we get into the close math. And Wolf, it's frustrating for everybody because everybody wants to know. But here, 76%.
Laura Ingraham just tweeted, as we predicted, certain swing states just stop the counting when the counting doesn't go their way. As they predicted, they just stopped.
113,000 votes. Here, 60%, 288,000 votes. And you come down to the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania last. Again, it's a much bigger lead here, but it's also a bigger state. 20 electoral votes to be counted. If you're the president, looks good, but you also know there are a lot of votes to be counted. Nobody should be saying cheating. Nobody should be saying cheating. They should be saying count them. Let's be patient.
Indeed. All right, we have another projection, two projections right now. Let's take a look. In Nebraska, the 2nd Congressional District, 1 electoral vote. CNN projects Joe Biden will win that 2nd Congressional District in Nebraska. The last time that happened was in 2008 for a Democrat. 1 electoral vote that Biden will win in that 2nd Congressional District in Nebraska. The other 4 out of 5 electoral votes of Nebraska, Donald Trump, the president, will win. He will win 4 electoral votes out of Nebraska. Joe Biden will win 1. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map where it stands right now. Look at how close it is. Biden now has 220 electoral votes. Trump has 210 electoral votes, 270, of course, the magic number needed to win the presidency. Let's get a key race alert right now, see where things stand in these states. In Arizona right now, 79% of the estimated vote is in. Biden still maintains his lead, a lead of almost 162,000 votes, 52.5% to 46.1% for Trump, 11 electoral votes in Arizona. In Nevada right now, still very early, only 7% of the estimated vote has been counted. Trump maintains a lead, 35,000 over Biden, 67.8% to 29.5%. So that one electoral vote that Biden won in Nebraska potentially could be very significant.
It could be. When you have a race that shapes up to be this close, every one counts. So you'll take it if you get it. At the moment, it's the only flip on the map. Right? If you're looking at the 2016 map, at the moment, it's the only flip. We do have anticipation. Joe Biden has to get to the finish line. He's leading there right now. That would be 11. That's a 1. That would be. So then you're moving the math there. And if you assume Joe Biden holds this, it gets him closer to the finish line. But again, let's do this from the perspective of 2016. And you come here. And so what are we going to do? First, we're going to start here. And we're going to open this up. And we're going to take one away, right? That's what just happened. The President of the United States just lost that one. So you take that away. And so that's the only takeaway so far. It gets the president down, right? And so then you come over here and you say, all right, can you take this away, right? If that goes away, then you get the president down to 294. Right now, the president is leading in Maine and Nebraska. Do it by congressional district. The president's leading here right now. Democrats think they can get that, but let's leave it with the president right now. He's leading the vote right there. So where does this leave you if nothing else changes, right? We're still waiting for some of these states, but we now have Florida. We now have Texas back in the Republican fold. We have Ohio back in the Republican fold. So if you look at this map right now, where does it leave you? Well, the president is leading in the vote count here, but we're not done, right? So we take these three off the board. You look at them right now, 248, 244. When you take these out of the equation, Wolf, this is a card game right now, 2 out of 3. Whoever wins 2 out of 3 is the next president of the United States. And you can pick the order, really, if you come through it. Someone does this and this. Joe Biden can do that. He's the president of the United States.
We're not going to know tonight, Dr. Howard.
And this, he's the next president of the United States. Pick your 2, any of these 3 right now. So they're all off the board. We just take them off, 1, 2, 3, because we have votes to count. But essentially, unless we're stunned by something out in the other states, and that's just most unlikely. Nevada, we have to watch Nevada. The president has a lead in the early vote, I believe, in Nevada. That often happens. Republicans go ahead early. We have to see what happens. It's possible, so we'll keep an eye on it. But if Nevada stays, a Clinton state, if that stays there, we come down to Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, shocker, and 2 out of 3 gets you there. And we'll see how it goes. And again, you can do the math either way, right? What if Joe Biden wins the 2 smaller ones in terms of the electoral votes? That's enough. That gets him to exactly 270 if nothing else changes on the map, right? If the president, if it's Donald Trump, the president of the United States, he could do it for here and here as well. So it takes 2 out of 3. Obviously, Pennsylvania has 20. It's bigger, but in an odd way. You still, whatever you do, if you get Pennsylvania, you still need one of those. If you get both of these, you don't need Pennsylvania. That's the math we're in, and that's math that's going to carry us into the morning, most likely, as they continue to count these votes.
We've been saying for weeks that blue wall is going to be critical. It turns out to be absolutely critical. We got a key race alert right now. All right, let's take a look at the 2nd Congressional District of Maine. 1 electoral vote at stake. 46% of the estimated vote is now in. Trump maintains his lead over Biden by 18,000 plus votes, 52.1% to 44.4%. John, that 2nd Congressional.
Allison, you might wake up tomorrow. We might have an answer. And it might be Joe Biden.
Congressional District, 1 more electoral votes, but Trump's still maintaining his lead. Less than half of the vote is in.
Right, less than half of the vote is in. Democrats thought they were going to get this. Democrats thought they were going to carry the state of Maine. I just want to look and see what we know in the vote total over here. Forgive me for walking over here. You just want to look at the map. Again, Maine takes a long time to fill in because of the way they do the townships. 51 to 45. 58% of the vote in. Democrats thought they were, let's see, we're not done yet. Democrats thought they would have a bigger lead in Maine, and they thought it would be enough to get them that congressional district. That's certainly what they thought. But again, I just got to say this again. The president went to Maine. A lot of people said, why is he doing that? Right? The president went to Maine in the last 10 days of the campaign. A lot of people said, why are you doing that for 1 electoral vote? Well, we're going to find out, probably not tonight as we go through the hours ahead, whether that mattered. But in the places the president went and campaigned, he's closer or ahead, especially in these other states that we've put his way. So there's no question the Trump rallies drove up turnout. Is it enough? We don't know yet.
We'll soon find out. We have another key race alert right now. In the key battleground state of Michigan right now, 61% of the estimated vote is in. President Trump continues to maintain his lead of about 287,000 votes, 53.3% to 44.9%, 16 electoral votes in Michigan.
Yeah, we broke
So let's
it.
take
We
a look
broke
at
the whole
Michigan
country.
right now, John. As we look at Michigan, 60? We still have 61% of the estimated vote is in. That means 39% of the estimated vote is still outstanding.
Right, and so you look at this lead again, 287,400 and change there. You look at it, you go back to 2016, this was a 10,704 votes. 10,704 votes decided Michigan 4 years ago. So you look at this lead by the president, you say, well, why haven't they called this state? Well, we haven't called the state because of what's missing. It's not what's in, it's what's missing. And so by missing, I mean counting. And again, you look at Wayne County, it's Detroit, it's the suburbs around Detroit, absolutely essential for the Democrats. We went through this 4 years ago. This was a major disappointment for the Clinton campaign. They did not get as many votes as they wanted out of Wayne County, as many votes as they needed out of Wayne County. There's Joe Biden at 206,000, right? Remember, 4 years ago, Hillary Clinton got 519,000 votes. It wasn't enough for her then, but that just tells you they haven't counted the votes. And we know, again, in-person early voting, mail-in voting, election day voting, election officials in all of these states are overwhelmed. They've decided how.
Biden's lead, they just got some more votes in from Gwinnett County in Georgia, and Biden's lead is now only 59%. His chance of winning, according to the New York Times, is just at 59%.
How to sequence their count. The count is going slowly, and so we're waiting. We got a lot of, clearly have a lot of votes still to be counted when you see those numbers so much lower than 4 years ago.
37% of the vote in Wayne County reporting so far. Lots of votes outstanding. Pamela Brown has got some new information about Michigan. What are you learning, Pamela?
Yeah, that's right. There in Wayne County in Detroit, 92,000 mail-in ballots still have not been counted yet. So we are expecting those ballots to be counted and have a better idea of what the total is by the morning. I know it's early morning right now, but a little bit later in the morning, we expect to find out more about Detroit. Of course, that is a Democratic stronghold. And then you have Macomb County. This was a county that Trump flipped. We were told that 250,000 mail-in ballots are still outstanding to be counted. The number we're seeing in Macomb right now, that is mainly the day of election day voting that you're seeing right there on the screen. And so with Macomb, 250,000 are left to be counted there in Michigan. Then you have Kent County as well. We're told a big chunk of what's remaining in Kent County is mail-in ballots. So this is certainly keeping us in suspense.
Kent County is over here as well in the western part of the state. Well, Grand Rapids in the suburbs. Again, you see the president ahead right now at 66%. This is an area where Joe Biden thought they could make a run. It's more conservative in the western part of the state. But again, the Grand Rapids in the suburbs area 2020, you come back to 2016, it was close. It was close. And so one of the reasons the Democrats thought, they've watched this across the country, the suburban revolt against the president, they thought they could do better here. Let's see. A 3-point race 4 years ago. Again, the president winning Kent County with 148,000. You come over here, he's at 130,000. So this one's not off as much, if you will, but we do think turnout is higher. So we wait for these votes here. To the point Pam made about coming back over here, and when I pull this back up in the east, we'll see the numbers stretch out again. You got 92,000 votes, the early votes to be counted. If that's it in Wayne County, that's trouble for the Democrats in the sense that if you look at the vote count there, the question is that just the early votes or are there more votes? Wayne County is late a lot. If turnout's that much below 2016, that would raise serious questions. What happened there? So I think there's more to be heard about Wayne County, and there's often more questions for Wayne County.
Yeah, I don't
but
care.
Let's come up here to Macomb County now. 250,000 votes in Macomb County. That's a big deal. The question is, this is a county, one of the places that Joe Biden said, I'm a better nominee than Hillary Clinton against Donald Trump. In Macomb County, you pull it up here, and just let's bring it out so we can see it. Again, 47% of the vote in. If there's 250,000 votes still to be counted, well, that's a lot because the president's right there, 65 to 32. Now, the question is, if they're all early votes, how disproportionately Democratic are they? Because if you look now, 65% of the vote for the president, but we have a lot of votes to count. 152,000 won this 4 years ago. It took 224,000 to win this county. So if you've got 250,000 votes still to be counted here, again, that's interesting. The Democrats hope to swing this back to blue. The president has a pretty healthy lead right now, but if you have to count 250,000 votes, that's more than you have on the board right there. You got 220-something, close to 230 when you add it all up. So what does that tell you? Again, we need to count the votes. We need to get to the finish line. And when we have a better sense of the total universe, so you have some here, and some here, we need to find out what's the total universe. Once you know the total universe, then you can figure out Joe Biden needs what percentage of the leftover votes.
We have another projection right now. CNN projects President Trump will win the state of Montana, beats Biden in Montana, 3 electoral votes in Montana. Trump wins in Montana. Let's take a look at the map right now. 217 needed to win. Biden right now has 220 we've projected. Trump has 213.
Well, this is going to be entertaining.
270 once again. The key.
We're coming up on 6 hours and 37 minutes of broadcasting, so I think after Trump, maybe we'll wrap it up for the night and then wake up tomorrow and know that Joe Biden won.
Key number. Let's get a key race alert where things stand right now in Pennsylvania.
Go ahead.
left to count there in southeast Pennsylvania. In Philadelphia, I'm told there's still around 300,000 ballots left to count there. Now, there is a press conference going on in Philadelphia. We hope to get an update soon, but that is a large amount left to be counted there, assuming that number has not changed since I was last told. That, of course, is a Democratic stronghold. That is where Democrats are focused on. And then overall in the state, I'm told by one official in Pennsylvania, it could be around a couple million mail-in ballots that they are still waiting to count. We know 9 counties aren't going to start counting until later on this morning. And then, of course, these larger counties, it's just going to take a while to find out what the results are because of those mail-in ballots that they just started processing the morning of the election. They just started opening up those ballots, and it takes a while to process these mail-in ballots. There are several steps to it, and that is why we were having to wait. That is why we are left at the edge of our seats as we look at Pennsylvania.
Yeah, that's an important point. You know, John, 67% of the estimated vote is in, so 67% now. So what, 43?
Georgia is now at 91% in, and Donald is only up on Joe by 118,000 votes.
3%. It's increasing. There's still a lot of votes out there.
A lot of votes. And just a quick question for Pam. You say 646,302 in southeastern Pennsylvania. Does that include the 300,000 in Philadelphia, or is that a plus?
No, that does not. So this is what it includes. So it's including Allegheny, Bucks, Chester County, Delaware County, and Montgomery at least.
Still a lot of votes. 33%, I should say. 33% of the estimated votes still outstanding in Pennsylvania. So the Democrats cling on to some hope. We got another key race alert. Take a look at Nevada right now with 74% of the estimated vote. Biden has now taken the lead in Nevada by 52,000 votes or so. Biden is ahead of Trump 51.6% to 46.5%. Once again, 74% of the estimated vote in Nevada is in. Nevada has 6 electoral votes.
6. And if you look at this Nevada, the key for Democrats are 2 places. Number 1, number 2, number 3 is Clark County. That's Vegas. This is 72% of the vote, 73% of the vote. So this is the big one. You got to win here. 75% in, a 54 to 44, a 10-point race there, 388,000 votes. You go back in time, so it's about the same, 52. Joe Biden doing a little bit better there. You see the vote count a little bit behind Hillary Clinton's total here, but we're only at 75%. So we'll see if more votes come in there. That's the first thing you have to do in Nevada, is run it up in Clark County, and then you come up here in the northwest part of the state, Reno, Washoe County, up here, 52 to 45. That one says it's 80% plus. Let's just go back and take a look at the vote total. Joe Biden at 111 and change. Hillary Clinton at 97 4 years ago when she won it a little bit more narrowly. So again, that's filling in. That's 2016. You come back to 2020. You expect the president to win the rural parts of the state here, but that's filling in as you would expect it to. And again, the question is, would there be any takeaways, right? Could Trump flip any Clinton states? Can Biden flip any Trump states? Right now, we have the congressional districts.
Okay, so here's how it works. There are roughly an expected 462,000 votes to come in Georgia, somewhere in that neighborhood. And Biden needs to make up 124,000. Where are those votes coming from? Let's see. Walton County still has 10% of the vote, but this is not a big county. Here we go. I can go to all counties. Clayton County has 15% of the votes left to go. That is a Biden county. Cobb County has 10% of its vote to go. That is a Biden county, a heavily Biden county. That's why they're not calling this. DeKalb County has 20% of its vote to go. That is a very heavy Biden county, 83%. Dougherty County has half of its votes still to go. That is a 67% Biden county. Fulton County, another heavily Biden county, has 26% of its vote to go. That is a 72% Biden county. This is possible. Right now, mathematically, the New York Times is saying 59% Biden, and that's why. All of these counties that I'm going down here and reading off. Here's another one, 80, so 15% in Clayton County. I said that one already. Where else? Macon County, heavily Biden, 61%. Still has 10% of the vote to go. All of these counties, here's 88%. Okay, so there's an 88 in Pickens County. It's a small county, and Trump has 85% of the vote there. Here's another 85%. Richmond County, decent-sized county. And you're talking about 67% heavily favored Biden. They have 15% of the vote to go. So county after county. Stewart, another 13%. That's a Biden county. Sumter, that's a Biden county. Another 15%. 8% coming in Talbot County. That's a Biden county by 60%. Okay, here's a Trump county, Taylor, but it's a tiny little county. They have 22% left to go. So, yeah, it's in play.
Flip, we have the possibility of Arizona.
Let's
it
go
looks
live.
like Nevada. We'll keep counting.
Still outstanding. Trump's lead now has gone down a bit to 118,000 votes over Biden, 50.6% to 48.1%, 16 electoral votes at play in Georgia. So let's take a look at Georgia right now. Where's the outstanding votes in Georgia right now? 91% of the vote in. That means 9% still outstanding.
So you're looking to see, especially here, most of the votes are up here. So you come to Cobb County, 79%, 80. Look at the margin for Joe Biden, right? So you're missing some votes here. That if you're Joe Biden, you're encouraged. It's depending. You don't know what they are. Are they election votes today? Are they early votes? But the potential for Joe Biden.
Mathematically, Joe Biden wins that state 6 in 10 times. We don't know yet, though.
To build here, the biggest county of them all, right here. This is very significant. Again, if you're Democrats, you don't have to give up hope. The math gets hard at some point, but you don't have to give up hope right now, because if you're at 72% in Fulton County, and you see the margin, 72% of the vote in, and you see the margins right there, Joe Biden at 289,000. If we go back 4 years ago,
yeah, we got that,
Hillary
David.
Clinton got 297,000. So Joe Biden's close to that, but that's the 100%. This is the key, the question. We anticipate turnout up. How much? How much? Because if the Democrats were going to do it in Georgia, which was always a tough hill to climb, you have to do it right here. You have to beat that Hillary Clinton vote total by a significant amount.
And now Biden's at 64%. He just went up from 59% to 64% as more results just came in Florida, or in Georgia, rather. We are now at just over 91% reported. So Biden just went up to 64% in Georgia as a possibility of winning.
If you're at 72% and you're Joe Biden, you're in reach of that. So
we'll keep an eye on the White House.
Here we go.
Not it.
Hey, little girl, get on up.
Many times in our history, this has taken some time. And it's the most vital decision we make together as a country. I remember Andrew Jackson claimed, was the first president really to claim, I am the direct representative.
Guys, what was I just looking up? Does anybody know? I just turned my face back to my other monitor and I was like, I know I'm looking for something. What am I looking up?
Representative of the American people. And this is our collective expression of the national will in terms of who should be ultimately in charge of our affairs. Isn't that worth a couple of days?
Now, all the stations we're watching will cut in when Trump goes live.
I'll let that point simmer and percolate and get picked up by our viewers fortunate enough to hear from a Pulitzer Prize winner at 1:46 a.m. John, thank you. Has something less than Jacksonian to say about Steve Kornacki, who's concentrating on Nevada, pulled the lever, and at least 3 cherries worth of vote returns have come in suddenly and without warning. Is that the case, Steve?
Yeah, here we go. Let's get out here to the Silver State. And we said we're waiting on, well, Clark, we can show you. Again, this is a lot like we just saw in Maricopa County a while ago. We got about 3/4 of the vote. We get a lot of the absentee vote in here. Biden to that lead right now, 54-44. And then Reno, Washoe County, again, a similar situation.
I don't think I have Showtime on my computer.
A lead here of close to 7 points for Biden. I think it's interesting to note this is probably... Washoe County, again, here's one where Clinton won by a point in 2016. Biden, at least right now, let's see if that moves a little bit, but Biden out a little bit more comfortably. These are probably places, when you look now what that did to the statewide vote, with 3/4 of the vote in, that leaves Joe Biden up by 50,000 votes at this point. Would need a pretty significant shift there to get Trump over the top on him there. One other I can show you that I was just looking at a minute ago. Georgia, let me get this off the screen here. Georgia, we just got a major update, and I think you can see it if you're looking at the
bunch more vote.
Yeah, remember we were looking not long ago at Trump up by over 300,000. It now sits at 118,000. What just happened here in Georgia? A big one just came in. Let me get this off the screen as well. A big one just came in. A lot of outstanding vote in DeKalb. We still have some to come there, but let's take a look here. You now got about 82,000 votes left. I think this was sitting at about 300,000 before. This is just overwhelmingly going for Joe Biden right here. This is why that statewide gap just closed so much. There is still vote being counted here. And again, whether it's the absentee vote or the same-day vote in DeKalb County, Biden is winning it. He appears to be winning it, either one of those by at least 70, with at least 70%. So I think you can expect in what still comes in DeKalb, it's
that started like that started over 2 hours ago.
Going to be heavy for Biden. He's going to net tens of thousands of more votes out of DeKalb, which will cut that lead certainly, I think, under 100,000 for Trump. Then you would be looking at Fulton County, about 100, this is Atlanta, about 150,000 outstanding votes there. Again, overwhelmingly Democratic, and an opportunity there for Democrats between Fulton and DeKalb to significantly erode that 118,000 vote margin. And then, by the way, we are so focused here on the Atlanta metro area. There are a couple other outstanding pockets of votes in the state. Remember, the bigger the circle, the more outstanding votes there are. They're Democratic areas, Macon, Augusta, down here in Albany, Dougherty County. There are a bunch of opportunities here for Democrats, or a couple of opportunities, I should say, for Democrats to add more votes outside of the Atlanta metro area. So it's really interesting when you look at this. You know, we were thinking early in the night, hey, Democrats might have to wait to get their core area in. They're going to need to really drive up the score here. I mean, this is the kind of thing I can remember late at night in 2018 in the midterm election. This is the map that was starting to come into focus late at night with Stacey Abrams in that governor's race. And you were saying she has made significant progress from where Hillary Clinton was in 2016. Can she get over the top? There are a lot of votes here, and I think it's a very fair question to ask right now. Are there enough votes here to erase all of that 118,000 vote advantage for Donald Trump,
says that there is,
and to give this to Joe Biden? It's a fair question to ask right now. I'll put it that way.
Well, Steve, this may be a little bit beside the point in the Atlanta area, as you're pointing out that is where the bulk of the outstanding votes are still to come in Georgia. And I know that votes just geographically there are likely to be very Democratic skewing, very pro-Biden votes. But is it worth considering or looking at whether the outstanding votes are election day votes that have yet to be tallied, or early votes? Do we know what that split is for the Atlanta area?
We now, it depends by county here. I mean, this is, DeKalb and Fulton are going to be the two strongest here that are left for Democrats. We think we have a rough sense of it, and here's what I mean. The early vote here in DeKalb, this is roughly what we think is happening there. Yeah. Biden 85, Trump 14. Now, again, overall, Biden's leading 83%. What that means is the same day is more favorable to Trump, less favorable to Biden. But we think what that really means is that Biden's getting about 70% of it. Okay. So if he's getting 70% of that pool of votes, and there's about 82,000 left there, you can see there's the potential there to significantly gain votes. And again, it's a similar dynamic that's playing out in Fulton County right now.
Steve Kornacki, thank you very much. We are going to take a quick break, and when we come back, obviously we're still watching vote totals come in states like Nevada, in states like Georgia. The night is young. What are you, yawning? Stop it. We'll be right back.
CNN.
Some. It has tightened some, but you're still looking at 76,000 vote lead for the president there, 51 to 49. And then you come come back out. And again, I just want to check to see if we've had any movement since last we were here. It's not. 699,000 votes. What you're waiting for is to see the percentage jump up here. We're still at 48%. And we went through this in 2016 in Philadelphia, in Detroit, in Milwaukee, right? The map was trending Trump's way late. Democrats were saying, be patient, be patient, be patient. We'll get our votes. In 2016, they didn't get them. They didn't get them. Let's just be honest about that. But this is a different election in terms of a lot of votes will not be counted tonight. And so because of that, we're going to have to be patient. We're waiting for votes here. We're waiting for a decent chunk of votes here in Montgomery County. You move down here in Delaware County, we're waiting for a decent chunk, about 40% of the vote here. Let me just check down here. I went across the line again. I like to do that. You go over the state line. Let me just come right in here at Delaware County. Again, we got some math to do. And again, a lot of it's here in the southeast, but as Perrin Brown told us, we also have some to wait for in Allegheny County. Again, so the question is it enough? Is it enough? Joe Biden's running it up here, 55%, 43, so a 12-point race out here. You look at this again. We're told turnout is up just about everywhere. He's at 251, almost 252,000. You come back. Hillary Clinton had a sizably bigger vote 4 years ago, which tells you we'd all like to know, but we got to wait and watch them count. It's just the way it is.
All right, stand by. We're waiting once again for President Trump to speak. We expect him to be speaking fairly soon. We're watching some of the nail biters going on in Arizona and Georgia, some of the other states. We'll be right back.
They had this $100,000
No, let's skip it. Let's go to
$225,000 in debt.
See what the BBC is saying about this.
Andrew, I think it's fair to say that this has been a blowout for Donald Trump. He's carrying the state of Florida, or holding the state of Florida by 3.5 percentage points. It's a huge amount. And as you said there, he's actually built on that narrow lead which he won against Hillary in 2016. And look, I don't think the Democrats really thought that they would.
We're watching NBC. Yeah, here we go. Oh, John Carl.
You vote for who you're going to vote for, and then you have a second choice. So all those people voting
there's
for
4 candidates.
Yeah, there's 4 candidates. So if you're voting for one of those third or fourth party candidates, you might put as your second choice. Chances are that second choice is not going to be.
Biden's chance of winning Georgia is now down to 63% from 64%. So, breaking news. Da, 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 da.
The incumbent senator if you're voting for a third-party candidate. So that one we probably won't know for some time. I think the bottom line is, especially if what Governor Christie is hearing out of North Carolina is true, it's looking more and more likely that the Republicans will hang on to control of the Senate pending the expected runoffs in Georgia. We could have 2 Senate runoff races in Georgia.
We should follow up on that. And if we have anything on the board, we know that there's at least one runoff in the state of Georgia. We're still waiting to find out. Chris Christie, I know you were in contact with Senator Perdue in Georgia. The question is whether he's going to break 50.
Well, listen, George, there's 90% of the vote in now. He's at 51%. And, you know, the Perdue campaign has been telling me that it's going to be very close and that they are hopeful that they'll avoid a runoff. They're not predicting it yet, but at 90% of the vote now, he's inching closer and closer, and we may be without a runoff. And I think if you look at it that way, Perdue looks like he may avoid it today.
Okay.
He's running ahead of Trump, too, we should point out, right now.
Right. Georgia's still hanging out there. We're going to take another quick break. Some stations are going to leave us now for their late local news, but our coverage is going to continue through the night.
On Nevada and on Arizona, both of those too early to call right now. The NBC characterization of the Arizona race is that it's too early to call, but Biden is in the lead. In Nevada, it is characterized as too early to call with no characterization as to who is leading. Joining us now is Maria Teresa Kumar, looking at some of these states right now, looking at some of these demographics, and looking at the overall expectations for the night. Maria Teresa, it's great to see you. How have you been reacting watching these returns come in over the course of the night?
Haha, her mic's off. What an idiot. Haha.
Maria Teresa, we can see you speaking, but we cannot hear you. So we have technical gremlins there that we will try to get worked out. All right, we're going to try it one more time. Maria Teresa, are you there? This time we could see you, but we couldn't hear you before. Can we hear you now?
Do you think, Rachel, that after 6 months of Zoom, I could have figured out the mute button? But anyway.
Well done. We are all human. Actually, none of us are human anymore. We all live in tiny little digital boxes, but we are happy you're here.
But thanks for having me. But so we, when we came into the night and we knew that we were going to be two clear scenarios. Either one scenario was a massive blue wave for Joe Biden, or the other one is where he could squeak by. The fact that we were able to get District 2 in Nebraska, the fact that it looks like it's looking very strong right now in Arizona, there is a very strong possibility with the outstanding ballot counts in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin that it's going to favor Joe Biden. 2.4 million of the ballots that were mailed in early in Pennsylvania were 2-1 in his favor. And I think that's why we're seeing right now, Rachel, the president trying to project that the election is stolen, because he doesn't want every vote to be counted. And we need to be able to look collectively over that hill, understand how he projects everything, and recognize that we need to ensure that every single vote is counted. On the Latino front, what is very exciting for us is that we have seen a surge in young Latino voters in states like Texas, in Georgia, in Pennsylvania, Arizona, and Wisconsin. And that is because, with the exception of Wisconsin, all these other states have had anti-immigrant show-me-your-paper laws during a time when you see a massive influx of young Latinos aging in. In Florida, that's not the case. Instead, in Florida, what you've seen is the Trump campaign doing an excellent job of continuing to communicate with this audience, but really providing them with real disinformation that if you are from Colombia, if you are from Argentina, if you're from Chile, if you're from Cuba or Venezuela, socialism is something that you fled and is very real. And the Biden campaign was not able to basically make their case of why they weren't that socialist piece. But people always say that the Latino vote is not monolithic. That's absolutely true. But it is in the states where there's the show me your paper laws, where the Latino community is coalescing to fight this racism of the Republican Party.
And Maria Teresa, in terms of the way that these two campaigns have operated, I should mention that we've got a 2-minute warning now in terms of expectations of remarks from the president. So we'll have to get to that very shortly. But the Biden campaign seemed to recognize fairly early on that they weren't doing enough, not only to outreach to Latino voters, but to be in the game in terms of Spanish language media, particularly in Florida. Is that something that you feel like Democrats still have sort of leagues to go in terms of what they need to learn?
They have to recognize that the Latino community.
I guess we're waiting at the White House until they can get some flags in the room.
The way we consume information is so balkanized that
that's
the
two
game is
layers,
online and on
flags.
Facebook in trying to find vetted sources of information like MSNBC. That is their biggest challenge right now, and that's what they need to figure out how to communicate their conversations to.
Maria Teresa Kumar, Voto Latino, thank you so much. It's great to have you here. And what is still an unfolding night of results. You see the Bank of American flags there and a big group of tightly packed together people indoors at the White House, apparently ready for the president to make remarks. We expect these within the next couple of minutes. The president has telegraphed in advance of his Twitter account tonight that he would falsely declare victory. He has falsely claimed on Twitter tonight that the election is being stolen from him. These claims are obviously false enough that Twitter has actually flagged them as being potentially misleading about an ongoing electoral contest. So we'll see what he says tonight, but I would say that I'm not sure expectations are high in terms of whether or not the president's going to follow Joe Biden's lead here on needing to be patient.
No, and we should be done with any exercise of expecting Donald Trump to call for calm or to be an adult in the room. I think that he, as he always does, telegraphed his remarks on his Twitter feed. I think what's remarkable is the degree to which he continues to flout the CDC guidelines, with the second member of his scientific team coming out and rebuking him this week, Deborah Birx.
Yeah.
You've got, two of the doctors who also work in that building, Tony Fauci and Deborah Birx, warning against exactly what is unfolding before our very eyes there in the East Room.
It'll be interesting to see if he says anything that, in a sense, sort of undercuts him, because he's trying to go back to court. And if he goes full sort of madman tonight, I'm not sure that actually strengthens his position. He has to. These courts don't want to look like they are a part of the madness. So I don't know. It'll be interesting to see if he further undercuts himself by just going full absolute madman tonight, which is what I expect to happen, but you never know.
I'm going to ask the control room for something they won't give us, which is if we could drop everything on the lower third so we can see a little bit about what the crowd looks like. I'm assuming this is a pool camera and we can't control the angle of the camera. Thank you. We wanted to see how closely people are sitting together and whether or not they are masked. This will be an important part of the message tonight in terms of what the president is broadcasting about his leadership and about, in fact, his campaign. Again, we will put those numbers back up because it's an important part of the way that we way we communicate information on nights like this. But
let me just say, I don't think that Matt. I think he thinks he's winning. And I think he thought before the polls started closing that he was strongly positioned. They saw this race tightening in the final days. And I think he is going out because he thinks he's still in this. And I think if you look at all that's still uncalled, that is not, I don't think he's reached the defiant stage of any of this yet. I think he feels good about where he is. I think it exceeds their expectations.
Yeah, certainly.
Like everyone's.
The weekend, yeah.
But at this moment, Nevada, Arizona, North Carolina, Maine, Hawaii, Georgia, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, they all remain to be called. So any effort by the president to convey some sort of finality about the results, let alone a triumph here, should be viewed as tactics and not truth, and is, in fact, as a dangerous usurping or effort to usurp and undermine the democratic process while it is still quite actively underway. Again, he could surprise us and be quite responsible here, but I think we've seen that.
Highly doubtful.
Yeah, highly doubtful.
Make no mistake, this is a political campaign event within the confines of the White House. And also, as you've probably caught on to by now, there are big screen televisions carrying not just television, but Fox News on either side of the collection of every available flag in Washington, D.C. So the crowd, when we saw them waving and all that, they realized that Fox News had taken the live picture of the room. But teleprompter set up and the like. We should probably just one more time warn people going into this, because the president has telegraphed his intentions on Twitter. Millions of votes have yet to be counted in case the president falsely claims victory here. In our country, presidents don't declare the victors. The voters get to decide that. This may be an even longer and more drawn out and fraught process than we've already been through, but that's our sometimes messy democracy. And we'll have to see what he intends to say here at 2:05 a.m. Eastern Time.
I think it should also be noted, too, that the president has not just telegraphed the potential premature and false declaration of victory, but this idea that counting the ballots after tonight is somehow wrong or improper or an effort to steal the election. In states all over the country, including deep red states, it is a long-standing and totally normal process, not only to continue to count ballots after Election Day, but to continue to receive ballots that were postmarked ahead of Election Day that may arrive in the mail some number of days thereafter. Republican, Democratic, swing states all regularly accept ballots and count them after Election Day if they were postmarked and put in the mail before polls closed on Election Day.
Including military ballots. Let's just remember that those are some of the ballots that every single election come in after Election Day. So to repudiate ballots that came in after Election Day, it would repudiate military ballots.
While we are waiting for the president's remarks, Steve, do you have new information on Wisconsin?
Yeah, just a little bit, some numbers here as we wait for this absentee vote to be reported out from the city of Milwaukee. Donald Trump's lead here in the statewide count is sitting at 109,000. I keep mentioning in 2018, we had a somewhat similar situation. We were waiting for that absentee vote from Milwaukee County. When that came in.
Okay, so Biden needs 75% of the remaining 461,000 ballots, and he can do it. They're coming from heavily Biden districts running right now, plus some of them, we don't know how many, may be early voters, which then... So, right now, Biden needs 75% of the remaining ballots coming in Georgia. He wins Georgia, and then all you need to do is take Wisconsin, or Michigan, or Pennsylvania. Any one of the three, and Biden's the president.
In 2018, ladies, 1,000 absentee ballots that are going to be released, the totals from which are going to be released in the next couple of hours from Milwaukee. If it broke anything like that, I did the math, 84% of that would basically erase the 109,000 and essentially put this race in a tie. So that's the potential with Trump leading by 109,000.
Oh, good, a tie.
And that many absentee votes sitting in that Democratic of a city. That's the potential there. It's not the only place where you've got absentee votes that are going to be tallied.
David says, if Trump wins, I hope a brave person throws a brick at his window. I hope they throw it at his 7th perimeter fence.
The effect it could have statewide here,
It's too
Trump
far to
leading,
get to a
that's
window.
4 points, 110,000 votes. But if Democrats get a monster number there, they could really erode that dramatically.
Steve, I have seen some reports, and forgive me.
Max Nelson says, it doesn't matter who wins. There are bigger people at play behind these two. Let's all face the truth. You can't say I'm wrong. You know you can't. You're wrong.
It's not like we'll get them trickling in over the course of whenever they start to whenever they're finished. We'll get them all in one fell swoop.
That's exactly right. You know, they route them. The city puts all the absentee in one location, and they work on the absentee there, and then they're going to report them out. And they say they're going to have that, it sounds like, in the next couple hours.
Okay, and to underscore what you just said there, if Biden wins those ballots from that location in the same proportion that Tony Evers did when he won the governor's race, that would essentially make the state a tie. That would presumably mean that if Biden comes in lower than Evers' proportion, then Trump will maintain his lead.
Yeah, it depends. There are some other places where we're getting vote in here and there. Nothing on the scale of Milwaukee. So, you know, let's see what happens in the other places. But basically, this has the potential to become extremely close. I think that's what I'm saying.
And do you have an expectation in terms of when Milwaukee will convey their number?
We're hearing next couple of hours. You know, might be 3, might be 4 a.m.
Oh. I was hoping you were going to say in the next few minutes.
What time is it now? Actually, well, it's 2:10.
What's on the BBC?
I was just going to say, talking about 3 or 4 in the morning, we're closing in.
And I
go
just
to the BBC.
anecdotally, what the
BBC.
Biden campaign is hearing about
people who hate Donald Trump. And we are in this moment where that leads to a fragility in the system. And I remember talking to a former defense secretary who said to me, America has 3 enemies. It has China, Russia, and itself. And what he meant was the polarization in this country. And we're going to see that play out in spades over the next few days. Gary O'Donoghue is outside the White House. We're going to quickly go to Gary. Gary, forgive us if we have to jump into you. It'll be because we've got an eye on the White House and whether the president is coming in to speak. Any heads up on what the president's going to say?
Nothing at all from the campaign or from the White House staff about exactly what he might say. We've got a flavour of it, obviously, an hour and a half ago when he tweeted saying that the election was that they were trying to steal the election. I think if you wait for these words, I think this will set the whole tone for the coming days and possibly for even longer than that, because there's a hint, I think, in that tweet, or maybe even just a plain statement in that tweet about ballots being cast after polls have closed. And that, I think, is a clear reference to the 3-day window that Pennsylvania has to count and to receive those new votes that come in, or those votes that come in by mail. And that, I think, is an indication of the legal strategy you're going to see. So the tone, I think, has been set by that tweet. I would be amazed if the president moves away from that and, you know, says, let's see how it goes, let's count the votes, etc. So I think we are looking at that kind of next few days, which a lot of people potentially feared, didn't they, about a sort of conflict, a legal conflict underpinned by a sort of political questioning, if you like, of the whole legitimacy of the election process, which the president has said before, so we shouldn't really be surprised.
And we should clarify that the 3-day window we're talking about in Pennsylvania, none of the ballots that will be counted in that 3-day window are ballots that were cast after the polls closed. They have to have been postmarked up.
Is not acceptable.
Right.
While early voting in Florida is acceptable. Obviously, each state has its own
That's just a Corona rally.
rules and differences, but I mean, that is how he has been waging this campaign when it comes to counting the votes. But again, as Jim Acosta pointed out, and we've pointed out, it's not up to him.
And
he doesn't get to say who won or who lost. It's up to the individual states as to which candidate gets awarded the electors from that state.
No, that's exactly right. And, when you look and listen to what Donald Trump is saying, it is pretty clear that he...
Oh, is Max keeping us entertained in here? Thanks for coming by, Max.
Which is why we heard from Joe Biden in his campaign leading into Election Day, the answer to what we could see right now is win decisively. And the Biden campaign has not won decisively.
No, it did not.
So that is out the window. And now we have to deal with whatever we're going to see. And that is patience and time counting votes in these key states.
Well, we should say the Biden campaign has not won early, but we don't know yet if it will be decisively. Because just because we don't know what the outcome is in these states doesn't mean that it's not going to be a decisive victory for one candidate
really
or
important point,
another.
Abby.
It's just not an early
I think,
call.
and I think what I meant, Julia, that's such a good point. And I think what they were meaning is early and decisively, so to overcome the psychological
early victory.
If they could have flipped Florida, we would be having a completely different conversation right now at almost 2 o'clock.
Or
2:15 in the
Georgia.
morning.
So, but the thing is,
but that didn't happen, and so now this is going to be a protracted process.
Yeah, look, I mean, Americans are not necessarily known for our attention spans, and one of the things.
What'd you say?
And one of the things that I think a lot of people were hoping for was an early, decisive outcome, whether for Trump or for Biden, that there would be some sort of closure so everybody could know who the president was and go to bed by midnight, and that would be the end of that. But the truth is, this isn't an hour and a half thriller where you find out who did it and then it's all over within an hour and a half. This is like a Netflix 10-part miniseries.
And this is the year 2020.
Yeah,
Nothing is easy this year.
And this is a divided country. That's not a newsflash. We know that. It is a very divided country, and that is bearing out in the results that we're starting to see tonight.
Yeah, including by the fact that we haven't talked about this too much this evening, but we still don't know who's going to control the Senate. I mean, it looks as though, potentially, Republicans could possibly hold control of the Senate, even while possibly a Democrat is elected to the White House. Although, again, I don't know that either of those are going to be the outcome, but it could happen.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think a lot of people thought they knew what was going to happen tonight at the presidential level, even at the Senate level, and things are turning out to be a lot more complicated. We're waiting on things that I don't know that we really knew we would be waiting on at this point. States like Georgia and Arizona.
Let me go up here.
Certainly the
See if I
Biden
can go
campaign
somewhere
hoped
else.
that those states would be within their reach.
Just look.
But this is an unpredictable.
Just look. Just look.
Hour on election night or the morning.
Look at how many flags. Look at how many flags.
And, perhaps when the vote is counted in all of these places, there are
How
six
can people
major
not see
states
through
that are
this?
still undecided. It may be that without Pennsylvania, one of these gentlemen is able to win, and we're able to avoid this litigation. I hope so, but as you say, Martha, it's 2020.
It took till 3:30 in the morning in 2016 for us to make that final call, to call for the 45th president of the United States. Juan, this moment, it's fraught with a lot of things.
I hope he hugs them all.
But really just getting it done in each one of these states is the deal that
it's never going to end,
state
Kelly.
election offices have to deal with.
Right. So earlier we were discussing this, and the lawyers came in, and I think Britt Hume made the point. These decisions
punchy,
about
Kelly.
how
Welcome. How
elections
are
are
you?
conducted are set by the state legislatures. But what we are seeing in the current atmosphere is state election offices make provisions to help people to vote in the midst of the virus, or possibly because this is a very difficult time in American life and people are fearful.
Let's go back
But
to. I've
what
seen enough
we
of
are
the
seeing
flags.
now,
Let's
I
go
think,
back
is setting
to
up again. I
MSNBC,
just
see
come
what
back.
they're talking about. Hey everybody, welcome. This is
substantially
this is an
Trumpist,
extended version
right?
of the live stream. I'm your host. I'm your Heavenly Father, Kevin Williams. This is what we do. We've been watching this now we're coming up on 7.5 hours of broadcasting tonight, and you have had knots in your stomach for the last year. So 7.5 hours is not too bad to deal with. The way it sits right now, Biden has a 74% chance of becoming president. I'm just making that number up. But he does have a 64% chance of coming back and winning Georgia. He has to get 346,000 votes out of 461 outstanding votes in Georgia. Almost all those votes are in very heavily pro-Biden districts. If he gets the 75% of the votes that he needs in order to surpass Trump's leads in Georgia, lead 7.5 hours, in Georgia, then all he has to do is win one of the 3 states that is outstanding. Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. Wisconsin has 10 electoral votes. He'll be at 260 if he wins Georgia. He becomes president at 270. So we're hoping for Georgia. He has a mathematical probability of winning Georgia right now. We will have to see what happens, like everything else. And look at those flags. Are there 3 layers? I think there's 3 layers. I think there's 3, or is it... From this angle, it looks like 8 layers of flags. I need something more to drink. I don't want to leave though, because I don't want to miss the president. I'm out of everything. Ugh.
Carter.
Here he comes.
Carter, you know, there haven't been a lot of these, and he may well be about to lose his place as president. Now, let's go. He'll undoubtedly do so narrowly if he does, and so both of.
He's probably calling Governor Kemp in Georgia right now, demanding that the state be called.
Looking at the results to be Donald Trump or Joe Biden, I think it'd be hard.
Oh, there is
to
a mirror right over here.
Prefer to be Donald Trump right now, looking at these results.
Infinity
no
flags.
doubt.
Yep.
And I think Donald Trump would have, maybe not Donald Trump himself,
One
but
mask.
his campaign would have agreed to that analysis earlier this evening.
Yeah.
They learned
we just got
nothing
from the
from
Rose
Rose
Garden
Garden
nomination.
nomination.
New York
Nothing.
Times. The
They're
headline
having a
is,
super spreader
over
event.
A split photo of both Biden
I
and
really
Trump.
hope that Dr.
And
Fauci
headline
is
this:
fast asleep right now,
Turnout
because he would not like
soars
this.
Along with suspense, as nation in tumult delivers verdict.
Wow.
The Times, by necessity, silent as to what the verdict is, because they've got to print this now in order to be on newsstands tomorrow morning. It's unlikely that there'll be a verdict known by the time people are reading that print edition of that paper tomorrow as well.
We saw a view of the crowd. To your point earlier, it appears no mask, no problem.
There's 2 masks.
We heard earlier tonight that all the invited guests were going to an off-site facility to get tested prior to arriving at the White House. Fox News images have now been replaced with the slide of the Trump
Did someone say turnout?
campaign
Because that's a
logo.
drinking word.
There is
In
some
the White
activity
House.
at the doorway.
I'm out. Here we go. There's Don Jr. There's a blonde. There's Kimberly. There's Lara Trump. There's Eric Trump. There's Tiffany. And that's whatever Tiffany's dragging with her. Now they're chanting USA because okay. Whew. You guys can keep talking. He hasn't come out yet.
Ladies and gentlemen,
oh, here he comes.
The President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Of course this is where we are. It's 2020 and it's Trump. It's only going to get worse from here. If Trump is involved, Trump's razor is, it only gets worse. Here we go. Adjust the mic for no good reason.
Thank you.
This is his acceptance speech.
Thank you very much. Please, Sid. Thank you. This is without question the latest news conference I've ever had. Thank you. I appreciate it very much.
He's feeling out of control. Touching
I want
the
to
mic.
thank the American people for their tremendous support. Millions and millions of people voted for us tonight.
Yeah.
And a very sad group of people is trying to disenfranchise that group of people. And we won't stand for it. We will not stand for it.
What does that mean?
I want to thank the
By
First
outvoting
Lady,
them?
my entire family, and Vice President Pence, Mrs. Pence, for being with us all through this. And we were getting ready for a big celebration. We were winning everything, and all of a sudden it was just called off. The results tonight have been phenomenal, and we are getting ready. I mean, literally, we were just all set to get outside and just celebrate something that was so beautiful, so good. Such a vote, such a success. The citizens of this country have come out in record numbers. This is a record. There's never been anything like it to support our incredible movement.
Well, every election.
We won states that we weren't expected to win. Florida, we didn't win it. We won it by a lot. And we won the great state of Ohio. We won Texas. We won Texas. We won Texas by 700,000 votes, and they don't even include it in the tabulations.
What?
It's also clear that we have won Georgia.
Nope.
We're up by 2.5% or 117,000 votes with only 7% left. They're never going to catch us. They can't catch us.
9%.
Likewise, we've clearly won North Carolina, where we're up 1.4% or 77,000 votes with only approximately 5% left. They can't catch us. We also,
he's probably right.
If you look and you see Arizona, we have a lot of life in that. And somebody declared that it was a victory for, and maybe it will be. I mean, that's possible. But certainly there were a lot of votes out there that we could get, because we're now just coming into what they call Trump territory. I don't know what you call it, but these were friendly Trump voters. And that could be overturned. The gentleman that called it, I watched tonight, he said, well, we think it's fairly unlikely that he could catch. Well, fairly unlikely. And we don't even need it. We don't need that. That was just a state that if we would have gotten it, it would have been nice, Arizona. But there's a possibility, maybe even a good possibility. In fact, since I saw that originally, it's been changed, and the numbers have substantially come down just in a small amount of votes. So we want that, obviously, to stay in play. But most importantly, we're winning Pennsylvania by a tremendous amount of votes.
So if he's leading, it should be called. If he's behind, you gotta wait. That's what he's saying.
We're up 600. Think of this. Think of this. Think of this. We're up 690,000 votes in Pennsylvania. 690,000.
Not much.
These aren't even close. It's not like, oh, it's close. With
is that what it's
64% of the vote in, it's going to be almost impossible to catch. And we're coming into good Pennsylvania areas where they happen to like your president. I mean, it's like very good. So we'll probably expand that. We're winning Michigan, but I'll tell you, I looked at the numbers. I said, whoa. I said, wow, that's a lot. By almost 300,000 votes, and 65% of the vote is in. And we're winning Wisconsin. So we're winning. We don't need all of them. We need, because when you add Texas in, which wasn't added, I spoke with the really wonderful governor of Texas just a little while ago, and Greg Abbott, he said, congratulations. He called me to congratulate me on winning Texas. I mean, we won Texas. I don't think they finished quite the tabulation, but there's no way. And it was almost complete, but he congratulated me. Then he said, by the way, what's going on? I've never seen anything like this. Can I tell you what? Nobody has. So
yeah,
we
we
won
have.
by 107,000 votes with 81% of the vote. That's Michigan.
Nope.
So when you take those three states in particular,
67% of the vote
and
is
you
in.
take all of the others, I mean, we have so many. We had such a big night. You just take a look at all of these states that we've won tonight, and then you take a look at the kind of margins that we've won them by. And all of a sudden, it's not like we're up 12 votes and we have 60% left. we won states, and all of a sudden, I said, what happened to the election? It's off. And we have all these announcers saying, what happened? And then they said, oh, because you know what happened?
He's
they
such an idiot.
knew they couldn't win. So they said, let's go to court. And
Yeah.
did I predict this, Newt? Did I say this? I've been saying this from the day I heard they were going to send out tens of millions of ballots. I said exactly, because either they were going to win, or if they didn't win, they'll take us to court. So Florida was a tremendous victory, 377,000. Texas, as we said. Ohio, think of this. Ohio, a tremendous state, a big state. I love Ohio. We won by 8.1%, 461. Look at it. Almost 500,000 votes.
What
North
I did
Carolina,
during my
big
summer
victory with
vacation.
North Carolina. And so we won there. We lead by 76,000 votes with almost nothing left. And all of a sudden, everything just stopped. This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country.
This is an election.
We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election.
There it is. There it is.
So our goal now is to ensure the integrity for the good of this nation. This is a very big moment.
Uh-oh.
This is a major fraud in our nation.
Uh-oh.
We want the law to be used in a proper manner. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list, okay?
Okay.
It's a very sad moment. To me, this is a very sad moment, and
it is.
We will win this, and we, as far as I'm concerned, we already have won it. So I just want to thank you.
You haven't.
Reluctant to step in, but duty-bound to point out when he says we did win this election, we've already won, that is not based in the facts at all.
Come on.
Again, there are
Now
millions
you're going to
of
fact check him?
votes
Oh,
yet
that's
to
fine.
be
Pence is
counted.
talking. Go
Our
ahead.
presidents don't select our victors. Steve Kornacki's at the board. Steve, we heard a lot there. We always allow a lot on election night, hyperbole, but when it veers into falsehood, we have not called the states he claimed.
By the way, he also made fun of Joe for having to pull out a piece of paper.
For victories, we've not called Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. I wonder if you could fill in some of the blanks on the truth.
Yeah, well, let's take a look here at Pennsylvania. And again, you're seeing the tally of the votes so far that have been tabulated in Pennsylvania is 56 to 43%. I think the first and most important thing to say about these numbers, though, is that there are counties. There are a number of counties in Pennsylvania that announced before tonight that they were not even going to open the mail-in ballots that they received until tomorrow. So there are some places in Pennsylvania that haven't counted a single mail-in ballot. There are plenty of counties like that in Pennsylvania. There are many other counties in Pennsylvania that have only counted a small fraction of their mail-in ballots. Now, why this late on election night are we saying they haven't counted many or any of their mail-in ballots? It's because they weren't allowed by state law in Pennsylvania to open the mail-in ballots until this morning. So there's been a long, some counties have been able to churn through some of the mail-in ballots, but you've got hundreds of thousands of these in some counties. They're just beginning to get to them. So, for example, if you take a look in the largest city in Pennsylvania, if you take a look in Philadelphia, we're expecting when all is said and done, over 800,000 votes are going to come out of Philadelphia. What has been accounted for so far? Do you see this bar right here, this yellow bar? Those are the votes that were cast by people who went out and voted in person today in Philadelphia. Those votes are tabulated. You're looking at them right there. Biden won them pretty overwhelmingly. You see this little sliver down here? That's the beginning of the mail-in ballot in Philadelphia. Do you see this giant gray space up here? That's the rest of the mail. They've got to get from the 400,000 or so votes that have been counted right now, all the way up to the 820,000 or so that were actually cast. And again, because they weren't able to even begin the processing of these until today,
that's the
they
difference
are saying
right there.
It's going to take them some time to get to all of that. That could take into tomorrow to do. But you are seeing Joe Biden overwhelmingly winning here in Philadelphia, leading the vote here, I should say, in Philadelphia, with hundreds of thousands of votes to come there. That can change. And it's not just Philadelphia. I'm showing you Philadelphia. Let's go out here to the suburbs of Philadelphia, densely populated Montgomery County. And again, you're going to see the same dynamic here. They have counted some of their mail. They have counted the votes that were cast today in person, and guess what? We're not at the top of the vote thermometer. That's because there's over 100,000 votes remaining to be counted in a giant county that Joe Biden right now is leading the tabulations in with 60%. This is true in Pittsburgh. In Pittsburgh right now, this is a pretty dramatic example. Second largest city in the state. They have counted the same day vote. That's why Donald Trump looks like he's doing better than a Republican normally does in Pittsburgh, in Allegheny County right now, because the same day vote, which is more favorable to Trump, has been tabulated. What has not been tabulated is the bulk of the mail vote. They are expecting more than 750,000
What about the
ballots
female vote?
when all is said and done to be tabulated here. They have got about 240,000 left to come. We are seeing this throughout Pennsylvania. I'm giving you the big ones here. As I said, there are small and medium-sized counties that aren't even going to have a little bit of the mail done tonight. They've said we're not even going to touch it until tomorrow. So the big picture in Pennsylvania, we think there are upward of 2 million ballots that have not yet been counted and that are not a part of this tally. Donald Trump's lead right now in what has been tabulated is sitting at a little bit less than 700,000. Again, nearly 2 million to come, and they are disproportionately Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, Montgomery County, Democratic areas, and we have been seeing this split where the votes that were cast by mail, it's just for whatever reason this year, Democratic voters seem to have preferred to cast ballots by mail, and Republican voters, Trump voters, seem to have preferred to turn out on Election Day and vote in person on Election Day. And in these counties, you're seeing that Election Day vote all counted. So all the Republican votes and all the Trump votes are now included in so many of these tallies. I'm going county by county. What's not included in these tallies, either partially or wholly, across the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, is the mail vote. I'll tell you, we've got completed counties. We have a scattering of completed counties. I've shown you them tonight. It looks like a competitive race to me right now. It doesn't look like a race anybody could call.
It looks like a competitive race in which one of the candidates.
They counted more
and then
votes.
what happened?
Then we went down.
And
They
then
just
what
kept
happened is they
counting.
counted more ballots, which was terrible. Saying even in Pennsylvania alone, millions of ballots left to be counted.
And some ballots, by the way, of people who voted for him. So, right? So, I mean, and the reality is this is the pure autocratic move that this is the reason it is so shocking that so many people think that this man is qualified to be president of the United States. Not only is he completely incompetent, but he's a wannabe autocrat. There was a Republican, one of your fellow Never Trumpers was calling him Viktor Orban. This is Viktor Orban-esque behavior.
Yeah.
This wild ranting, reliving his favorite moments from tonight. Remember when I was ahead by like 2 points? That was the best. And I'm just going to relive that over and over. He sounds ridiculous. I'm just embarrassed that everyone can see it, that around the world people can see it and see that this is what we are. This is what is leading the United States. It's absolutely embarrassing.
There is a deadly serious side to this, though, and I think some of the open questions are how far does the country's Attorney General, Bill Barr, go as his lawyer? I mean, there are still levers of the government that someone who's, autocratic curious can pull in service of his political campaign, and we know Donald Trump won't hesitate to pull them. Up to this moment, Bill Barr hasn't hesitated to be pulled by him. So we'll see.
Well, and the Supreme Court. And he mentioned the Supreme Court and was very specific about that. And he did telegraph
As
he was
if
going to
he
do
can
that.
just take the election, call it over,
right?
Announce that there won't be any more voting, and that the Supreme Court will
Correct.
take over. That's
And
not how it works.
It's not exactly clear that we can trust Amy Coney Barrett and Kavanaugh and these others not to be just like Bill Barr. And so I think what scares people is that if he decides to do something that it legally makes no sense, and you're right, but Mr. Bauer is ready for him. But if somehow they manage to stumble into the Supreme Court, do any of you guys trust Uncle Clarence and Amy Coney Barrett and those guys to actually follow the letter of the law? No. I mean, it is a completely politicized Supreme Court that you can't just trust that they're going to do the right thing. Now, so far, the courts have actually been pretty good. So we'll see.
Brian.
I would only say that there's something obvious to the three of you. I'm sure if he doesn't prevail, tonight lays the predicate for the election was stolen, a very powerful and potent talking point that they can return to, a grievance over the course of 4 years, again, if he does not prevail. Joy raises an excellent point about the Supreme Court, but we have a great, excellent in-house counsel standing by, our chief legal correspondent, Ari Melber, host of The Beat, 6 p.m. Eastern on this network. Ari, a couple of questions. Number one, I know you lawyers love the term standing. Would a case that goes direct to the Supreme Court, can that happen? Is it possible without making its way to the Supreme Court? And two, Justice Barrett, without making the president, there's a public record of his comments saying, of course I want her seated on the court in case this election goes to the court. Is that not old-timey grounds for recusal in your line of work?
A lot of people think that calls into question her impartiality. I think what we just heard from the president, Brian, is completely horrific for democracy. You can mark it down 2:30 a.m. Eastern Time, election night, where the President of the United States declared in the middle of an election, we want all voting to stop. I could just tell you constitutionally that's not how it works. It's wrong. Legally, and this is very important for the days ahead, legally, what the president just told the nation is worthless. As a legal matter, those remarks could have been written in invisible ink. The election and the counting and the processing of ballots is not controlled legally by the president, as Joy and others mentioned. But this could get very hot very quickly, and I'll tell you exactly why. You mentioned, how do you get something to the Supreme Court? Well, if a state or several states has a margin that relates to certain types of ballots, for example, the counting of mail ballots, those kind of cases can go up through the appeals courts and up to the Supreme Court. Indeed, as recently as last Wednesday, with regard to mail ballots in Pennsylvania, a court majority said they think that potentially ballots that are counted after today might be tossed under the Constitution. That would be a change. That would be a new ruling. But we have already seen that foreshadowed. I think the big problem here, and the reason why the president addressing the nation here at this late hour and saying that he wants the vote stop, declaring himself the winner. I mean, this is serious business. He said, we did win the election, end quote. He said that falsely. Is a big problem as this all plays out. Now, if there is ultimately a margin when the votes are counted this week that is, for example, formed by several states, it would be much harder to find the way to get standing and get before the Supreme Court. But if it is two or one state, if it relates to the mail ballots, Brian, there are ways to get back before the court. And so I think everyone has to be very clear. While we keep an open mind, rule of law, I'll report out whatever the courts decide, an open mind about all of these states that are going to tell us the votes. Several states like Pennsylvania and North Carolina, they count votes for days. The votes were cast by today, but they count them for days. We'll keep an open mind about all of that. But we cannot keep an open mind or sound neutral about the falsehoods that just came out of the White House. To be honest with you, it pains me a little bit to say it, but the president was lying about the election results and speaking to address the democracy by telling the democracy he doesn't believe in democracy, stop the voting. It's a serious development tonight.
David Plouffe is joining our conversation. Ari Melber, thank you for that. David, your reaction to those words without precedent, certainly, given everything that's been uttered in the East Room over the history of our republic and that structure.
Yeah, it's one of the darkest hours the White House has ever seen, one of the darkest hours in American history. Ultimately, I don't think Trump's going to be successful. If Joe Biden gets to 270 electoral votes, all these votes were legally cast. They're not being counted in states like Michigan, Wisconsin, or Pennsylvania ahead of the election by state law. But it is a dangerous and dark moment. So even if Trump's not successful, and I don't think he will be if the votes are there for Joe Biden, you're going to have 45% of the country believing him, which is going to affect our democracy going forward. It's going to affect President-elect Biden's ability to work with Republicans in Congress. So, we knew he was going to say it. He's been telegraphing it. He tweeted it out a couple hours ago. But to see the President of the United States in the White House basically saying, I don't care what votes have been counted or not. At some point in the night, I thought I was going to win. The election should be over. It's startling. It's dark. It's scary. Now, I still think at the end of the day, if Joe Biden, wins Arizona, wins Wisconsin, wins Michigan, he's already won the Nebraska 2nd Congressional District, he'll get to 270 and he'll be the president. But, these are going to be dark and scary days over the next, few days, if not few weeks.
Credit where credit is due. It was Jonathan Swan at Axios who first reported, 48 hours ago, subsequently denied by the president, that the plan was for the president to prematurely go out, claim victory, real or imagined, before such a thing was legally awarded. David, talk about the Democrats' ability and means for going about this as a counterbalance.
Well, listen, because Trump has telegraphed this, and you can never rule anything out with him. The Biden campaign, the Democratic lawyers community, led by, Bob Bauer and Mark Elias.
There's 20 Pennsylvania counties that haven't counted a single mail-in ballot yet.
Have been ready for this.
And those
so I think they'll be ready
should skew
on
heavily
legal
Biden.
grounds. Again,
in order to make up for his deficit of 670,000 votes, Biden has to win about 80% of the mail-in ballots remaining. The good news is that the vast majority of mail-in ballots are in very heavily Biden districts, and mail-in ballots have skewed very heavily to Joe Biden so far because those are mostly Democrats. So is 80% possible? Yeah, very possible. So he needs 75% of the remaining votes in Georgia. And to win Pennsylvania, he needs 80% of the remaining votes that are all mail-in ballots, 2.2 million of them. It's insanity. This is what's happening. Joanna says Arizona. Okay.
You look at what Trump is claiming. One, he wants the voting to continue in Arizona.
Yeah.
He wants the voting to continue in Nevada. He wants to stop it in the states where he's ahead. And again, those states are not
Fox is advertising gold
ballots.
right now,
Many of
so
these
we can't
ballots
check.
were sent in 2 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago. They've just been sitting there because by law, you cannot start counting those ballots until today, and some of the counties have decided to do it tomorrow. So I think the Democrats will be ready. It's always good when your opponent telegraphs their plays ahead of time. But that doesn't mean, listen, we knew Trump was going to say it, Brian. That was super painful to watch as an American citizen. Again, I do think it's one of the darkest moments in American history, one of the darkest moments that building has seen. And, the sooner we get votes counted, so if Joe Biden can be declared the winner in Arizona, if it can be declared the winner in Wisconsin or Michigan, the better. But I agree with Ari. If this comes down to one state, obviously Trump does not want to go meekly into the night, no matter what damage he does to our democracy and our country.
David Plouffe, I agree with you. I think there's like an extra layer of pain if you've worked in the White House.
Let's hear what's his face, Santorum spew.
2:48 in the morning. That's why they stop counting, because people get tired. When they're tired, they make mistakes, and you stop counting, and then you take it up the next morning when people are.
And one of the things that they try to do is to prevent exactly the kind of thing that President Trump.
Look at the Chiron. Trump says he'll go to the Supreme Court. Unclear why.
Which is calling for. I mean, it's just
he can't stop the election.
Hard to wrap your mind around.
He has no control over the election.
I just want to underscore what we talked about earlier, which is that there are a lot of people out there who believe everything the president says. And that is why this is potentially dangerous.
Absolutely.
And I hope, and we all hope it's not. This is a norm-busting, institution-busting president. He ran that way 4 years ago, and even though he's president of the United States, he ran that way this campaign cycle. And this hopefully is not one of the ramifications of the erosion, thanks to him, of institutions, not just the media and others, but those that we all need, basic democratic institutions.
I'm wondering what former Senator Rick Santorum, a Republican senator from Pennsylvania who ran 3 times in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania statewide and won 2 out of 3. I'm wondering what you make of what we just heard from the president.
I was very distressed by what I heard the president say. The president is prone, as we all know, to bluster and to fits of pique of being upset about how he's being treated. But look, I don't have any problem. I think Joe Biden said similar things, saying, I think I won. I mean, that's fine. You think you won. That's great. But the idea of saying that using the word fraud, that there's fraud being committed by people counting votes, I think is wrong. I understand he sees votes potentially being shifted around in some places. But look, the reality is.
Well, Fox was right about Virginia when nobody else was calling it. They got that right.
That what's happening? I can tell you in Pennsylvania, what's happening is, they're counting the absentee and mail-in ballots right now.
Santorum is chastising Trump right now. Santorum's actually talking sense.
And some counties have stopped counting. Why have they stopped counting? Because it's 2:48 in the morning. That's why they stopped counting. Because people get tired. When they're tired, they make mistakes.
I sure do.
And you stop counting, and then you take it up the next morning when people are fresh, and everybody has a chance to sort of make sure they're not making any mistakes. They're not stopping counting because they're trying to fix anything or create any sort of fraud. There's plenty of people there, as poll watchers and others who are watching the counting. I know in the city of Philadelphia, for example, I think there's actually cameras on the people who are actually doing the counting. So look, I understand the president's frustration because some of the states weren't called as early as he'd like. But at the same time, he complained about one of the states being called earlier, like Arizona. So I understand the president feels like it's a grievance against him, and somehow or another this is another example of the media not treating him fairly. I would just say I could not disagree more in this case. I think, for example, CNN has been quite responsible in being very slow to declare winners. I think that's the right thing to do. We have to make sure that you don't do what I think may be a mistake in Arizona. I've talked to some people in Arizona, and they're not confident that state has been decided yet. And we need to be cautious. There are plenty of votes out there in all the states, all the blue wall states that are up there, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, that could flip it. I think it's highly unlikely in Pennsylvania, as I know it well, but it's still possible. And as long as it's still possible, you have to take your time and count the votes.
Is there anybody left in that White House who the president listens to, who could tell the president, Mr. President, it's undemocratic what you're saying, it's distressing what you're saying, we need the votes to be counted. For your own second term, should you win one, you need to have people have faith that this happened the right way. Is there anyone who can tell him that anymore?
I suspect the reason that the 4-minute call went out that the president's going to speak between then and the time that he did speak, there was probably a lot of discussion going on about what he should say. And the president's a 70-some-year-old man at 2:30 in the morning, and after a very stressful time, and I think he was just unfortunately being more a raw version of himself. And so that's just disappointing. I hope that the place they walk it back tomorrow and say we want the votes to be counted, particularly in Arizona. If you want them counted in Arizona, you need to have them counted in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin too, and Georgia.
Yeah, that would be a consistent position. Wolf?
Yeah.
Guys, thanks very much. John King is here. It is outrageous what the President of the United States said just now. This is a fraud on the American public. frankly, we did win this election. Take a look at they're still counting ballots right now, John. Right now, by our count, our projections, 220 votes for Biden in the Electoral College, 213 for Trump. There's still a way to go until you get to the 270 needed to win.
Right, and let's give Senator Santorum some credit there. Let's count the votes, right? This is the United States of America. It's not Belarus. Let's count the votes. The leader does not get to decide when we're done. States count their votes, and that's how we're going to do it. States count their votes. Now, this is where we are right now. There's some things we can, we can be reasonably certain about this map, which is when Hawaii comes in, we expect it to go Democratic. I'm going to say just for now, these aren't done yet, but Nevada, we have Biden is leading in Nevada. That would be a hold. That was a Clinton state. Biden is leading in Arizona. This is what the president was mad about, but the math right now has Biden leading in Arizona. So let's give that to him for now. Now let's come back out here and come back over to the red. We assume when Alaska's votes come in, that will stay in the red. Let's get that to change. There we go there. That gets you to 241, 216. So then where are we? Then we come back over here. Georgia, the president's leading, but it's close. We're not done yet. North Carolina, the president's leading, but it's close. We're not done yet. In Maine, we're not done yet either here. Here's what we expect to happen in Maine. Let me just bring Maine out here. I see I tapped that in the wrong place. Let me take this off, bring out this here. In this district here, Trump is winning here. Biden, we expect to win more of the state. Trump is leading right now in the 2nd congressional district. So if you do it like that, you give Trump 1 and you come out. That's a pickup for Joe Biden. We know that would be a pickup if that holds right there. So now you're looking at the map. If we go where the president is leading right now, this is going to anger Democrats. If we just say that, we'll see. We still have votes to count. We're not done in Georgia. The lead has shrunk a little bit. They're going to pick up at Fulton County, some of the other Atlanta suburbs. North Carolina also has tightened a little bit as the night has gone on. Last time I looked, it was around 45,000 votes. It's 78,000 now looking across the room, so that's a little bit bigger. So let's leave those right there for now. That gets you to 248 to 244, and that would have just these 3 left. And again, at this point, you're into 2 out of 3, right? So if Joe Biden can do these 2, he wins the presidency with 270. If for some reason, let's just say Donald Trump got this one and this one, Donald Trump wins the presidency. If Joe Biden came back in Pennsylvania, he would win the presidency. So if this plays out, if Georgia stays red, North Carolina stays red, and the rest of it goes as we think, it's 2 out of 3 in the blue wall states.
Let's take a look at Pennsylvania. Pamela Brown's got some new reporting on what's going on in Pennsylvania. What are you picking up, Pamela?
Yeah, absolutely. We're seeing how tight of a race it is there and how many outstanding mail-in ballots are. According to official numbers from the Pennsylvania website, there are still 1.4 million, more than 1.4 million mail-in ballots that have not been counted. So those ballots, those outstanding ballots, are not in the account right now. They are working there in several counties through the night. In fact, in Philadelphia alone, the Democratic stronghold, they still have 270,000 mail-in ballots to count.
Trump wins Pennsylvania.
270,000 mail-in ballots to count in the Philadelphia stronghold there. And so we're told that the officials are working through the night in many places in Pennsylvania.
That's not enough ballots. So Biden has to win Michigan and Wisconsin, or Georgia and either Michigan and Wisconsin. There's not enough ballots left. Earlier where it was reported it was 2.2 million ballots. If it's only 1.4, not enough.
Because as we've been pointing out, they started it the morning of the election. This takes a while. It's a process. Deep breaths as it comes to Pennsylvania.
Interesting. John, take a look at Pennsylvania right now. They're still counting votes. It's not over with by any means.
No, it's not over, but the math is pretty steep. And so here's what's interesting. We need to watch and we need to be transparent. If they have 1.4 million left and the president's up by 673,000 votes and change, Joe Biden's going to have to win ballpark 75% of these votes. Now, right now, he's not doing that statewide, but these are mail-in votes. These are mail-in votes, and we do know that he was disproportionately winning. Democrats were disproportionately winning the mail-in vote. The question is, can he win it somewhere in the ballpark of 75%? We say 1.4 million. It's a rough number because we're getting the numbers from county to county. But if it's in this
John's
ballpark,
got the math wrong.
And that's the president's lead right now, Joe Biden's going to have to win somewhere in the area close to 75% of those ballots to catch up. Can he do that? We're going to have to see and count. That's a steep hill. Remember 4 years ago, we were in Michigan, we were in Wisconsin, Hillary Clinton was behind. Democrats kept saying the votes were there. In this case, mathematically, that's possible. We're going to watch when they count these votes. Joe Biden is going to his execution among those mail-in ballots, his return rate among those mail-in ballots is going to be off the charts. Now, we do know from data that that's possible because Democrats did disproportionately win the mail-in vote. But that's a number to watch as we count them. And most of that counting will continue through the night. I suspect it will be finished sometime tomorrow.
They're counting Wisconsin and Michigan right now as well.
Right, and so let's just go through and look at the president's leads. Again, the president looks 307,000 right there as we count, and in Wisconsin it's 116,000, but again, votes to count.
All right, stand by. We're going to continue our special coverage right after a quick break.
Are you ready? All right, here we go. Hey, little girl, get on up.
Up that resistance a little more.
Drummer, do your old stuff.
Hold on.
Drummer,
Let's go somewhere else.
you sure are tough.
Everybody's got commercials.
Come on.
Everybody's got commercials.
Push it, push it.
How about this?
Still there for both candidates. Arizona is one that's in question. It is, according to the NBC News decision desk, too early to call. The president, the former Vice President Joe Biden has a almost 131,000 lead. With 82% of the votes in, they are still counting in Arizona. It is too early to call. In North Carolina, a difference and a distinction. It is too close to call. President Trump with a 76,000, almost 77,000 vote lead, but 95% of the vote in. That means all of the vote is not in. It's too close to call for the NBC News decision desk in North Carolina. And then to Georgia, it is too early to call because we now know that there are issues with some of the counting in Georgia, specifically some in the counties right around Atlanta, which lean so heavily Democratic. And we'll have further reporting on this, including local reporting to add to ours just moments from now. Eamon Javers has been with us throughout the night and now the early morning with more on the candidates. Eamon?
Yeah, Shep, as you were just saying, with millions of votes still to be counted, the president is now falsely claiming victory in this election. We heard from the president.
And that is 8 hours, guys, and I think that's enough. So, yeah, Biden has to win 75% of the vote remaining in Georgia. He has to win 75% of the vote remaining in Pennsylvania. It's a possibility. He doesn't have to win 75% of the votes in Pennsylvania. If he wins Georgia, he just has to win Wisconsin and or Michigan and or Pennsylvania. If he wins Pennsylvania, in fact, hold on. What if he does win Pennsylvania? Give me a second here. Let me pull up the magic map here. I'll bring it over for you guys. And why won't it come up? Okay, hold on. Let's bring it back. There it is. Okay, so we take away Georgia. We give Georgia back to Mr. Trump. And it's just getting hammered right now that no one can see their map. There it is. Okay, so that right now that leaves Biden at 244, so he'll be up to 264. So then he has to go right back to the winning 2 out of 3 that we talked about earlier tonight. So there you go. Basically, somebody wins 2 of these 4 states and they get to be president. But it has to be the right combination of the 2 of the 4 states. And that's where we are at the end of the night. So that was 8 hours and 2 minutes of broadcasting, folks. Thank you very much for hanging out with me. You certainly made it more interesting than me just watching this all by myself, banging my head on the TV screen. I am Kevin Williams, your Heavenly Father. It has been a pleasure. If you want to support this, you can do PayPal, Venmo. Go to kevinlyfather.com, and you can contribute there. And if Trump does end up winning, I'm going to keep doing this. And if he doesn't, I'll probably keep doing it for a while anyway, because he's still got till January to destroy the country. So I think that's it, guys. Here are some of the credits. They haven't been updated in a while. Been working on so many other things. Happy Ejection Day, everybody. It is not over. Biden still has a very good chance of winning this thing. Prospects in Georgia look very good. Prospects in Wisconsin look good. Prospects in Michigan look questionable, but he doesn't need Michigan. If he gets Georgia and Wisconsin, he wins. If he gets lucky and gets Pennsylvania, he wins with Wisconsin. So 2 of those 3 2 of those 4, and he does it. Wait, what happens if he loses Pennsylvania? Oh, he's good either way. Yeah, if he loses Pennsylvania, that puts him down to 244, but he picks up Wisconsin to, no, that's red. Come on, Kevin. It's late. He picks up Wisconsin, and he picks up Michigan, and that puts him right at 270, and he wins. So, woo! Guys, it's been a pleasure. Here's some credits. Be good to each other. And I'm going to sleep, and hopefully when I wake up, there's going to be a winner. Good night.